Good evening, everyone, and glad you all could join us again. Well, for some of you, sometimes this will be the second time today, as we did a special Clubhouse Cafe early this morning, before the initial Figure Obscura drop. For those of you who are not aware, Figure Obscura, whenever they drop one, they always do two drops, one in the morning, mostly for the East Coast users. And then to make it more accessible for everybody, they do a second one late in the evening or late in the afternoon. And that is for more of the West Coast fans, as well as the early morning drop is a lot easier for anybody who is, in a global situation to be able to get it too. So in this case, they do two drops. Normally, we only go live. We the first time we did a really long extended stream was because we went live for a Figure Obscura. So we started at like 7 and did a countdown all the way up, to the second drop at 8 p.m. And this time, since we did one this morning, we're only going live a few short minutes before the second Figure Obscura drop. So again, right now and the next 11 minutes, for those of you who didn't see it this morning, Figure Obscura is going to be Frankenstein's creature. It's not a 2-pack. It's definitely not the universal monster version. They definitely went for the full literary version of this particular Frankenstein's creature. Sorry, guys, it's been a long day because I was up early, and then on top of that, had Connor with me all day, so we went out, and then now coming back and jumping on and doing this. And
I didn't pass out during the morning stream. Wake up only a little while ago.
no,
If
no,
that.
bud, you definitely did not do that. I'm running so short on time, I didn't even have a chance to get a new coffee pot started for this stream. So at some point in time, I will be dipping to the phone so we can get a pot of coffee brewing because we know it's Saturday Night Clubhouse. I got to have my coffee. But give us a quick recap this morning. What were your thoughts on this new amazing figure drop?
At first, like my honest, first initial thought, I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. Didn't really know if it was my thing, but the more I saw of what's coming with it, the different heads, the stitching, the texture on the clothes, and of course, an idea I had for a custom eventually. But that made me want it even more.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this figure obscura is something else to be sure. I've hands down one of the absolute best figure obscuras we've seen yet. And that's saying a lot because every one of them is amazing. And this one is just really great. It says sold out right now because they haven't redone the drop yet. But Ed, what were your thoughts this morning when they revealed this guy?
I wish I had enough to get damn two of them. That's what my thoughts are. Absolutely awesome.
I got to agree with you, brother.
I want one with his cloak and his pants on, and then I want one with his wraps and tied to the table. So I have to figure out a way to get a second one for sure.
I was thinking something that look cool on him. I like that he has a kind of a minimalist look, so I want to keep that. But I want to give him at least armored gloves, like night gloves, and then give him a flaming torch or mace, and then kind of like a cracked wooden shield.
Damn. All right, bud.
Yeah, just like a warrior, like a Frankenstein warrior. So
Like
he
a
still
little
has to look minimalist. Maybe one shoulder pad, a light one, something maybe that tucks, the kind of armor they do where it's a leather piece that covers one of the breastplates or the
Yeah.
X, and then there's a shoulder piece, and then there's a strap that goes across to the lower side, and that's it.
Yeah.
Just something like that tucked under the jacket.
That would look good thrown on like a tunic or something, just a skirt type piece.
Or if you want to go real messed up, since he's made up of parts, maybe do a little Jeepers Creepers where like the shoulder pad is made from a person,
Oh yeah,
like skin, you know.
do
Definitely.
like
yeah.
a hip bone covered in rotten flesh for a shoulder pad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Man,
try
he
to
looks
fashion like
so
a bone
damn good.
armor.
I've been looking at pictures
Yeah.
on IG all day.
I
Mhm.
know. I can't get enough of it. And I'm so excited because, again, as it is an in-stock item, this means these guys are starting to ship this week. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have to wait. We don't have to wait a year and a half, 2 years.
That's the
for
best
this
part
guy,
about the Figura Obscura, man. You just
right?
order it and
It's
yours.
always in stock. Yeah, man.
Downside of that, there's more FOMO to it though.
Right. Yeah. And this one too, like just the overall loadout of this figure. I mean, we're talking a ton of accessories for this guy. The added elements alone to this figure are like mind blowing.
It compares to the horse, and they didn't charge you
Right?
for that horse, right? It's like
Oh no, they charged for the horse.
no, I'm saying
the
like
head-
on this figure, right? They didn't charge any extra for all.
Oh
this.
yeah, yeah. I'd say it wasn't. Yeah, right. They gave you all of that, and it wasn't like when we had to pay $130
Yeah.
for the first headless horseman. Didn't have to pay $140 for the retail version. And the shots that Trevor got with this guy, absolutely magnificent. I messaged him earlier. I don't know if he'll be on because he's had a busy day himself. But just the shots that he took for this, I think, are some of his best ever. This one's not one of Trevor's shots. This are from Dorklayer. And I just noticed he put like one of the hands in this jar here. I didn't realize that earlier.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's got one of the hands, one of the other jar. You got that Hagnon head, but painted up all yellow and gruesome.
And let's talk value here. I just pulled up the NECA Frankenstein accessory pack. $41. It's the bed, a cloth, looks like a flaming pipe, and I don't know what this last thing is, but it's like I think it's like it's Frankenstein's head, but it's wrapped up in like bandage, and that's it. Whereas this one, there is the bed, there's jars and skulls, and
Yes, that's true, Fat Red Food. We're paying a penny for the extra goods.
Basically, yeah, that's exactly it. Ed, you pointed that out earlier this morning. All previous were like $69.99, and this one's just $70.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And it's like, yeah, they're charging us a penny for all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. Just
and
insane.
they could easily do a selling point for the retail version, one of those bald heads, give it a little cap for like hair, like the classic style hair.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
And that'll get
flat
people
top,
just to want to buy for that.
You buy that, you take that flat top looking head and you paint the whole figure green. You're golden. That's classic Frankenstein right there.
Hmm.
Without a doubt. And like I said, this is just hands down one of the best figure obscures yet. Brick.
The
What is
staple
up,
work is
brother?
incredible. All that staple work on him is just
Oh my
amazing.
gosh. Yes. That sculpting, the worn flesh. And see, Jessam took the extra care to make sure the pants were tattered. Like, they're not even just straight. Like, first off, we're getting soft good pants on a Four Horsemen figure. That's just got me tickled pink because we were mentioning that last night. Like, you never get soft good pants on these guys. And now it's like, well, that changed today because there's some soft good pants. But the extra care that they put into the making it tattered and worn. Like, he stole these off of a hobo or, robbed a grave, kind of thing. Such a modest monster covering his bits. Brick, what were your thoughts this morning, man? Because I know you were in the chat and we're trying to keep up with everything.
Well, like I said, I was half awake, so and spending stupid money. But now I'm wide awake and I'm contemplating spending stupid money again because I think the figure's great, and I'm looking at like the heads, and I was like, wow, I want to build like a weird undead monster group with like that head, the hairy head,
Yeah.
and then the Hagnon head. I don't know if you saw
Right?
like other people put like Dorklair putting it on there. It
With the
looks like
Hagnon. Yeah.
yeah, it looks like he's got like a shrunken head kind of thing. I don't know. They look like a cool new little like fantasy species, I guess, of like golems, basically.
Totally.
Exactly what I was saying. You got to have multiples of this figure somehow.
Yeah.
It's so universal, and like again, the different looks that you could do overall with everything, because you got pants, you do the wraps, you got the bare feet, you
Mhm.
put one boot on one foot, so he's got like one
Mhm.
barefoot. Like just absolutely nuts and stunning. This is, even though this one may not. I've always loved Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, so that's not what I'm saying. Some of the other Figura Obscuras may have meant more to me personally, but I gotta say, as far as the look of overall with the character, and I feel like right up there with Gods of Egypt on how much extra they're giving you with this one, right? Because like, I mean, okay, Headless Horseman, they gave you quite a bit because you got a horse with it, and then,
but you also paid for that.
You're right.
You paid for what you're getting with the Headless Horseman. I think this is way cheaper than it should be.
Right. Krampus, you got some bits and bobs with it. Father Christmas, you got quite a bit because he was bearing gifts, so it totally made sense. And then, like, Mask of the Red Death, you got that clock. You really didn't get too much else other than the clock and a lot of good soft goods. Don't get me wrong, those soft goods were great. And Sun Wukong, he came with a bunch of stuff, but not really much that you're going to use outside of him, right? With the Gods of Egypt, you got like museum pieces and everything else that went with it. It was a lot. Like this year, Figura Obscura is really bringing in a lot of these extra bits. Glad to hear it, Payne. We'd love to have you back on, brother.
Yeah, I feel like
if we're going in an hour.
I feel like I feel like they're continuing to develop and feel out what they can do with each line, and I don't think like they have zero interest in kind of just replicating. It seems like they do want to kind of like ratcheting it up each time. So it's nice. I love it. I love that this line is what it is, and it's kind of this like, it's a smaller thing in the scheme of things when you look at how many Cosmic Legions come out and how many Mythic Legions come out. And it's got to be fun. It's got to be just incredibly fun for the studio to kind of like put a lot of energy into these one-off releases and just think about like, what can we stack with this figure and make it like a really great offering and surprise people. And, we're not tied to like a world. It's like they've kind of already, let's go into literature. Let's do this. Let's go to this part of the world. Like, so I just feel like it's a pure creative joy for the studio, like it's just truly like a fun thing.
A big expressive outlet for them that, again, normally you just don't see. All right, guys. So as it is 8 p.m. here on the West Coast, it is up and available again. You can grab the all-in. You should grab an all-in brick because you want that freaking stoneware coffee tankard.
I've never gone in for those things, and I think they're cool. No, I never have. I think that they're cool. Okay. But like, it's like
you're about the toy,
Yeah, I mean that's another $30 where I was like, oh, that's almost half another one. You know what I mean?
Sure is. Yeah.
And I did stupidly grab another Afarius today. Anyways,
I don't blame you.
I don't know if that was stupid or not.
When it's $65, you're getting the store Horseman price and a $10 flat rate shipping to Cali. Like you can't beat that, dude.
Yeah,
that's even better than what it's going to be at table cost. So
I will not. I'm going to fight my urge right now to grab additional Frankenstein's creature because I'm going to be going in November to Legion's Con, and there's just going to be stupid. I just need to chill out. I
thought about waiting and getting the retailer on this because I mostly want the accessories, but I was all right.
Get this one now and then double dip when the retail version comes out. That's why I'm not going to buy two of this one.
Well, I was going to say, Thanos, did you go in for this one?
Yeah,
or not?
I did.
You did? Okay.
I think pretty much all of us here ordered it, didn't we?
It's like we could split it. I'll just take the figure.
So we definitely, since all of us on screen right now ordered it, and I know Bud probably was not able to get this guy, we're
No,
going to make
sorry.
it happen. We're making it happen, Bud. You're going to get one of these
Eh.
guys. Yeah, you're going to get one. I can't do it myself right now, but come Legions Con, we're going to make it happen, buddy.
If the retailer wave one comes out with green, I'm definitely going to buy 2 of them. And I'll wait for a second one of those for that.
That's
I mean,
and actually, what's cool too, for like depending on where all the stitching is, you could swap and mix them so he's part green, part yellow. So he truly is a mix of like different bodies.
I was thinking undead orc. If they do it green, that would be fun.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If they do it their standard like orc green, oh yeah, for sure.
Now would since all the joints and the whatnot can pop off, like obviously you'd have to do a little like work over to hide some of it, but could you pop a skeletal forearm onto a normal like elbow bicep?
If it's all 4 horsemen, yes.
Well,
Because if you put some
part of it
wrappings on it,
depends. Part of that will depend on which body type it is, right? Like
Okay.
the 1.0.
well, standard human or humanoid and then skeleton.
Yeah, like for
I think this
one,
figure though in the skeleton army build fit just fine.
yeah, because they're all. I think Bill mentioned that should be fine for swappable. But
Because you could take a strip of white cloth, wrap it around where the bone meets the joint, and it'll look like it's all kind of wrapped up. But there's like, then he's got like a bone hand or a bone forearm. Just other cool, like, custom shit to do to it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, there you go. Terrence is letting you know, guys, grab a swig and put it in your order because what would look great? A swig head on top.
Yeah.
This Frankenstein.
I was saying earlier, a Frankenstein goblin would be like amazing, and it's like $80, but it comes with enough to make like an ogre version, a goblin version, and like other like random parts.
Yeah.
Like mix and match, make one super beefy, like yoked out arm, the other one a tiny goblin one.
Yep. And so this guy, although he's not as big and beefy as the typical brute scale figures, he is that size, right? Like he's, closer to 8-inch than just 7-inch. They call it a 7-inch figure, but he's definitely up there. And yes, Terrence did add a swig head on top of this figure already. He popped it on there, Photoshop wise, but it works.
Did anybody explain what you're kind of breaking down right now, Oz? Did anybody explain sort of like what are brute scale, what are typical 1.0 parts? Has anybody broken that down yet?
I don't think we have here. Again, if you've watched Legion's class, you've gotten quite a bit.
I meant more so, sorry, to interrupt, but I meant more so like, has anybody talked about this figure? Like, I don't remember Bill necessarily saying like, oh, the torso is this and the arms are this. Has anybody broken down?
Yeah, Bill did. In his video, his review this morning. If you guys haven't had a chance to go watch it, head over to Dorklayer because he does give a good comprehensive breakdown of it. So this is on an elongated 1.0 buck. So you got 1.0 and 2.0.
Right.
Okay. The 2.0 is those more leaner figures that we've seen like more recently with a lot of stuff like Father Christmas, where the 1.0 buck is that more meatier, beefier kind of guys previously. Now, some parts are interchangeable, but they're not going to match up necessarily because of build wise, right? So it may not be exact, And yes, as Terrence is saying here, he is 8 inches, right? Again, definitely check out Bill's because he shows them. He has them right next to the brute scale figures, same height.
Right.
He towers
over. He's taller than the Jinn, actually, slightly taller.
Slightly,
the Jinn has
hair.
The
hair makes them the same height. But yeah, as soon as we were done offline, like Connor and I, we went outside real quick because Daddy wanted a cigarette, and I was like, I'm going to bring up Bill's video right now and start watching because I wanted to watch the pop and swap and everything else. Because I really do appreciate his videos when it comes to breaking these guys down because he does a really good in-depth job.
100%. I was just wondering because so then because I don't think he necessarily said like this is 1.0, this is brute, but like basically it's a 1.0, it's a brand new, essentially a new buck in that it's like 1.0, but even the torso's longer and thinner, the arms are longer. These arms aren't necessarily like using like brute scale arms that are longer or anything like that. These are just
Right.
new.
No, it as he described it
Mhm.
is a longer 1.0.
It's cool.
And that is cool because that's again something new. It makes him look lankier and more gangly and in some ways more monstrous because that's what he's supposed to be, right?
Yep.
All right, guys, I do want to start saying hello to everybody in the chat here as it was a bit of that's what they said. That's right. It's a big long one. So here we go. I've been highlighting the last couple of people who've jumped in here because I want to make sure we get to say hello to everybody. And yes, you've got to open that up for us tonight, Thanos. You've got to open up the not Usagi Yojimbo.
Oh shoot! Cool. Yeah. Do it.
The not. All right. So first one in the house, who was here with us. Ooh, we got the Muhammad Ali too. Nice. Flex. He's gonna start breaking down and showing everything. Get me distracted when Captain Lou Albano. You're gonna make a Mario custom.
I just wanted to pair him up with the Mario is why I got him.
Nice. Do that. Get him and you get Typhoon and Earthquake so you can have the natural disasters again. Just one of my favorite tag teams from the 80s.
I have one of them. I'm not sure which one it is though.
Yeah.
Red.
All right. They were both kind of like black and white and red. Their outfits, depending on how it's layered. But yeah, they came on those big boy bucks. So. All right. As he was here with us early this morning, he is here again, speaking moistly, one of the cringiest names in all of Toy 2. And Jason's Electric is here. Happy Batman Day. For those folks who don't know, it is Batman Day. Or wasn't it yesterday was Batman Day? No,
today's Batman Day.
Yeah, today is Batman Day. 2 days ago was National Talk Like a Pirate Day. If you missed out, it doesn't need to be National Talk Like a Pirate Day for you to talk like a pirate. Get on with your life and do it. All right. We've got Dave's Dimension saying, drop number 2, color me intrigued. So as I explained at the beginning of the stream, they always do 2 drops. One in the morning at 9 a.m. East Coast time, and then they'll do one again at 8 p.m. Later in the day, because it really helps make sure that everybody can get a hold of this figure, because we all know how mad we get whenever somebody releases something early in the morning. We're all at work, and then we all never got a chance to get it. So, the Horsemen do a much better job doing it on a weekend, so there's a good chunk of people who are off. I know there are still some people who work, but, hopefully at one of the releases you were not working and you were able to get it, or you just, woke up at around, 5 a.m. and counted down and watched our stream this morning and then got one in, 6 a.m. So we've got Rolando Flores. It is good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well and everything's going well for you, man. It's been a while. Fat Red Foo saying early morning and early night. Oz burning the candle from both ends, I see. Yeah, it's what I do. We did a 24-hour stream. Come on now. This is a cakewalk doing 2 separate streams. And again, Man Collects, we already highlighted one of his chats, but, saying he is here, saying, what's up, everybody? Anryu in the house with us. Good to see you, my brother. We've got the Collecting Brothers. Got to be John hanging out with us, hyped about the creature. Yeah, 100%, man. John, if you want, I'll shoot you the link. You can jump on and we can talk all about it because this thing is fantastic.
Let's go, John.
We've got Ray Black in the house saying, hi. Payne's Toy Samples is here with us, and he will hopefully be joining us again shortly. He said, if we're going on still in an hour. What? Come if? No, we're not stopping unless we get kicked off of YouTube. All right, K-Roll in the house. What is going on, sis? Good to see you here. And then we got Matthew Madsen, also with the Happy Batman Day, everybody. Good to see you. And again, Terrence, we already pulled up this comment, but it was your first comment that I saw in the chat, so I started. What is going on, Terrence? Thank you again, my brother. Without you, I couldn't have made this happen today. So thank you very much. Terrence is one of those people in the community, outstanding, absolutely amazing guy. Let's see what else we got going on here. Now that I had all those start chats, I want to see if anybody else jumped in. That's right, you are the Brute Squad. And we got Dre of the Collector Safe Space. What is going on, Dre? Hope you are feeling well this evening and been resting up. Good to see you here. John Emerald Knife Photos here with us as well. This guy right here, such a damn jerk. So, he had sent a message in the Frenzied group chat earlier, like after the drop had happened, and he was like, "Hey Oz, did you get your shipping notice yet?" So I'm getting all excited, like, "Oh man, I know they do these things fast as they're in stock, but did they seriously like start already boxing up orders to get them shipped? Like that's crazy to think about that they would be doing that right now, because normally they get all the orders placed Saturday." They start boxing things up and packing orders Sunday going into Monday and then start shipping them Monday afternoon. So he asks me that, and I'm thinking that means he's already got a shipping notice. So I immediately start messaging Terrence, and I'm like, dude, do I have a shipping notice already? Like, did they ship these things out? And then I get back and see John's like, no, I'm just being impatient. Like, you jerk. Which is nuts. Absolutely nuts. And here we go. Yes, I do want to mention this for, again, anybody going to Legions Con. You have heard of the event of 1,000 swigs. All right, Joe's given us a breakdown here on the channel several times. So essentially, swig, he's a potion master. He drank a potion and he cloned himself over 1,000 times. And that's why everybody was getting a bunch of swigs in the drop box, in the mystery boxes earlier this year. So based off of that event, Terrence started putting together something for Legions Con. Then it got officially, launched as an event for it, where you can register a swig, and we're all going to collect. It's probably at this point going to be more than 1,000 swigs registered in this event. I mean, I know right now registration isn't that high yet, but just trying to get an idea of how much or how many people are going to be bringing swigs. And I believe that last message that he may have sent was the link to that, because I did want to get the link to that to be able to drop it. Here we go. Guys, you can talk without me. It's cool.
Talk without you. Never.
Yeah, keep talking.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for that link too. I was trying to see it in this. It's hard on a...
I'm going to drop it here in the private chat real quick so all you guys can check it out, and then I'm going to drop it in the main chat as well for everybody. If you're going to be at Legions Con and you are bringing a swig,
all right,
make sure that you register your swigs so we get a great idea of how many swigs will be making it to Legions Con. That's going to be nuts. It's going to be absolutely nuts. And Terrence, thank you for shooting me that message, brother. I meant to ask you earlier today about it because I knew you had mentioned about it last night on the stream. And, because we were on Off-World. I was on Off-Worlds last night with Joe, and they brought it up, but they didn't drop the link. So I want to make sure I got that link out there. A couple more people piling in here. We've got Frankie Rivera. What's up, everyone? What's going on, Frankie? Good to see you, brother.
Frankie.
We got Christine Mendoza in the house. How are you doing? Glad you could be here. And then we have Mary Atwell, Radical Mom, hanging out with us. Great to see you, Mary. Thank you for being here. All right. And Brick, you've had this sitting off here. Let's go ahead and share it to screen.
Yeah. I was just waiting. I don't know if you saw it.
I pulled it up, but it didn't have the sound. I hope everybody can hear this.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to. I mean, you good to play the sound? I don't know if that's gonna.
Yeah. Play the sound. Play the sound.
I mean, it's really just a moody organ blast, but I just love the shots of this thing, the details, really looking at all the parts.
Yeah. I had it up from their IG earlier, but this just looks better.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't have that whole IG around it.
Yeah. I said I wouldn't buy more, but I don't know. There's just something about this thing that
it's
is
something
really
special,
intriguing.
right? Like, I don't know. Like, again, sculpting wise, hands down, this is the most impressive figure obscura that I think we've seen to date.
Look at that! Oh God!
Look at all of that. And they're distinct too. They're all distinct.
And those bell jars, man. Like, I'll take those for sure. I could use those. That thing's cool. I wonder, do you think people would buy just the accessories? Is it worth parting out?
Without a doubt.
You know what? Maybe I could do that. Let's see. Now here, this is me talking myself into doing stupid things. But
I was
yeah,
talking
no,
to
I just
somebody earlier who mentioned they weren't going to get the figure, but they wouldn't mind getting something. I can't remember who it was now. So,
well, I just
yeah.
remembered like they're gonna do that like part swap, and
Yeah,
oh,
part
cool,
swap in the evening there.
maybe I could bring like all the accessories that I don't want, but and the heads. But okay, this might be like a public process of me talking myself into being
Talking
stupid.
into you buying another one. Brick, just do it.
Brick. Do it.
Do it.
Here,
There's $10 flat rate on the shipping. You got to take advantage.
Well, that's what I'm also bummed. I was like, man,
Don't do it.
should have done it in the morning.
Buy two.
There you go. Don't buy one, buy two.
Here,
Don't just buy one more, buy two.
let me share one more thing here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, by all means.
So,
Adding this stage here.
okay, so this stuff's just rad. But it was these things where I'm like, okay, man, I think that's incredibly cool to kind of see as a one of these like undead kind of creatures, like
That's
this
a
little
total zombie right there.
Yeah, and I love what they did with that head. The paint job on that's so fantastic. I've always loved this
Right?
head, but it just looks so much better painted in this way. That's really like,
Right.
all the body horror and the muscle and the eyes and
all the sinew and everything. You can see just that
Mhm.
stretch over the muscle. And like, it's great with Hagnon, right? Right. Because Hagnon, it's that glow in the dark. So in translucent plastic, you miss a lot of the detail. The first time, like, you could really see the good detail with this is the Undead Legion builder that's coming up with Necronominus. That's where they've had these details like fully painted in so you could really see. And I gotta say, this looks better. Like, the paint apps for this just look better. And Brick, Terrence is telling you, by the way, that part swap, it's like Bricklink. That's
100%.
important.
100%. I was laughing at that when I saw that.
Yeah.
So there's this look that I love. There's this.
And this, right?
Like-
How much sense does this make? You put the shackles on, you got this going. And I started thinking about this morning too.
Yeah, I had I love this thing on like a vampire body that I have, but I think it looks even better on this body with all the staples and everything.
Yeah, it
And
does.
then this is just like, this is straight up like Mike Mignola, BPRD Hellboy, like
Oh my God.
monstrosity. So I don't know. I'm just really intrigued by the parts, the long arms, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of really cool things happening with this figure that, like, of course I like the figure as is, but I love the idea of playing with options. And so
It's got a lot.
This is
It's
definitely a figure you need multiple of. Just so awesome. Just to display it in the two different ways that it comes, with the
Right.
soft goods,
Yep.
and then with the wraps in the bed. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
just to
think
start with.
again, if the retail version of it ends up being more green and like purplish, kind of like the pin, then there is a good chance that I would definitely buy that and have that one with the hair if the hair is going to be purplish, and then have the regular one without the hair. And we've got Jonathan Hedgehog Action joining us. What is going on, Jonathan? Good to see you, brother. Glad you could be here hanging out with us tonight. I know you were busy earlier with Saturday Day Live. If you still got some energy in you and you want to jump on, man, let me know. I'll shoot you.
Hold on, Thanos.
Please make him big. Look at that sexy damn rabbit.
Oh wow, look at all that. Can you run us? Oh, dude, he's like roaring.
I haven't really even
Oh.
started messing with him yet, so I just kind of.
I want to try to give Thanos like that full screen layout. How can we give him a?
And these are gonna move, like, limit mobility a little bit, but
Are they hinged? Is the armor hinged? Is that how you're moving it, or is it just
no, it's just it's kind of soft. It's not super soft, but it's
Okay.
soft. And then he came with like little extra limb pieces. I'm not sure exactly what the hell these are. But he came with a lot of stuff. We got
Terrence says he hears he's fragile, so don't go pounding the rabbit.
Well, I'm hoping he doesn't break. He does feel a little, not like fragile, but like he's very skinny and kind of rubbery.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But he's cool. He looks really, really cool. And he's got a bunch of these little masks and stuff.
And you have Blade Master Wang, yeah?
Yeah.
How about the veteran William?
No.
Okay, because that's
just
the one thing that struck me as different. Those masks are amazing.
Yeah, they're cool.
Between Wang felt a lot more like stiffer plastic.
Yeah, he's like super solid.
And then veteran Williams sounds like is similar to the rabbit, or at least the white one that I have. I don't know what's different with the brown one, but it's very gummy-ish, almost a little bit gummy, soft.
Love that little moon crest on the samurai helmet. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, the gear on this guy's wild.
This is the faceplate head.
Oh, man.
This part feels stiff, kind of like Wang, but like the body feels softer. Like the joints feel like.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. They've always got to like have a harder plastic, softer plastic where they connect in, and so that faceplate one you're talking about. Are you saying there's a head that doesn't have faceplates and one that does?
Yeah,
Is that how that works?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's like a little peg.
Yeah, okay. What are his expressions like?
They're all the masks.
That's how they work. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's like 4 of these masks, and then his regular head. But pretty cool.
I'd say so. I've been eyeing up that guy, for months now. Oh, shit. There we go.
I just wanted to like his like actual like rabbit head is super cool too.
He looks so awesome.
Big
I've been
ass
eyeing him up on
swords.
5K forever.
Yeah, I got
Four
antsy a while
swords.
back. They're like, it's gonna be coming soon. I was like, yeah, it's not that expensive. But then his legs are, like kind of rabbity. I don't know.
Right.
He's cool.
That's great. It's a cool
Nice.
sculpt. The face I was never super sold on, but it's everything I've seen of people kind of like you holding it up or whatever looks a lot better than what I'd seen before, especially posed up and stuff. So
I like the style.
masks are dope.
Like his just overall design, I thought was
Mhm.
super cool. So
Agreed.
old kick-ass bunny man.
Is
Oh,
that the knot, the big red belt thing? Is that fabric or
No, it's
that's
plastic.
plastic? Okay. And I saw. Do you see Matthew's comment there?
Well, I was going to say, Terrence right here is saying Van said he's fragile. Van for Purple Gang Gang. He unboxed him earlier today. So definitely check out that video too. Mattson saying, my OG veteran William wasn't gummy at all. Heard there were issues with the white one. Okay.
And it's not so much, he's not all over. Like I said, it's always a mix of like hard, soft, right? Especially if parts are going into other parts. So it's really just certain overlay items that were gummier than I'd expected. But the head in particular,
Mm-hmm.
I wish that it were a little more solid. I don't know why. I feel like it feels like it does pop out sometimes because you're crowding it. You're crowding that peg with like 2 different overlays. You got this creating some space or distance. You got this creating some distance. And then now you've got this thing trying to get in there. And it gets in there, but if you pose it up, because it's so beautifully movable, if you give it a little too much like distance from the ball joint, it can just pop out.
Sure.
So I don't know. I in my head, I don't know if that was because of the material or what, but it's still great. I'd love to get this into Matthew's hands and sort of see him compare to the other one.
Right.
I'm curious what the differences might be, but
Definitely.
Still,
He's got
like,
the little-
not complaining. There's like it's ridiculously good figure.
He's got like the little overlay around the neck too, but he's got like a long neck. So
Mhm.
Looks great though. Either way, I think he's outstanding. Rick Jones has joined us in the chat saying, "Rabbit Guy finally dropped, only 10 months late. The rabbit head is too human to me, but Tiger Man is more animal." I could see and understand that. Yeah.
I kind of liked the in between. I think that's what sold me on it was just overall look. Like,
Right. I mean, I absolutely fell in love with it, the overall appeal to it. And Usagi Yojimbo was absolutely one of my favorite little weird comic guys back in the day. Like, I mean, sure, he paired up with the Ninja Turtles. That's how I stumbled across him. But, like, he was just so oddball on his own. And, it was great to see this more crazy, serious version of that.
I have an old toy of him that's not the comic. I mean, it's not the cartoon. It was like an actual comic book version
Like
of
an
him. Wasn't
Archie style?
related to Ninja Turtles at all. Yeah,
Neat.
need to bust that out. It's been
And-
packed up for a while.
Shout out to Tasty Cake. What's going on, brother? Good to have you here in the chat. Thank you for joining us this evening. Man. So this just came in from our good friend Christopher Criley. If you guys are familiar with him, Skydro Walker on IG, he just got nominated into like the top 10 for Toy Pick Community.
Oh, cool.
So if you guys are following Toy Pick _community, go and hit up Skydro's picture. 1 like equals 1 vote. Right now, he's sitting at, let's see, 93, 94 votes, including myself. So make sure that you go vote on that on IG right now. Let's give him a boost. Let's try to get him up to the top, see if we can pull it off. So Toy Pick _community, and the top pick right now, it's actually the last post that they have done today so far. That is his pick, the one with the crazy giant spider prop and all the G.I. Joes fighting.
Yeah, it was a cool pick. I saw it
It's
just before I logged on.
Great. So great. Well, he dropped it in Toy Network like a couple days ago. And I was just like, wait, what? And it totally reminded me of like old B sci-fi movies. Wait, we lost Bud. Where did Bud go?
His
Bud.
phone probably burned up.
Bud.
Probably. Where did
Bud.
Where's the Bud?
There's
Bud's
Bud.
back. Bud's back. We got Bud.
I wonder what the Awok rabbit head looked like on that body. Huh?
I don't know. We'll see.
Definitely more cartoony. It might be a little bit of contrast in style.
I was going to say, it might be a little cartoony comparatively to the
I'll tell you
overall
what, those
skull.
Awoks, so you put a wash on them, it takes that whole cartoony vibe
It
away.
does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like that. God, what's that guy's name that I got that was painted? That my brother painted.
Oh no, we lost Bud again.
I know which one you're talking about, but I don't remember his name.
There's Brown. It begins with a J, but I don't know. What do
So-
I know? Awok. What is an Awok?
Yeah, what do you know about Awok?
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
what do you
I'm
know?
too distracted by Frankenstein's creature right now, man.
Right? There is no Awok. Only
And
that.
these, I unboxed these with you guys last week, and I'm still still in love with this wave. I've been like
Dude.
Sorry
talking
about
about that
that stupid
merman.
phone.
I'm unboxing this guy tonight. I'm unboxing another Snake Man. This is the most
Yeah.
Origins I've unboxed all year in the last 2 weeks. It's been like 3 figures. That's it. So,
I'm waiting on
it was
that
a-
one.
what you got? Your Viper? No.
Terror.
Oh no,
No.
Terror. I'm still waiting on him to come in. I know.
Came in from Walmart. I forgot that I ordered it.
Holy crap! A Walmart pre-order actually came through. Unbelievable. Also going to be unboxing Axe Woves tonight. He will be getting added to my Mandalorian army. So Terrence St. John is asking, is that an IG thing? The Toy Pick community is an IG thing, and thank you, brother. Gave him 2 likes. He will be glad to hear it. I'm glad we can, get that broadcast out and help him out a lot. Skydra has been on the show a couple times before. He does a lot of really fun stuff. I love catching him like Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings when it's wake, bake, create, time. I think it's a great motto to have. All right, guys. I'd mentioned
I agree.
earlier. Oh, go ahead, bud.
I was gonna say I agree on the wake bacon create.
There you go. Bud's always about waking bacon and creating. Up to 96. That's what I like to hear.
I just liked it.
There we go. Let's keep it rolling, folks. Let's keep voting for our boy Skydro. Boost him up all the way. Look at that madness.
So
Look
this,
at it.
like his arms don't move, but he
Yeah.
swivels. His head moves a little bit, and then his legs move. But if you move him in a different spot, he just doesn't stand. So
Yeah, gotcha.
But he looks cool.
Cool, terrifying, all sorts of awesomeness.
So Warcraft cool for
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just an older Warcraft. They made a bunch of these where they're just kind of like almost statues, but not quite. I don't know if it was McFarlane doing them, but these are way better than the ones McFarlane's putting out now. Because these you can actually put with your toys and they look good.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, he'd look good in like the graveyard scene if only he glue in the dark.
You'll light them up.
I'm coming into a crypt. Oh, I'd definitely light him up. I'm gonna have two black lights on that shelf, lighting everything up.
I picked up Jack Specific Gul'dan
Oh my god, I didn't even know Jack Pacific made a Gul'dan.
from the movie.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
right on.
yeah, they did the movie figures. That don't look too bad.
He doesn't look bad. He doesn't move much, and he's a little paler than I would like, just because like when you light him up, he doesn't really look green. But
I'll paint him up a little bit, like actually hand paint him up a little bit more.
I might.
Go for it. It's Jack
It was
Pacific.
cheap,
figure.
and
Yeah.
it was cool.
It's not like he's gonna break the bank, you know. That's the beautiful thing about the Jack Pacific figures. I don't like. I never feel like I'm breaking the bank anytime you buy them. All right, guys. I had mentioned before I hadn't even brewed a pot of coffee before jumping on here because I was running short on time, and already with just the sheer amount of talking, we've only been talking for about less than an hour right now, and I'm already feeling my voice. I got to go get something to drink, and I'm probably going to skate myself outside and go mobile. But I will be back in a few. Just really, really, I'm impressed with the Frankenstein's creature overall. I think it's one of the coolest looking Figura Obscuras, hands down. And, you know, it's that perfect time of the year, too. Like, you want your holiday prop, this guy will be here before... You will probably get him in hand before October 14th.
Yep.
14th. Normally takes about 2 weeks for all the Figura Obscura stuff to ship out.
Anybody else doing October?
I could do October. I've got plenty of orcs. I've
I
actually
was thinking
got
about doing like a bunch of orcs and do a hashtag October.
I'd be down for that. Go ahead, show off. Yeah.
October. I like it.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is the Mithril Studios with like a custom
Yeah.
outfit and weapon.
Is that outfit based on something from World of Warcraft?
Yeah, it's Thrall from Warcraft. Oh, in his hand, and bracer just fell off. Oops. But there's
There
like
you go.
real chain wrapped around
Yeah.
bracers.
I am gonna do a lot of Motu that I've been sitting on for the longest time, and so I'm finally opening up Mechanic for Masterverse. Somewhere over there is a Grizzlor I think I need to open up.
That Grizzlor looks cool. I
Absolutely
got
loving
the.
this Plunderling Thanos.
They're super fun, right?
They are. They're a
Was that your first?
Yeah, I got this one yesterday delivered.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah,
This
they're
is
super
Captain
fun.
Ash, I think is what his name is.
Oh, look at that with the hat.
Yeah.
You play for Guns N' Roses?
The cool. I love the magnet on the head, man. It's such
Yeah.
a cool
That's
feature.
a really good way to do it.
Yeah.
Is the colorway like a? Am I seeing like a dark purple or dark blue?
It's like a really midnight blue color.
Those things are super fun.
I thought they had face plates like for the mouth, and it actually came with the 3 heads. I was blown away.
Yeah, I got one of the taller ones too, not the big muscly guys, but like the
Plunderlongs?
tall, skinny ones. The one with the peg leg and like the
Yeah.
wrenches, and he's got like goggles and stuff. I
Yeah,
like
those are
them
the
a lot.
plunder longs. They're cool.
I picked up some of these too.
What's that there?
The D&D
Oh,
cool.
minifigs. Yeah.
minifigs.
Did you from like a Target, Walmart?
Walmart.
Okay.
They
So you
actually
don't-
had them
you
at
have-
my Walmart. And I was like, oh wow! Like,
So you really have no idea what's in it. You're going blind.
I used the app, so I don't know if it worked right, but I wanted the Mind Flayer guy and the Bard and the Elf, and I think there might have been one other one. I was like, oh, one looks cool, but I already picked some up, so I got like a Tiefling and a Vampire, and they're fun. Like they're pretty cool.
Oh, they're great. They're great looking. I don't have any, but they look great.
Yeah, so I've been posting some pictures as my stories of these guys, and then like I'm doing like a bunch of Halloween stuff, but I don't want to post it yet. So if you want to look at my stories, you'll see like previews of stuff coming.
Sweet.
Got some fun shots.
You know, speaking of the wash you were talking about for AWOC, same with these guys, man. They just need a little bit of love. This guy is so
that
cool.
Masterverse. That's like
Yeah.
why I like what Bud does, because he brings out all that detail.
Yeah.
It's sculpted, it's just not shown.
Yep. And I'm loving all the new little tweaks that they've had to these bodies to make them move a little bit better.
I haven't got one for a while, but I've got a bunch on the way, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Which ones do you got?
The new Merman,
Amazing.
the Skeletor with the throne, and the battle armor Skeletor. I feel like and the Tila, the Ka sorceress Tila.
Yeah, she's cool. I mean, she's like, yeah, she's cool. I saw her in person. That's what I've been, kind of been waiting to see what they were like, and seen them in the wild. Let's grab them. Yeah, this line continues to impress me, especially seeing the evolution, and they're doing that new vintage subline, and I'm like, oh, curious where that goes.
I read earlier today another Evil Lyn. It's like, okay, I love Lyn, but come on.
Yeah. It's so much. That's my biggest concern about a lot of these. It's like I want to see a little bit more breadth. I want to see more characters. So yeah, I don't know. But then again, they got me for another merman. I thought I was like, I'm done. And then
that merman's so good though. Like it just looks so cool. Like it was like I have to have that one.
I'm so late on this line though. Like finally opening this, but still it's cool. A little like cool little additions, and
At least his neck goes, fairly decent long.
yeah, that's rad.
I know, I still like the one with the twist body and his head goes up. That was a pretty cool toy feature back in the day.
Body rolls. It's awesome.
Nice. What were you showing off there, Thanos?
Oh, just
Nice.
So did the app work for you?
yeah, it worked. That was one of the ones I wanted to get. That
What
was
are
the
you
one.
scanning? Oh, that's awesome. Is there a code on the back?
It's the show up,
Gotcha.
but it's that one, the little QR code or whatever, and it was kind of a pain to get to scan. But then once it actually did, it's like, okay, it's this one. So it's like, okay, cool.
I'm glad they're doing that, man. Before it was like they put these dots on. They didn't tell anyone. Of course, the community kind of put them out, and there were like these little raised dots that you could use. And then they got rid of those, and then it was just about feel and weight. The blind box thing is just whack. I'm sorry.
But I mean, if you just want some cool little tiny figures, just grab some boxes. All of them are good. Like, because I got like the dwarf.
It's just a dupe situation
barbarian.
that becomes a bummer if you get like a bunch of like the same one, and you're like,
I would spend hours with Luke standing in the Lego section feeling all the little baggies because he's like, Dad, look for a carrot. I'm like, oh my God, dude. And we go through,
I would have been frustrated if I couldn't like get like this one. I really wanted this one.
And now they're in cardboard boxes. That makes it even harder. So.
Well, at least it was like your kid was telling you what to do. With me and my kids, it was like, okay, kids, look for the carrot.
We always looked at the picture and figured out like what the determining,
Yep.
Accessory was.
Yep. You got it.
Yeah.
There's
But we
some
stand there for
you
like an
can look
hour
at
to the
the
point where it's like, holy cow, dude, I got to get the groceries.
you can look at the back of the package, and package usually has a code, and you can some of them you can kind of decipher what
A
items
while,
and what because of the code.
a while back, I had picked up little Harry Potter playsets. They're like super tiny. I don't have them. They're out in the other room. But there's like a little cottage and then like a couple of little like rooms. I guess they're like classrooms, but they look like little mini towers. These are going to look cool with those. I already done a couple. I did the vampire at the cottage with like the fireplace in the background. They look good. So these are going to be good.
Adam says he misses the field test and he thinks the app's cheating. So
I mean, making them blind.
but it's hard with the
brick.
It's hard with the box, right? You can't really feel with the box. So.
No. Yeah. But restate that.
The numbers are different. There's like a number on here because one of the other things I looked at, it's this number, but I was like, I don't want to remember like all that because it's a fairly long digit. But if you're just going for like no dupes, if you just make sure like the numbers are different, then you could do it that way, I guess.
But all of that wasn't in existence before, and I'm down for cheating, man. It's like I'm not because it especially they started $2.99, then they were $3.99. I think what are they $4.99 now, or are they $3.99?
I think they were $4.99.
They're $4.99 now.
Dude.
I think the last time I looked.
It's like I don't need to pay, like.
Yeah.
And keep getting the same ones. It's drag. And it's like, well, you can sell them. It's like, yeah, the amount of time that it would take. Like, my time is more than $5 an hour.
And if you find one you can sell that anybody else wants, that's
right.
There was only one of these in the entire box that I looked through, and it was like a mostly full box. So
exactly,
that's also kind of a bummer. Of course, maybe other people went around with the app and picked him out too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So Adam says a lot of them have the same production code number.
Oh, okay. I don't know. One of the things I was looking at said there was a number on here that you could differentiate, but I was like, I'll just use the scan.
It's probably a code you got to have, like a blue light reader or something, black light reader or something like that. One of those old red lenses you put up to your eyeball to see the special number.
It's like, why? I don't know. And I know like part of the logic is like, well, then people will buy more trying to look for the one they want. But like, is that the relationship you want with your customer? Because it's like, I don't know, whatever. It's a different thing. I think some people genuinely like find it thrilling. So I get that.
At a certain point of that, though, like you would just be like, I'm done buying these blind boxes altogether. So.
That's me. Yep. And instead,
it's like when Kayla was coming out with all those Disney Adorables or whatever they were, those blind boxes she was buying. It's like all those dupes. Yeah, you might grab a couple of rare ones, but damn, it's a lot of money just to hope you get a rare one.
Yeah. One of the blind things I buy are like the mini brands, just to have like a bucket of KFC, a Subway sub, pizza.
But that's something you could always use no matter what, right? It's like
you're
using it for a prop, really. It's not like a.
They have ones that have books too. I just saw those the other day at DD's. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool.
Thanos, was it you that took this guy and threw the armor on, or did we see somebody else do it on AWOC?
Endless Fables did it. And then I asked him how he did it. And then I did one similar.
Oops.
But what I ended up doing was just using the Beastman head and putting it on the AWOC body. It doesn't fit perfectly, but to get like a shot out of it, it works. So. But then I took all that armor and I put it on the White Samurai, and it looks really good. So
the White Samurai?
From Origins.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Adam knows all this stuff, but it sounds like he's cheating to me. Yep, see, even Terrence says so. That's cheating as a community.
I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't really do Lego very much. I just thought these were super cool. So the only other minifig I have are like some random ones because I wanted like characters in a shot. They're like dollar store knockoffs, and then I have the Thanos so that I could put them in or next to the Thanos copter. I have a copter that's like perfect that I need to repaint that the minifig sits in perfect. Just haven't gotten around to doing it.
Hey, look, there's a little paint chip there. I think I'm supposed to make an angry video about it, right?
I think
Always.
you need to scream about that.
You need to be outraged.
I'm done with Mattel.
How
Did you
how
chip it
dare
yourself, though?
I'm
how
never
dare a
buying
big
another
company
Motu
like
again.
that have chipped paint? All right, so I'm trying to catch back up on the chat here and see what I missed.
We've been keeping up already.
Let's see. Just looking at everything, seeing what was going on.
We've covered that Adam thinks using the codes for Legos is cheating, but he has his own cheat method, so that's acceptable. But he can't afford double, so that's why it's okay to cheat.
There you go. There you go. It's okay to cheat. So it took me a little bit longer than usual to get back, just because of the fact that I noticed I'd missed a call from my other uncle earlier, and apparently he got some mail from me. Lawyer letters. Oh boy.
Oh man. Oh no. That's not good.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll figure out what those legal troubles are later. That's a future Oz problem. By future Oz, I mean tomorrow. So that's the D&D.
That's awesome.
D&D minifigs.
Yeah,
Those are so
Is
cool.
that the Bard?
yeah, that's the Bard.
I couldn't tell if that was a loot in his hand or what that was.
Yeah, it's a little dark, but
Little mind flare action on that other one.
yeah, they're pretty fun. They're cool.
Yeah, it's
It's
funny.
great to see them.
These Origins heads fit perfectly on that AWOC peg. They're a little snug, but they work.
They fit on the Masterverse pegs too, which is crazy. That's why I think the Masterverse's heads, when they first came out, seemed a little small for the bodies.
Sorry, I got Beyonce in the brain.
Oh man. So everybody who's in the chat still, who ended up grabbing who ended up grabbing the Frankenstein's creature in the chat? We want to hear who picked it up. Also, Christine Mendoza, this was for you, Brick, says that Fleet on the Wall brings joy to my heart.
Yeah, me too. I love it so much, and I'm glad to hear that, Christine. I think I'm all about the shapes. That's what I love about a good Star Wars ship. It's got to give a great silhouette, and I love seeing it. Every one of them, man. I love it.
Damn.
All
From
right.
all over. You know what I mean? It's like it's from original trilogy. There's prequel stuff. There's sequel stuff. There's freaking Resistance, the cartoon stuff.
I don't think people give enough credit to how the prequel ships, like you could definitely see that evolution into what we were getting during the age of the Galactic Empire. Like I've always thought that was cool. I thought they did a great job of showing kind of like, okay, I see this one's going to end up becoming kind of like the TIE Fighter. I see this one's going to end up becoming like the X-Wing.
Yeah.
And
That
I
was the coolest
love
thing they
that
did
they
with
did
the
that.
Clone Trooper helmet too. I loved how it transitioned from episode 1 to episode 3. Then you could see how it would easily transition to episode 4.
Yeah, it's like those ILM guys know what they're doing. No, that their visual language is solid, man. They are awesome.
Yeah, they did a magnificent job with that.
I was on a walk before this. We were just kind of walking around getting some air and exercise with the kids, and
Good call.
we kind of take turns. And so the oldest was with me, and the whole time he was telling me about, hey, Papa, I just read the complete vehicles and blah blah. I'm breaking down like the history of Clone Wars ships and how they used to be cargo ships, and I was like, oh my god, this is so rad.
Nice.
Right. All right, we're getting some answers in here. I may just drop it as a poll later in the chat. I'm not inside, so I can't do it right now because I don't have my YouTube up. Can't do both on StreamYard easily. Matthew says he got one. John from the Collecting Brothers said he picked up a creature. Speaking Moistly, he went for an all-in this morning. Terrence St. John, he grabbed one. Jason's Electric saying he went after the question instead. He went Mezco.
Let's go.
Or not question. Sorry, I'm getting the question
The blank.
mixed with the blank. So
Mhm.
he went McFarlane the question instead.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, because McFarlane's
was that
handling the
hard to-
DC properties.
Was that hard to get, or like when he says he went for it, was that something that needed to
I
be
think it
pre-ordered?
just
or-
got released. So
Okay. Went hunting for
So
it.
for right now, might be a little difficult to get, but a couple of months might be easy.
Mm-hmm.
It is crazy. We went into one Target today just for a brief bit after we had got some lunch. Connor asked me to take him to a Hot Topic. I was like,
Oh.
"You're only 9. Why do you want to go to Hot Topic for? What's that Hot Topic?" And then I realized he's getting into the Funko Pops, and they got a lot of exclusive pops at Hot Topic. So he wanted to go check and see if they had any chases and stuff.
Yeah, like a giant wall.
I was at an antique store today, and one of the cases had Funko Pops in it, like tons of them. I was like, "Oh my god!"
They're not old enough to be antiques yet.
No.
Unlike some toys, I will say I do not believe Funko Pops belong in a museum. However, for a pop culture exhibit, they definitely belong in a museum. But yeah, but that Target, they had a whole bunch of like different gold label McFarlane stuff, and I was kind of like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's all figures that I wasn't really interested. I mean, I just don't collect DC for the most part. Although if I see that new Batman Beyond out there, I might grab that because that looks really awesome. I love that.
The green one?
No, this one's like black and it's got like the red wings with like a pop out action.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I kind of want to get that. So Rick's saying that he's saving money for repairs. An old truck looks good though. Hey man, totally get it. He's on the hunt for the Simpsons figures by Jax. Today I saw the family set that comes with all the Simpsons, and it comes with Snowball, comes with Santa's Little Helper, and then and not only does it have those, now you don't know which one's me and which one's Aaron.
Yeah. Oh, we were both in the dark now.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
I gotta love that armor and that whip from that Turtles of Grayskull Beast, man.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
Just playing around, obviously colors not a thing, but just kind of curious to see how things hang, and interesting. It's fun.
For sure.
I could see. I really love the mask. I even love the turtle shell thing. I could make that work.
Right? Turtle Shield? I think it's great. But yeah, they had the Jack Pacific, the whole family set, and then they also had the living room play set, which the exterior of, they made it look like the house, which I thought was a cool touch. Skelly did a great little video that he picked up that play set and was showing it off on the Skelevator channel. So that was really, really cool. It's just great to see Simpsons get some more love because it feels like it's been a while since we had some good Simpsons figures on the shelf.
The length of time since it's been on TV and in toy stores and stuff is just incredible.
Yeah. And I mean, these ones are smaller too. So if you just want to make like a small set, like you get the living room play set in that family pack, you're good to go. Or you can go for like some more of the in-depth characters too, because it looks like they're going to be getting around to doing a lot. Jason's Electric says the question was 75 on Evil Day.
Oh, damn.
Evil Day. Speaking Moistly's asking, what is Hot Topic? Well, Hot Topic.
Goth and emo tweeners, right?
Yeah.
Used to be amazing in the early
I guess.
2000s.
Think
Yeah.
Spencer's Gifts, only if it was edgy and emo.
Yeah, there you go.
Like I used to shop
I'm not
there.
gonna lie, I spent a lot of time in Hot Topic when I was younger. So.
Oh, dude, I pretty much exclusively bought clothes from Hot Topic for a couple of years.
You know that's beginning to explain a lot. I am understanding you gentlemen a lot more now.
If I could
Nobody
fill
else
in,
had
fill in
frilly
the
shirts.
blanks, who was it? Was it Richard? Oh, yeah, he already got it. It's a mall store. Yeah, he got it. It was like rock shirts, and then a ton. Nowadays, it's like I don't.
It started off as a music store, and then it became more the culture behind the music.
I don't know if this is a regional thing. I don't know if it's the same in your area, but here it's definitely largely like a spot for anime stuff too. Like a ton of
It can be, yeah.
Anime, properties, T-shirts, dolls, stuffies, like anything you can think of. They've got.
Yeah, they've got a lot of that stuff at ours too now. You know, And it's basically just an alternative store, basically, kind of thing, and it's cool. But back in the day, you couldn't get puffy Victorian shirts anywhere except Hot Topic, so I had to get them from there.
There's the image,
Pictures, or it didn't
kids.
happen.
Oz in a puffy Victorian shirt.
I was
Yay,
gonna
man! I
say,
made them look good.
Were you bringing out your inner prince? Is that what that was?
Hey,
Especially
that
back
man
then when he
had
probably had his super long hair.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is definitely
Just
when I
letting
had the
that
long
blow in
hair.
the wind with the puffy shirt.
The chest a little
Yeah, his,
bare.
like, leg
Or,
closed up
or
on
was
the
that
rock.
your inner Lestat? Is that what that was?
A little bit.
Okay.
So, there's a big pirate phase, you know. Walked
Get you
around
some-
like Pirate Steve.
Get you some frilly cravats. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dave Stabetchin said he's putting money aside for the potential Ghostbusters HasLab being announced in October. So it passed. Understandable, man, right? We got to pick and choose what we're going after and what means the most. And sometimes a $70 figure on a whim is not it.
Yeah.
So, Dave, are you also sort of under the impression it's going to be an Ecto 1? Is that what you're looking at? And are you thinking it's a what scale? That's just curious.
There you go. That'd be great to see. Terrence is asking, what part of the country is Jason's Electric in? If he wants to let you know, he will, but he said he got it on Evil Day for $75. So I don't know. He didn't get it in store. You didn't get it in store, brother. Hot Topic
that,
Mall stores, like rock shirts.
or was he talking to Speaking Moistly, who was asking about what the hot topic?
Evil Bay is a complicated relationship. It's like the
Yeah.
most complicated relationship you have as a toy collector.
Oh, man. So John's asking if anybody had seen the OG Return of the Jedi Lando in disguise in the red and black box, 76 numbered. So this is Black Series. Show up at Ross. Absolutely wild.
Yeah,
I didn't
saw that
realize.
the other day.
I didn't realize that they still had those ones because they don't do the black. They haven't done the black and red box for a while now.
Yeah.
Well, those are the ones that
Sometimes
sat at
Ross-
Walmart
yeah.
forever.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously Walmart clearance them out finally and sold through whatever they had in their warehouse.
Punk just picked
Dumped
one
it.
up, though, the carded one, though.
Yeah. The carded one you can find.
Yeah, he's still available in store. That's the worst part about it, right? Like, if they had all those still in the black and red box sitting in the store for when they first came out or sitting in their warehouse somewhere, and now you get a carded version of the same figure all these
Well,
years
I don't know why
later.
Hasbro did that.
Still
They
not
had
selling.
Lando in disguise in the box, and then they put Lando on a card.
Yeah, shortly
Because
after.
it's the archive, right?
Well,
like
I
they
understand
go
why I
archive,
understand
but
the packaging part of it, but it's like,
here's the
well,
thing:
Lando
he
wasn't
was
selling in a box. Why would you stick him on
Yeah.
a card?
Exactly.
right. Like he's still kind of available, guys. I don't
Yeah.
think you need to reissue him from the archives yet. I don't think anybody was saying we crave more of this figure at the time.
Right. I like that.
What
I like that
probably
figure.
happened is they overproduced the Black Series ones, and rather than eat it, they just recarded them.
More than likely.
Right.
I've always wondered about that. I've wondered that too, Aaron. I wonder, do people actually do that, and how much does that save you, or is that expensive? Because you got now the labor to open those all up, right?
Right.
Well, they
And
probably didn't have to.
repackage them.
Probably didn't have to open them all up. They were probably all stored in crates at the damn factory. They were
Well, you
Yeah,
think
if
it
they were
had
just pinned in a
assembled,
factory or
but-
something.
Yeah.
They did Lando dirty. Box, retro, and then the archive.
Yep.
Yeah. And that was exactly what it was because that figure just does not sell, which is crazy. Like, I know when
But I
I was
think it
getting
was
Power of the Force, I always used them.
It was the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, though. When that
That's
one hit.
true,
So
too.
It was probably just one of those figures that they were like.
We
oh,
still
it's the
got a
40th.
bunch of these.
Yeah,
Try to get them back out there and see if people will buy them with a 40th anniversary card. Like, look, man, if your hottest selling Boba Fett figure isn't selling well on an anniversary card,
It's because
that
Boba
version
Fett
of
is $10 more than every other
That's
figure.
what I was
even though
gonna
it
say.
has the
Like
same
jack
damn
his
accessories.
price.
it's just $10 more, and everybody just bought the deluxe boxed version of them the year before.
Right.
Mhm.
It's the same exact figure. Which one you holding up here? Oh, shoot, Ed already. Now, okay, Ed, you take control. I can't do this from my phone.
I'm assuming it's a little druid.
Yeah, Drew.
It's got like
Yeah.
a plant staff and some horns.
Little dryad going on there. Cool.
He's cool. All these are fun. Like they're all like fun. So like I said, if you buy a couple boxes, like if you just want little guys.
Yeah.
Usually not something I would buy, but just seeing them,
They're
they
cool.
look like fun, and they're pretty photogenic. Like it's actually
They're-
kind of fun to shoot little minifigs.
But you could always like put them with your plunderlings, like they're the plunderlings toys. So Dave is saying it's going to be an Ecto 1 or 1A, and he's thinking Plasma Series, even though they haven't made any new Plasma Series figures in a year and a half. But it's going to be a hard sell. And they already have an Ecto 1 for the 3.75 scale, right? Like they've already got that out. So there's no point to do a HasLab for a 1/18 scale.
If they did like the whole team,
Maybe it'll be
the vehicle as like updated new versions, they could make like a really nice set of them. I'm sure people would buy it.
Mezco did a really nice set of the Ghostbusters
Yeah.
one, so that'd be perfect for a nice upgraded Ecto 1.
And the teaser that they did was definitely like, you know, because I knew some people were like throwing out like, ooh, what if it's the Firehouse for Plasma Series? And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. 6 foot
Right.
tall building. Yep.
Yeah. Like I don't see that really happening, but you know, the hint that they added with it is what tells me it's not going to be that, because you know it was totally leaning towards a vehicle. They had a wheel, and that's Ecto 1, right? Like we're not even talking like an Ecto 2 or 3, you know. And again, I'm listing those as in the Kenner Ecto 2 and 3, not the movie Ecto 2. I mean, right? We definitely wish it would be, but we just know that that's not going to be a thing that they will chance.
They could do it for the 3 3/4 inch. I mean, that wouldn't be that big.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, they could definitely
For
do
the
it for that.
Firehouse.
That'd be the
Yeah.
same scale as like some of the Star Wars stuff they've done, but
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
1/12 scale, Jesus, that building would be gigantic.
I
When
can
the
see them.
Mondo stuff comes out, if that like blows up, they could build a Firehouse that would be like nice for the Mondo set.
Hey, man, and that's 1/12, like not 1/6. So you know, just saying, Mondo could do it. Maybe Super 7 will take
Yeah.
a crack at it because they seem to be the only ones willing to try.
Mondo could do it, but how you want to give up a kidney for it?
I'm just saying,
Super 7 is
if
fine.
Hasbro did it in that scale around those times, if the figures did well,
Yeah.
it would sell.
Look, I got 2 kidneys. I could possibly do it.
Why are you bragging?
Because I know you only got that one, bud.
Later to find out how many kidneys were.
There we
That's
go.
a big brick.
Dave straight up 3D printing a Firehouse. And 1/18 scale Firehouse is so doable.
Yeah.
Shoot, Ed, you got to control it. Get Brick back and make it big.
I think he was muted. I think he was trying to say something.
I was muted. My bad.
I was
No,
trying
I
to
was
pull
just
you
gonna
up
say-
for full screen.
This figure is really cool, and I was gonna just basically gobble them up for parts, but I don't know. It's kind of a cool, like little dwarfy kind of thing. I would love to give him a wash too, and kind of make him fit a little bit more of the style of my stuff. But do you guys have him? And is that what this is meant to be? Were these two supposed to be connected?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can.
Ever since the original Ram Man toy,
Mhm.
like, okay, so the double-sided axe at the bottom, that came originally with like Keldor, not Keldor. What's his name now? Shoot, the
Koldar.
first guy. Yes, Koldar. Thank you. They had it come with him. They packaged it in next with Ram Man, and they made the other axe fit into it, kind of thing. Then they've re-released that axe with Grizzlor. They gave it to him for some reason, and then they fit it in with oh shoot, who else did they? I don't know. They've given that other axe now to like 3 or 4 different figures. Reptilax, that's the axe he comes with, but in green.
Mm.
And like, I get that they like to reuse a lot of the same weapons, but I was like, man, would y'all just give us another axe?
But this was, I remember, this is the old school vintage style.
Yeah,
right?
that's the one that came with the original Ram Man. Yeah, yeah.
This is such- I like this newish body. A little thicker, and for Origins, and he actually kind of looks like a
He
cool
is.
squat, like
The helmet's
dwarfy
dope.
characters. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he's a great figure.
And that's the thing too. Like Ram Man, again, their intention for him was actually supposed to be bigger than He-Man, but they kind of like Filmation turned him into a dwarf.
Right.
But
right.
it works.
Yeah.
It works well.
Bring that
And I've
sword
always
back,
liked he had
Thanos.
those bigger arms.
Man, that sword
Oh,
is
man.
gigantic. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show off is how big that sword actually is. Like,
Yeah, it's massive, but it looks good.
Excuse me, sir. You got a big sword.
Now,
That's how Rabbit reproduced so much, Thanos, because he got big swords.
Is he gonna be fighting your Blade Master Wang?
I don't know. I might pair them off against each other. I was thinking maybe the Blade Master Orc would be a good.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those two
Yeah,
fighting.
both of them fight the orc.
Yeah.
Rick saying Rabbit guy looking good, too human though. Just too human for his tastes.
It's all right.
I get it, man. When you go towards the anthropomorphic, sometimes they can look a little too human and not animal enough.
He really doesn't though. Like in the legs, like they really got.
Oh
the-
yeah, look at that tardigrade.
His face isn't that. I mean, I don't know. Show his face close up, Thanos. Let me see that.
You can never get anything to focus. Is the real problem.
That's good right there. Yeah, I guess it is kind of.
It is. It's got a lot of human characteristics, but I think that's why I liked it. Like he just looked different. So
Yeah.
I like him though. I really like him.
his sword is just crazy though. Like,
That thing is gigantic. Holy.
yeah,
But
it's awesome.
that's like my Plunderling sword. That sword is taller than the guy with his hat on.
Does it have a sheath, Thanos?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
sheaths on the back for his small and water.
Does it drag on? Would it drag on the ground? Because it looks like it's as tall as he is almost.
Well,
Yeah.
they mount like sideways,
Okay.
kind of.
He ain't walking through a regular doorway, that's for sure.
No, he ain't. But
He's standing sideways.
He's awesome looking though. Damn.
There's a photo for you, Thanos. Him standing stuck in the doorway.
trying to get through a door. Yeah, that'd be good.
So Mattson saying, love my Jackson, Usagi Yojimbo, and Bucky O'Hare. Usagi is one of my favorite comic characters ever. That's what I was saying before, man. Like, he's such a rad dude. Again, found him through Ninja Turtles, through the Playmates toys. Found out he was like his own thing, and I was like, that's great. And I remember as a kid, like having the toy of Usagi Yojimbo and always teaming him up with that panda that they had back in the day, that samurai panda. Those two were like best friends in my little toy world.
Oh yeah, he'll probably hang out with the Panda Brothers and those come in too.
Christine Mendoza mentioning, I like it. The rabbit looks like it's from a Guillermo del Toro movie.
It
Yeah,
does.
there you go.
Oh yeah.
That's
Got
that's
that.
totally what Maestro Union's aesthetic. That's a great
Reminds you.
call.
Yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it, looking at all their previous stuff and thinking about how that looks, it's like, you know what? Yeah, I definitely see that influence, that Del Toro-ness of it all. And Jackson rocks.
Mixed with like early '90s or late '90s McFarlane figures.
I was going to say definitely more late 90s,
Yeah.
except they can actually move. Todd C has joined us, folks, saying, hey, all again. That's right. We're actually, normally everybody expects us to be late. And tonight we were, an hour and 15 minutes early.
Oh,
Wow.
I haven't even looked. Are they still up?
Here's the sword, Thanos.
Oh yeah, cool. Man, I love Plunderlings. They're just like
cool.
so cool.
Yeah, this guy's so much fun.
Hey, Bud, are you sitting at your computer?
What do we want to look up?
Are we sure Bud is not unconscious?
Yeah.
He may be at this point. He may be unconscious. Ed, you want to pull up Store Horseman real quick and see if it's sold out? The all-ins at this point are probably sold out. Okay. It's still up.
They usually last a little bit on the second drop.
Yeah, the second drop, they last a while longer. It's that first rush in the morning. Everybody rushes to get it, which is funny because, again, like, they're waiting for Brick to pull the trigger on the all-in.
If anything, it would be two more. Just-
Got to be two more. You got to build your little Arby.
Brick, did you end up ordering
checking it
Zod?
out. No. So with the Zod, can you order it domestically, or do you have to get it through a company that'll import
I got it through BBTS. They're a little bit cheaper if you go through one of the other sites, but then like the shipping, like I never know what they mean by their shipping. I'm like, I'll just pay a little bit more and get it from BBTS.
So how much total for
It was
Zod?
like 120, maybe 129, and then like a $13
man.
deposit.
But you put his armor on the Thunder Punch He-Man? Oh, that's rad. It fit over top of it?
No, I had to take off the Thunder armor.
Okay.
The Thunder Punch armor, but he's got his arm.
Yeah, his little arm braces.
And this is like huge. He looks like a Santa cheerleader kind of thing.
I was gonna say he's rocking a little schoolgirl outfit there almost in a way.
Am
What
I
are him
missing
and Celia getting up
something
to?
for the back?
Hold on.
Is there like something that goes in that?
Bud would know. Bud has the figures. That might just be where you can store both of the axes. Well,
Yeah.
I'd really only see you getting one of the axes.
Just for the axes.
Actually, no. So you put it in like when you were holding earlier, where it was like plugged into the top and the bottom.
Okay,
Of
so one
Do
here
that,
and
put
hanging
back
on the
there.
other.
Doorclair
Yeah,
just shared a new picture of
Connect them together.
Awesome. Thanks, Bud. Bud.
You guys see that?
Yeah. Brick was showing out a little bit earlier, man. Putting that head on there.
That was actually the first thing I thought of when I saw the body. I was like, I
It
bet you
looks
that
so
head
good
would
with
look
the
good on there.
shackles on there and everything.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, the Zod was 129, which is expensive, but I'm like I said, I'm
Nobody else is touching them though, right? Like, what are you gonna do?
I
So
don't know, man. I'm like more Frankenstein creatures, that Zod, or Gun Girl by V-Toys. Is it V-Toys? No, sorry, Romanki.
Romanki, yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
I'm such a sucker for Berserk that I'm like, yeah, I'll pay
for
it.
sure. That's
Again.
that's your IP, man. That's great.
I was
And-
kind of digging that 1,000 Toys Hellboy, but I was like, yeah, $130. I don't think so.
right.
But if Hellboy was like your dude, like,
Yep.
then
It's
Yeah,
that's
get
one
that
of those
Hellboy.
things that I really, really enjoy Mignola's comics, but I cannot bring myself to spend $130 on that figure.
For sure.
Great, man. You're the sickness has not fully taken over you. I'm proud of you. I wish I too could.
reality has crashed in.
That too.
significantly,
Sure,
so.
sure.
Right.
Stupid
So-
reality.
Adam is asking here if has anyone seen the Battle Armor He-Man showing up at a discount yet? I really got to say, first off, which Battle Armor He-Man are we talking about? Are we talking
Stuck in the newer one.
the newer one? Okay,
The same
no.
wave as Mechanic.
Yeah,
and-
no,
and
haven't
no.
seen that.
And
I
they're
keep
less,
seeing that
they're
guy
less
on the
often.
shelf though.
I haven't seen as many Masterverse figures as I used to see.
No, I
It
don't
seems to
see
be
them
like
nearly
maybe
as
they
much.
adjusted their quantities so they're not
Exactly.
They
Yeah,
slowed
man.
down and then they're starting to come back with like stuff
Well,
now.
And here's
But
the
I've
funny
seen like
thing for
really,
me.
really, really old ones coming back, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it seems
I'm
like they found some old stuff somewhere.
Jitsu
Yeah.
and Sunman, even
Yep.
Andra, like I see sometimes still.
Yeah, Andra just started coming out again. It was like they finally cleared out all the old Andra that was sitting on the shelves, the Andra and the Fistos, because we had a bunch of Fistos still hanging around on the shelves. And I was like, I'm just going to wait for the new Eternia one. I'm not going to buy this one. Andra,
I could use a
did
new
get.
Fisto. I'm not gonna lie. Mine is like he's so loose, like because I used him
He's-
so much for so long.
I was going to say, he's done a lot of work.
Yeah.
I really
But-
love this new body though, and I will say I just feel like I'm not seeing them discounting in the same way they used to.
No, definitely. I have not seen Masterverse. Like even the newer waves that we have gotten have not made it to clearance like the older waves did. Like they'll sit there on the shelves for a couple weeks and then eventually they will disappear. And then, like I said, now it's like I'm seeing older waves coming back in. I haven't seen any of the newer waves yet. I did see one leech a couple weeks ago and I thought about it, but I was like, And now I'm like, maybe I should have. But then I'm like, no.
Yeah. I've seen the
It-
Leech and the Cyclone, and I was tempted, and I was like, no.
Cyclone
No.
looks really good.
Aren't those essentially the current ones, or no?
Yeah,
I guess
like
it would be the.
The
It is?
last wave, right?
The last
Oh,
wave.
no. Yeah, because the current wave is the Green
current.
Goddess, and right, yeah, that's the current wave.
That's the one before. And then this wave is prior to that, and that's the one he's looking for.
Right, right. Yeah, that was the wave that came out just before. I did not really see that one hit the shelves at all here. Again, it's been weird. I've got so many retailers, but I never seem to see any of the newer Masters of the Universe stuff ever. Yeah,
I don't
Like
think
I
I've,
said, it
I
kinda
don't think
slowed
I've
down
seen
here,
very
but I've
many of
seen
the
it
Turtles of
again.
Grayskull at all. I mean, I think I saw that first wave, and then after
First
that,
one?
I don't think the very first wave they did. That was the last time that I've seen any of them in any of the stores in my area.
Yep. First wave was the only one that I've really seen. I did not see the second wave come out. No, I don't want to say that because I do believe. Did I see a Michelangelo? No.
I've seen them, but they don't last very long. And the only thing that I'm seeing right now over here is Splinter.
Yeah, I see
I've
Splinter
yet
and
to
then
see a
Stranger
Splinter.
Things 2-pack are like the most consistent at the Targets around here.
Yeah, I've not seen Splitter at all yet. I did finally see the Adam and Cringer 2-pack at one of our stores. So that was kind of cool. I do want to pick it up. It's just low man on the totem pole because, like I said, I've really pulled back from Origins. This is the most Origins I've gotten all year. Most of it was from Lawrence. I did get that Turtles of Grayskull Moss Man because he was just too cool not to get. And I got the Turtles of Grayskull Hordak. Yeah, you know what? I did see Mikey, but it wasn't at a retail store, like a retail store. It was at Random Treasures. That's where I seen it.
Random treasure.
90 to 454 SS dropping in the chat. First time I've seen you, says hello. What's going on?
Hello.
90 to 45 fours. Is that fours? 4 SS? I don't know.
No idea.
But welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining the clubhouse. Man, it's been a long day. Part of it is like I was up late last night and, was enjoying doing the having done Let's Go Off-World. Always fun hanging out with those guys. That show is definitely more mythic centric and, we go over a lot of pop culture stuff. So that was cool. I think it was the first time I've seen them do a This Week in Theater. And we were all kind of like, I don't know that I'd go back and watch any of these in theater again. Like it was pretty rough. But it was, I did end up seeing 3 of those movies in theaters when they were in theater. I will say that. That's why I'm saying I don't know that I would roll back the clock and go see any of them in theater again. It was Crank was one of them. And that was the one I picked because out of all of the movies that they had, that was one of the ones that I'd probably go see. Okay. He's saying 1990 454 SS is his Chevy pickup. Got it. Rare pickup, not many made in 1990.
Okay.
And now it makes sense. I get it. And I'm looking on my phone here and I see the small picture of that. A hot tip. Marge and Maggie are rare plush figures. Talking about the it's got to be talking about the Simpsons. They're plush.
They have plush, and then they have a 5-inch and then they have a 2-inch. The
Okay.
plush look exactly like those old Burger King ones you could get back in the day.
Oh, cool. All right, good to know. If I see those, I might have to pick them up. Not that I buy stuff for value, but just because I could be like, I got these rare figs. I don't know why. Terror looks so good. Can't wait till he comes in.
Oz is gonna stand on the corner and open his jacket. He's looking for some figs.
I got that shit you need. I'm gonna open up my puffy shirt. Open up the chest part a little bit and show people like I got that shit you need.
This guy's such a weirdo.
Right? Like such a weird random collection of parts, like mosquito legs, trap jaw arm, friggin' neck from Ratlore, and then the head of Whiplash. Like, woo, you know, Frankenstein's creature, right?
Yeah.
That was the idea with him, was to,
Isn't he like a shapeshifter also?
yeah, he's like some
I
kind of,
don't know anything about him.
he's not exactly like a snake man's, like the typical snake man. He's like some kind of alien shapeshifter from the bio.
You know what they forgot though was the belt to hang the trapjaw accessories on.
Oh man, yeah, that's a good point. Well, if you get the mini comic one, that might fit well with his color scheme.
Yeah, the silver belt might look kind of cool.
Or you could always just try to get the jacket piece from Kronos and put him on his back. Because he had the stuff on the back, and nobody really cares about that figure.
Yeah, I've already cannibalized a couple of his pieces though for other stuff.
All right, Christine is saying, I picked up a Masterverse He-Man as a one-off and really liked it. Might need to get a few more. Which one of the Masterverse He-Men did you get? Because there's a couple. Was it
That's what I was gonna ask.
Revelation?
Yeah.
40th anniversary. 40th anniversary, I really liked. The only thing I didn't care for was the paint job on the head. He was like blushing too much or whatever. I don't
The
know.
cartoon figure head on that body is a great.
Works real good.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
really, really good.
Shoot, I don't
Huh.
have a cartoon figure. All right,
If you
hang on a
I'm
I'm really
second.
impressed by this guy, and I'm blocking his head because the original head is not very impressive in my opinion.
Is that the faker head recolored?
Yeah, I have him.
I'm not. It's really hit or miss. Like, it's a great sculpt, but it really comes down to the paint app with
Yeah.
that one.
So I use this one, but
I wonder
think
if
it's
Christine
cool.
got the new Eternia He-Man, because that was a good one.
Yeah.
Like that first new Eternia He-Man, I still like that one. That's one of my favorite Masterverse.
I think Battle Armor is the one that I like the most, and that's just because of the beard and the
Yeah, the new Eternia Battle Armor, I did like that one a lot too. Never managed to
Kind of
pick him up though.
like
He ghosted me.
All right, guys. I am actually the fam and I are gonna go watch something on the television.
All right,
Oh.
brother.
Yeah, I forgot to mention. Oh no, I think we talked about it in the chat, but yeah, we had a blast. I was showing.
I mean,
those
I have
kids,
the
those '70s TV shows, like the Sid and Marty Krofft stuff.
Yeah. Oh
I wish
man,
I filmed it because the kids' reaction was perfect.
I'm sure. I am sure. Oh wow.
Man. Anyways, I gotta run, but cool to hang out.
Anytime, brother. Well, look, if you're still up after catching some shows with the kids, you're welcome to come back.
We'll do. All right, good night, guys.
Take care, brother. Have a good
later,
one.
Later,
maybe jump back. Bye.
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm going to sign off to go in the house, and then I will come back on here in a few minutes. Got to eat
All
some
right.
dinner.
See you soon.
See you soon,
Later.
Payne. Honryu says, so I have 5 Walmarts around me. Only one sells any Motu Origins, Masterverse, or Turtles of Grayskull. I have to rely on Target or Amazon. Man, it's the same way around here. None of my Walmarts carry it anymore. It's only the Targets. And the Targets were getting in pretty decent stock for a while. Just lately, they haven't been. They've never been good on Origins, but they used to be doing really good, at least on Masterverse. And now, like I said, all I'm finding is the older stuff. That Muhammad Ali is great.
I never see these guys. I just happen to be at a Walmart that's like on a part of town I never go to while I was waiting for something. And I was like, I'm going to run in real quick. And I saw him and the Captain Lou Albano. So, too much plastic.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick these guys up.
I like that they put the paint detail for the rubber bands in his cheek. I always thought that was cool. Rick saying he got He-Man and made him into an orc custom. Well, there you go. And Christine saying she got the Masterverse Revelations He-Man. It's not a bad fig. I wasn't a big fan of for the head sculpt. I'm really off about my He-Man head sculpts.
You might be talking about the new one, the battle armor did it have the battle armor and the harness?
Right, yeah. If it's got the battle armor one, that one's a lot better. I really, really like that one a lot more. I'm a much bigger fan of that newer one than I was of the last one. I still want to see them do that, like that big powered up version that we got at the very end of Revolution.
Yeah.
I want to see them do that one. That one
I
looked
still
cool.
want like all the versions of Tila. Like we
Yeah,
got the Ka and we got the like regular, but I want to see like all the versions.
right. Yeah, I've still got that version 2 of Tila from Revelations, and she's a great figure. Honestly, I like putting her head sculpts on the Origins ones, but the skin tones don't match up so well. So is he going to replace Fisto for Fisto Fridays?
No, I just thought I might have fun with the figure. You know.
Definitely. Nah, he's great, man. You know, and it's a really cool figure. How many times are you going to get an Origins style Muhammad Ali, right? You're just not. So if you see this guy, pick him up.
And if
You
nothing
know,
else, they can use the boxing gloves like for other characters
right?
too. Like,
And you know what one of the worst things is too is like when they had the Mr. T out, I did see the WWE Superstars Mr. T, but I want the WW Masters of the WWE Universe Mr. T. I want that one more. Oh, she says no, it's the old one because she got it at a great price. Okay, totally cool. Yeah. I mean, and that's one of the cool things too, was like a lot of that stuff was going on clearance pretty well. So it wasn't hard to pick them up at all. They were great. I know I got that Orko and Savage He-Man 2-pack like super cheap because of you know, it going on clearance. I bought a lot of the Masterverse Revelation stuff because it was on clearance. Like I got the Andra figure, and honestly, I just liked it. You know, it was so different from anything else that I had, you know, in my collection.
I was just happy for like a new He-Man character. I was like, oh, okay, cool, new character. I can buy this toy.
Yep. Yeah, it's not often we're getting a lot of new stuff with He-Man, right?
Get some pointing hands with him too.
Oh, nice.
Like,
Nice.
yeah.
And Man Collect saying Ali figure is great. That was a hard one to find in my area. So yeah,
The trick was don't go looking for him because I just I'd given up on this line like in general. There's a few that I wanted.
I still want to get the Papa Chongo.
I got that one. That was back when I actually saw them in stores. I wanted to get the cop. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to get a couple of the cops just as like I could.
Oh, Big Boss Man. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know, how often are you gonna have a cop, right?
Just for 20 pictures.
Yep. And his shades come off too, don't they? Like his sunglasses.
I don't know. I've never actually seen him.
Todd C is saying he wants Tachanka. Yeah, when he comes out, I want him just because I don't have enough Native American looking figures, like any, in my collection, and I kind of want one. Right? It was one of the reasons I was really excited about the Legends of Dragonor. That wave is that one's wave 2.
That one's wave 2. Yeah.
Right, because we had the wave 1, the wave 1.5 with the color variants, and then it's wave 2. Yeah, I want like he is so good.
Might come in between that wave because that wave's not supposed to come out until like I think March of next year.
It's supposed to be after the Dragons. The Dragons are supposed to come first, from what I remember, from their launch plan, which is still great, and I want those.
Well, I think it's just the red one, and they're going to space the other ones out or something.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So Anryu saying he saw Tatanka yesterday. Amazing. And Man Collect saying Boss Man shades are removable. So see, that's a great prop to have too for a lot of figures. Just popping sunglasses on them.
You got the, I don't really know, but a breakable like gold record.
Okay. Gotta have that gold record.
With it.
Yeah. Right. Todd's mentioning that damn superstars are hard for me. I got people doing inside jobs for them. Yeah, like I had the second wave out for the longest time, and I'm mad I never grabbed that Undertaker because I definitely want to get that cane. Like, I've got the cane from the Masters of the WWE Universe, but I want the cane more from Superstars. And I don't even care that he comes with the stupid little cape he only ever wore once. Kane was always like, Undertaker was my favorite. And then when Kane came out, like when he was debuted, like he became my boy for a long time. And then seeing the Brothers of Destruction together, they were definitely my favorite tag team. I was just watching 6 Feet Under, which is a Undertaker podcast. And they were talking about like the history, the rise and fall of the Brothers of Destruction. They brought Kane on and they were talking to him both about it. And they bring up a good point. It was like they were such a destructive force as a tag team. And in that time, like if they were to constantly, like if they were to give them the belt, like who could believably beat them without some type of handicap, right? And it's true, who could? Because they were devastating themselves enough by them, on their own in singles matches. Now you team the two of them up, who's really going to stop them? And that was when we saw like they teamed Big Show up with like another big guy, Godfather and stuff like that to try and take them on. It's like, yeah, because that's really all you could do believably is find two other big guys, Big Show, of course, being bigger than both of them, and then being like, all right, these two are going to be the ones to take it. But then who do you have take it from them?
Just keep passing it back and forth.
Right? Yeah. So it was hard to really write them, hard to write them good storylines that could really pan out as a tag team because they were such a dominating force. But it was great to watch them, though. Great to watch the two of them in action. Yeah, when you got
opened up all my toys.
We haven't even got to like 10 o'clock yet. You've already spent your load. After this cigarette, I'll probably go and start opening mine.
Huh?
Is that one figure Lou Albano?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Big Show and Brock would have been a team that I could believe. I love it, man. Like, when I saw him coming out, I was like, all right, now they need to do the natural disasters. And then they did, like the very next wave, both of them.
Yeah.
But I could never find them.
I just wanted them for like picks with Mario. Like, I thought it would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you know what the worst part is? And I made this mistake as a hunter. Like, I was trying to go out and find all three of them in like one store. And in one day, I did come across like one store had Lou Albano. And it was like, but I don't want to get them without the other two. And then the next store we went to had Typhoon. And then the next store we went to had Earthquake. I was like, son of a bitch, if I just went one at a time and picked them up, one from each store, I would have had them.
Yeah. You should have, like, honestly, if you see one you want, especially those, grab them. Because, like, I never see them stick around. The only one still, like, I see is Roddy Piper and Hogan from a while back. But
well, shoot. Yeah.
Very much.
The only one that I can find now in store is the new Hogan. And actually, like the first couple weeks in, I did find several of the Chase ones with the blue trunks and not the red. But of course, naturally, those went quick, which is how I can tell it's all scalpers, shopping for these things because they're only going for the Chase figures. They're leaving the rest of them.
I ran into a guy at a thrift shop the other day, and he was like eyeing over the toys and stuff, and that's what he's doing is looking for anything valuable. I was like, God damn, we got one of these in the town. I live in a small town. We don't need scalpers in this town. Come on.
Right? And you hate it because, like, when you see them, you feel icky too, right? And it's funny because I know they're looking at me thinking like, oh, that guy's like my competition. Like, dude, I'm only your competition because I want the shit for myself. Like, I'm not being the dick who's going out and buying it all so I could sell it at a higher price. Oh, I was just going to bring it up, Ed. Yep. Man Collect says the new Kurt Angle is everywhere here. Some stores have had like 6 of them, but not a lot of Boss Man and Tatanka. Well, yeah. I got to tell you, too.
I haven't seen anything other than those two. Like I said, I just happened to randomly go to a Walmart I never go to, and they were there.
I found one Mankind and I grabbed him because I love Mankind. We had like the first wave that came in, and that was there for a while. I was thinking about getting them, but the only one that I really wanted out of the first wave was the NWO Hogan. And I only wanted him because I wanted to go get more of the Randy Savages that were kind of like clearancing out at the time from the masters of the WWE universe and build the HWO. Because like they'd released Macho Man as like a heroic character, and then they had him do a heel turn in that, and they re-released him with a Horde, like white Horde armor, and he was, you know, HWO, the Horde World Order. And I thought, oh, cool, we're going to get a Hogan, and we're going to get a Nash, and we're going to get a Scott Hall. But then they canceled the line, so we never did. But then I was like, ooh, you know, when they launched that line, here's Hollywood Hulk Hogan, which is the version of him for the NWO. And I'm like, cool, now I'll go grab this, and never could get it, another HWO at the clearance price. Because if I was buying a second one, I didn't want to pay full price for it again, you know, just to do a swap of a head.
Yeah, they were super cheap on the Walmart website for a while too.
They were, and
seemed like Marshalls a lot, but
yeah, well, eventually they just kind of ran dry, and that was around the time that we were starting to get. Because at first the Hulk Hogan was the hard one to find because a lot of people were snatching him up because it's Hogan, and then like as time went on, Hulk Hogan was everywhere, but now I couldn't find, you know, the Randy Savages anymore, so it just didn't line up for me. And again, it was like I got to buy $20 for the one figure, and you know, alone, just so I can buy another figure to customize them, which is why I wasn't trying to pay full price, but I couldn't find the clearances anymore because they kind of sold out at that point.
yeah.
Even at like Random Treasures where they had them, they were still charging like full price for the Randy Savage, and I was like, nope, I'm not doing it.
The WWE attorney was weird because it was like it was a blip, but they made a ton of stuff, ton of really cool stuff. That
They
just never
pumped
saw
out
them, like go anywhere. Like,
well, that was the worst part too, because again, like at first, I was starting to see some of them come in. And I was like, cool, these are going to be pretty easy to find, but then they weren't. And then it was like, next thing I know, they're like 6 waves in, and I barely even found any of them.
yeah.
And then they were gone. I was like, shit.
Yeah, they made a lot of really cool figures in that line.
Oh man, the Ricky the Steamboat was amazing. Again, it was really cool seeing the cane. Hands down, my favorite, one of the hardest to find is the New Day. I will always say that
Manny
the New
Face.
Day was the Manny Faces, right? Because it was a 3-guy stable, and they made one figure for the whole stable because you just switch out the face sculpt. Like, it was so good. So good. Oh, man. And then just, you know, I loved that. I wanted that Sergeant Slaughter bad, just because I wanted to have Sergeant Slaughter with my Moto.
Yeah.
The Andre the Giant that came out for that, I definitely wanted him. Yeah, again, and Undertaker. I never saw Undertaker. Fortunately, our good friend John, figuratively speaking, managed to find one on eBay at a more reasonable price. He was like, you just got to watch them eBay auctions, man. Sometimes you can grab one. And I was like, I ain't got the time to watch the eBay auctions.
It's true, but more often you'll just get tempted or frustrated and be like, oh,
Right.
it's not too bad. And then you see it like for a while. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm tired of watching this stupid thing.
Yeah. So he managed to grab that for me. And then Bud and I, we grabbed, we got bamboozled by Kids Warehouse.
Mhm.
I got this guy for $10 off eBay. And
Well, that
I've
ain't
been
bad.
looking for a while for a cheap one. So
Right.
like it will pay off sometimes, but
Yeah. Bud and I got bamboozled.
I watch 100 figures for every one that I buy on eBay.
I watched Thundar and I still haven't seen one under like $200.
Yeah, I was going to say under
Everyone's
200.
under 100, but they're missing stuff. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, and really with a figure like that, you want the complete thing because you know just buying that one individual part will cost
need a
way more
sword.
than the rest of the figure.
I want to buy it in the box so I know it's not loose and
Right? So you know it has everything.
They just need to make a new set of
They
those.
do.
They do. That would be the best thing for everybody. So, I was saying, Bud and I got bamboozled by Kids Warehouse. So when they were releasing those Masters of the WWE Universe, the first Rey Mysterio figure that they came out with had the reverse colors of the pack and wings from
The true
Stratos. Yeah, they had like the original, the proper colors for it. So, and
I don't know
it
if
had the
that's right.
collar
Just
piece
that's my
too,
head.
didn't it?
Oh no.
No, that's right, because that was
piece
just
was
painted on. Yeah. But like, so we go to Kids Warehouse. They got it for like $8, which is super cheap because he's really expensive everywhere online. Because people wanted the alternate color wings and jetpack to go with their Stratos from Origins. So like everybody's trying to get that figure. I find it and I'm like, oh, this is great, Bud. So I go ahead and I order one. He comes in and Bud ordered one too, same night. He comes in and like we pay $8, so we're all excited. We open it up, and it was the second wave release of him, which had the same jetpack and wing color as the Stratos that was already available. And that really, really bummed me out because we were all excited to get this rare figure for like $8 and less than retail at that point. And nope. They bamboozled us because they had the one version pictured, but the one that they were selling was the other one. And I get it because they don't know.
Did you guys reach out to them and tell them like, hey, this is the wrong version you're advertising?
We did, because the very next, I remember I made that complaint, and then the very next week they had the updated picture with the proper Rey Mysterio on there. So
when
we
I
did.
ordered the Sinestro from Amazon, I got the Chase variant, and I was like, I did not want this version. I wanted the one that was
You wanted the
whole nother figure, and I set the other one to Ed. So
yeah, because the Sinestro that the Chase one was the superpower color one, right?
it was the green, and like the yellow was kind of starting to come out. It's like, no, I want yellow Lantern Sinestro.
Like you want full yellow Lantern.
Like if it would have been full green, I would have been okay with that too. But I don't want the in between. I want one or the other. Like mostly the yellow. Yellow is the one I want.
Hylian's mentioning, scalpers suck. I'm only missing Poison Ivy from the Batman and Robin wave from McFarlane, and it's going for hundreds on the secondary market. Jason's Electric saying Snake Goddess Tila is going crazy up. Yeah, she's skyrocketing. A lot of people want her.
Glad I already ordered her at regular price then.
Right? Yeah, be happy. Be happy you have. Nolan saying he picked up Scaphoid for 65 Canadian, which is great. And he grabbed a Thrace for Rey, which Thrace is just one of the best female figures for Mythic Legions.
She's one of the characters that I didn't pick up that I keep looking at. I'm like, should I get that figure? Should I get that figure?
And the answer is yes, you should, because she's great. She's got great spell effects.
I know, she's cool, but I already bought like 2 packs of those spell effects, and I got lots of other cool figures.
Okay, well, I can't blame you for that, but Thrace is worth it.
She does look good. Maybe eventually I'll pick her up, but
they like her so much they've already used her head sculpt on like 4 other figures.
Even like it's kind of like get a different version of her. I'm
you
really
just gotta find
looking forward to the Belulith. Like I think that's the figure I'm like most like. I want this figure already.
Yes, no, I totally agree with you on that. Belulith is going to be amazing. She was she was actually the first figure I pre-ordered from Store Horsemen. It was her because of that Chimera and all of her critters. And then I went back and got like the Undead Army Legion Builder. Then I got the Scaphoid, or not Scaphoid, Topiculi. Yeah, the big dude. And that was before I even fell in love with their bigger figures. I had to get the Bone Horse. I can't think of his name.
Phobos.
No, the bone one. Phobos is the vampire horse.
Right, vampire horse.
Which I still kind of want to get.
It's a good horse.
Yeah, and it's available in stock on Store Horseman right now, and I have no money to get it. C'est la vie. Got to pass on what I get.
Pay
You know,
somebody. Make a choice.
I want
I
to get a
can't
second horse
get it.
too. But
I can't get everything. I've already got 2 horses because of the headless horseman, and I've
I'm
still
looking
got to
forward-
remember I have to have room for the bear.
I did get this week.
Oh, what is
From
it?
Teledope.
yep, big. Hold on. Oh yeah, Stinger.
Okay.
And
Nice.
the box came in opened.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's good. Not
Yeah, luckily it's only got a small corner crush. It's not the end of the world for me. But man, it looked like UPS put that through the ringer.
Andrew, the only spoiler from Transformers 1 that we're going to have,
Take me off full
Oh
anytime.
shit! Sorry. Sorry, man.
my bad. So the only
Got
spoiler
sidetracked.
we're going to have is Orion Pax becomes Optimus Prime.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
whatever name they given to Megatron before he's Megatron becomes Megatron. And they all learn how to transform in the movie. There we go. Lucked out and was able to get Mythic Moose. Should be here Monday. Missed him the first time around.
Yeah,
That is one that I definitely want because I still kind of want him to go with my Father Christmas. But now I'm just going to get some Naughty or Nice Deer and get the saddle. You know?
That's going to be a chunk of change right there.
Another one
Man.
I've wanted for a while.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they have the deer out for a while so I can buy like one every month. So
Right,
I'm not
yeah, I
buying
wanna
8
buy-
deer at once.
I want to buy that. You got to get the deer head pack.
But the question is then, are you going to paint one of them noses red?
They have a
One of
head
them
with a
is.
red
They
nose
have
on
a
it.
head and a head pack
okay.
for it. So the job's already done. You just got to get the deer.
Yeah.
Yeah, the head pack comes with like 7 different heads because the regular figure only comes with like the 2 heads, I believe.
There's four deer, and then there's
Right. 4 deer bodies, and then there's
that
the
all
deer
have different
head pack.
heads. And then you got to
Right.
buy the head pack to get so you have 9 different reindeer.
And then there's the demonic one too. Like,
And then there's
The little
eagle
goat,
and the goat.
the goat, the zombie deer.
Yep.
Arlen's Overdrive.
Yep.
And then Nikki Nicole's paints on those deer too, man. She is knocking it out of the park with all these paint masters she's doing for everybody. Like those paint apps, that's a lot to live up to how good she is. And every time I see the factory samples come back, I'm like, damn.
you need to build a lodge so I can mount all those heads when they come in.
There you go. Your little hunting lodge.
Yeah, I was gonna make like Krampus a little lodge and have all the heads mounted. Maybe even have
Okay.
a Santa head mounted.
So you could probably go to a craft store and get one of those things they have, like the spindles for threads, because those tend to work well for heads, like head mounts. Like I see a lot of people buy those to display custom painted heads at cons and stuff.
Yeah.
So you go buy one of those and then go buy, because again, I know that dowel rod that they have is the size that'll work for most head pegs. And then you go buy like some little swatch of like wood or something like that. I mean, if you want to go all fancy with it, you probably just do it out of foam too.
Yeah, I was
Little
gonna
thing.
either try to find something that like I could use as like a little placard or
Yeah, just go buy
Or
like
just
one
do it out.
dowel rod.
You could probably buy one of those cardboard like placard shaped
Mhm.
decals or something. They just cut it out of foam.
yeah.
Yeah, do something like that and get like one dowel rod that's about
Yeah.
the same size as those like I said, the little thread racks or whatever are. Just buy
Yeah.
one dowel rod and you just cut, however many heads you need, and then
You
boom,
really
you
only
got
need
it.
like one decent size, say, log cabin wall or something like that, right? With a
Yeah.
floor. And
Yeah,
then,
I
you
might
wouldn't
make
need
it a
much.
2-wall so I can have like a different angle.
yeah, 2 walls.
Well,
for
plus
sure.
too, you want to be able to space the heads out across the 2 walls as opposed to just cramming them all on one too.
Yeah, I don't know how big though. I wonder how wide those antlers are. They don't look that wide. In the
Oh
pictures.
yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, they might be kind of
Now I
big.
gotta go look.
Here, hold on. I got one brought up. I mean, they don't look that wide.
You could always just make these like little placard behind them and just hang them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Instead of like piking
Like,
them or
they don't
whatever.
look that wide as far as the antlers go.
No, they don't.
No.
Yeah,
but
he'd be all right.
the depth on that head, though. If you look at him.
Yeah, that's true. But
I'm guessing the head
Always
pulls
make it
apart
work
right here where
somehow.
the neck harness is. Well, that's pulls apart here. I don't know.
I'm assuming it's like a ball joint at the end of that, right? Like,
Let's see where the head.
I would hope
head
so.
pack-
yeah, because look at the head pack, and they're
Yeah,
all
the head
like,
pack. Yep. Some of them look a little wider than others. Like this one down here in the bottom left looks a little wider, but not too wide. I think you could get probably 4 of them in like a.
You're not
6-foot
sharing the
section.
head pack.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
still on the regular deer. No, I make that same mistake all the time. I'll not realize I'm not sharing the right screen anymore. Or I'll flash my address up on screen. We all know I like to do that one.
don't do that.
Man, I've done that like twice now. Just still got to go back and edit the video after.
Well, there's a red nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, but it doesn't glow, so you got to get some glow in the dark paint.
Oh, that's easy with fix with a little LED. Drill a hole out through the neck hole. Bada bing.
There you go.
You could.
All right. Yep. 2 different heads for the reindeer, and then of course the head pack.
Yep.
And again, there's like 4 different deer.
Yeah, there's a white one, a darker one, and then 2 kind of light and dark together.
You know, I never would have thought I would buy like Christmas toys, but
They're cool, right?
And a Krampus. And,
Well, the answer is hell yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Why is that even a question, Adam?
That's. We were talking about this
Question is,
weeks
can you show
ago.
it, or is he just like, do you want to see it?
Right.
Like, I'll show you guys, but you can't show it live. No.
Is he just teasing us, or does he really able to show it?
You know, Adam, with all the inside info these days. So working with Arlen, that's got to be great because he is doing some great sculpts. I was chatting with. Let's see,
You want to see
knew he's doing it. Knew he was doing it. He's setting us up.
Yeah, bastard.
We love you, brother.
That's just like him last week. He was teasing me with a damn soundtrack from the.
From the
Space
Mars.
Zombies from Mars. He's like, yeah, I listen to it all the time. I'm like, son of a-
When I sent him the link earlier for tonight, I'd sent him the link, and he was like, "I don't know if I'm going to be able to join and all like that." And he goes, "I'm working, I'm working on Space Zombies." It's like, that's a damn awesome thing to be doing,
Yeah.
you know. But yeah, because they just, got to get everything ramped up and ready for that.
I can't wait for Space Zombies. That's another thing where you spend tons of cash on.
Can I just say that's like one thing I never expected from this hobby is to like really have gotten to know not just other fans within the community, but people who are working on these projects and all the stuff that, we're loving, right? Like, getting inside info from Ken and Steve on what's going on with Delta 17 and being able to see stuff that's great. Because I love what's going on, getting to know Adam and Brick and their work with Jason now, how they've managed to go from just Uber fans to actually working with the guy and seeing everything that they are doing. Hey, we got Tony here. What's going on, Tony?
What's up, Tony?
Ed, can you shoot Tony the link, please? I forgot to send it to him earlier. If he's able to jump on, come join us, Tony. Hang out.
I'll be right back.
But yeah, just getting to know these guys, getting to know Tommy Hodges. He's one of the main sculptors over at Mondo, and that was like totally. I didn't even realize he had worked on Delta 17, but it was like Jay and I were talking about the new Tila figure on one of his streams, and Tommy was in the chat, and then come to find out, Ken's like, "Oh yeah, he's the one who sculpted most of our Delta 17 stuff." So like talking to him here and there. It's just phenomenal to get to meet these guys because I look up to and I respect these artists that sculpt these things so much that it's really cool to be able to talk to
a
them.
little more behind the scenes kind of knowledge too. That never hurts. That's kind of what making
If
those
you're-
episodes does.
Right? If you're open to it, it's amazing when it's like, okay, now I understand why this is going on or why it's doing this from this or this from that. Like when I was first getting into Mythic Legions and Sean and Jesse were telling me like, yeah, you pre-order it and it's going to be a while. And I was like, okay, I didn't realize quite how long that was going to be. Like the Necronominus that I pre-ordered, that was like 2 years ago almost at this point, right? And like I'm not mad about it because I know what's coming in and it's great, and I've just been waiting for
Yeah, I'm sure he probably
uh-huh.
doubled down.
He got two more. Two more.
Told you.
Look, Nolan's even in on what did you buy, Brick?
Probably
Brick.
he might have gotten one plus the forest that he was wanting earlier.
We love you, brother. No
He
shame
already
here,
bought
man.
that earlier. He said,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
Oh, okay.
"Yeah."
So
Probably went and bought 2 more Frankensteins.
Right. You had to get 2 more. I can't blame you. It's good, man. If I had the money, I'd definitely gotten 2. Yep, he's got Frankenstein creature parts to trade at Legion's Con. And since that's a newer figure too, with new sculpting, that's gonna be a big. You're gonna be able to trade for some good pieces, brother. You are gonna be able to trade for some good stuff. And you know, it's funny too. Like we were talking earlier this morning, his wraps are the ones from the Mask of the Red Death, right? But because his body is bigger, those wraps are bigger. So it's not an exact swap with the Red Death ones. They're bigger. So you might be able to swap those out with, again, one of the other brute scale guys, like Tharnog. That big orc that I got.
I like Joe's idea this morning about putting it with the Egyptian guy.
Yeah.
Perhaps that'd be awesome.
Trading them up on him. Like, so many different variations. Like, again, getting started into Mythic Legions, it was like I was just looking at them as they were cool figures, and then finding more and more through the Cabal and everything about the customization and the system and the pop and swap. As I was learning about that, it's like, man, these figures are so great, because one of the new features that I like so much about Origins was the pop and swap. And it's like, yeah, here's action figure Lego. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. And now I've got drawers full of Mythic Legions parts.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Get some Tharnog arm wraps. Definitely, man. Like, because that would look good with those wraps from the creature and putting it together on like a new figure. Good. Yeah. Right up that alley. And again, Joe was talking about it this morning. It feels weird being on right now without Joe. I think it feels weirder because he was with us this morning when he normally isn't here.
Yep.
But because he had that big drive and he's normally here with us tonight, he's not here. But I got to say, though, I wouldn't trade it for the world because we got the double dip on pain tonight. We weren't
fast, though, because I'm starting to already feel my meds.
I'm just saying, I didn't expect you to be able to join us for a second time today. I thought, we had you this morning. We weren't going to get you back. So the fact that we were able to get you back even for a little while tonight, it has been an honor and a pleasure, my brother. We like having you. We miss having you. So we'll take
you guys too. Life is what it is right now.
It is, right? Yeah, you just got to roll with it.
You can when you can, brother. That's all you can do.
Yeah. With that, I'm going to scoot out because I think I'm going to pass out, and I'd rather not hit my head on this table.
You want to see that? Come on.
All right. I have enough embarrassing shit out there with me in it. So.
All right,
brother.
Bud, come Legions Con.
Yeah.
You're getting the creature. Brick's putting it out here right there.
Yeah,
we're getting you the creature. And like I said, I'll probably still try to grab you a snag off the table. I'm sure I'll be able to get one. And Aaron, I know you're not here anymore, but if you're still watching, brother, Brick says hang in there. We're all here to support you, brother. Stuff gets tough.
I want to order a second Frankenstein so bad, but I'm going to wait till the second one comes out.
I know, it's tough, right? It's tough to play that waiting game when you see something you like so much. He looks so good as is. It's like, yeah, I definitely want to get another one.
So many options you can display them as.
I know.
You could buy like 5 of them and display them all differently.
And I'm thinking now too, especially like I want a second one just so I can throw that the extra head that we got in the safe from Jacob Marley last year. That looks real good too. So
that picture they got with him looking in the window is just incredible.
I told Trevor, I think the pictures he's taken on this is some of his best work yet. And and that one shot is definitely right up there. And then when he puts the black and white on there, it's like, man, you did good. You did real good. I mean, it's hard not to want these figures when you look at Trevor's photos.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, Bud, remember they said that your huge, humongous package was supposed to be here today by 9? It's 10 o'clock. It's not here.
Man, I tell you, the
I don't think it's making it.
post office has been slacking, man. I was supposed to have a package delivered Thursday, then it got moved to Saturday, then it got moved to Monday. It's like, come on.
Yeah, freaking USPS, like they're updating on their packaging now.
Right. And yep, Rick saying it. He goes, he just thinks the body is so unique and the body tone is creepily cool. Yeah, that yellow, sickening, that jaundice look almost in a way. And he just wants a little squad of this reanimated brood of creatures. I agree, man. Like, that is a really cool idea because, like, you know, the idea of displaying them all the different ways, again, using the Hagnon head, using the different creature heads, like, it's good. It's a really good figure. And then again, you get, like, again, the wraps from Tharnog onto them, and you give them, like, a little bit of a different paint, too. Make them blend well. It's like, that's it. But totally brick again. Yeah. Action figure Lego, Kryptonite, I get it. Because we just get to build our own toys. And it doesn't get much better than that, man. Four Horsemen are like, you got to buy our figure so you can get the parts that you want, but then you build what you want. You know, again, when I was watching about the Armory experience and I was watching Jeremy talk about it, he says business wise, it does not make sense for them to sell the individual parts as a business because of how many they would have to order and everything like that. Like, it just would not make sense. So to do the Armory experience, they got to buy them as full figures, like, kind of deal, basically, like, buy all those pieces together and then you put them together yourself. Like, gives you that kind of experience because it just doesn't make sense for them to do the tooling and sell as individual parts. And I get that. And that's cool. But the community does that enough, right? Because again, people literally buy extras just to part them out because somebody is looking.
That's what it is. So one of the alt heads for the Frankenstein, it's the bald head where he's not like showing his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
It kept making me think of something, and it was of course Frankenstein, but that head looks a lot like the Frankenstein that was in Monster Squad.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Like the same kind of cheekbones and mouth and nose. And
I love Monster Squad, man. That's another Halloween movie. You know, got to watch it every year. You know, and we may get them because, again, I mean, when you're looking at the classics, right? Dracula, that's Bram Stoker. That's a literary work. I wouldn't expect him to look like Bela Lugosi, but, you know, it's a literary monster, so we will probably see that. And again, there is precedence. The Four Horsemen have sculpted iterations of these figures under McFarlane, you know, way before they were their own thing. So it's definitely in their wheelhouse. We could see those potentially. I think it's funny, like that. You know, they've got a plan, right? So, like, we got a Krampus, right? The very first Figura Obscura they wanted to do was the Headless Horseman, but the Krampus was the first one they got out. So then we got our Headless Horseman. Then we got Father Christmas. I think they felt like they needed to make these staples at those times of the year. Halloween, Christmas, right? Then the next year we had, you know, Sun Wukong was thrown in the spring. But then they had another Halloween style themed one with Mask of the Red Death. This year we get Frankenstein's creature. So next year I could totally see us getting like maybe Bram Stoker's version of Dracula. We might get a Hunchback, Notre Dame kind of thing. Again, it's going to be from a
That would
literary
actually be
work.
cool.
Yeah, it's going to be from a
You got
literary
many, like,
work, not
Hunchback.
the movie. So there you go. Exactly, right? Madsen knows what I'm talking about. Like the original versions described in these books are a lot different from the romanticized version, especially when it comes to Dracula, at least, that we see on screen. You know, Dracula did not look like Gary Oldman. He did not look like Bela Lugosi. He didn't even look like Christopher Lee. He was monstrous and horrific. Count Olaf.
Another one they could do too is if they did a Hunchback, they might be able to repurpose some of that for
Hunchback
like
would be awesome.
actual Frank, or not Frankenstein, but Igor.
Can I just say, I'm really happy you opened that tonight. You showed it off the other day that he came in, and I was just thinking about it, like, man, I can't wait till Saturday. And then Van showed him off last night on Let's Go Off-World, and I was like, man, that's right, Thanos is doing it, because, like, I've forgotten about it with all the hype behind Figura Obscura, but it's like, yeah, I can't wait, and I'm glad that you got it. It looks good. Looks really good. I'm loving that helmet and the masks.
What is that?
It looks cool.
Wrong button. Oh,
Yeah, with the hat.
that is awesome.
It's great. Christine, I don't think so. I don't think anybody's touching that property. I do not, to my knowledge, nobody's touching that property right now. So where's Larry at tonight? Anybody heard from him today at all?
I haven't heard. I mean, I've heard from him today, but I haven't heard where he's at doing tonight. But
Yeah. I was going to say, normally he would have joined us by now.
yeah,
Maybe not earlier, but by now he would have. I know I sent him the link
no,
individually.
Oh yeah, we usually start at 9:45. Yeah,
Right.
10
Well,
o'clock.
we try to go by 9:45 and then we go live by 10 o'clock. But he's normally here backstage by 9:45.
Just tell you.
It'd be kind of cool if what one of the books that came with it was the actual like a little like Frankenstein book you could actually hold. That's actually title.
Yeah, like an actual copy of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein in his hand. That would be
Mhm.
cool.
Especially in
That
that
would be
shot,
really
it's like post.
That would be nice to have him holding the book. But I did like in one of the shots too. You can see in the background that one of the gravestones, like from the cemetery shots, one of the gravestones definitely says Shelley on it. I was like, yeah. You know what else was really cool this morning? And Thanos, I know you dropped in a little bit later. Having Damon pop up in the chat again. Damon has been gone for a while. I always liked watching his action figure photography and the shots he was doing on IG. I've really missed him, and I know I've reached out on Patreon, but he didn't reach back out. I didn't know what was going on because, like, the first time he was coming off, it was because, like, his account got hacked or whatever. And so, like, but he managed to keep in touch with me using another account. But this time, like, both of his social media accounts went dark, and he didn't say anything about going offline. So I was like really bummed out. Like, oh man, what happened to Damon? Where's he at? And So it was great to have him in the chat. Know everything's going, okay with him and his family. He's just taking a big, long social media break. And hopefully seeing him this morning means we'll be seeing more of him again soon, because I've definitely missed him. And, he always got like the idea, like, I love noir photography shots. So he was doing like a whole black and white, like, photog noir. And that was great. Dude, that flame effect looks good.
Yeah.
I actually like that one better than the one that came with Arachagore. And mind you, the Arachagore one looks cool. That just looks better.
Yeah, he came with another one for the smaller sword too.
Oh, that's sweet. And I like that green too. I love that green. Well, as the mobile is dying, I'm going to finish this up and head back inside. And then I'll get to open up some toys. I got Nax Woves and I got a Vipor that I got to open up. Of course, my Vipor just doesn't hold a candle to buds. So it's going to feel a little underwhelming.
Yeah, he came with 2 extra swords too. I'm not sure why. They just don't have like the detail that these ones do.
Interesting.
Cool though.
Nolan's given us an update on the Laurel and Hardy. The Kickstarter's at 84% backed with 26 days to go, and he's going to say they'll make it. Yeah, I'd agree with you. And Christine says those effects are killer.
Cool. How's the Monsters? I haven't checked on it in a little bit.
Yeah, we should pull that back up. I'll definitely get that. I know Ed seems to have gone to go grab some coffee. So I'll be getting back inside here.
We need.
Back. Yeah, pull up Monsters and go over that. And I'm going to switch from mobile back to the laptop.
Right.
Haven't heard much about the beards either, but that's got to be close to being.
I haven't heard
over,
much about them either. I'll have to check that out too. Let's see.
Yeah, I haven't backed Monsters or Beards, but I'm curious about them. I hope they both make it. But I've been spending money all over the damn place.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. Well, why is that link not coming up? We'll find it here. There we go.
Yeah, the Berserk God Hand coming in earlier this week was like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said, I got $300 in Monster Force. It's coming out in October sometime, so I've been trying to bank
not spend it until it comes out.
Yeah,
I wish Big Bad had the option to pay up front, to be like,
know.
hey, I want to pay this off. Like, it would be nice.
that's why I do so many pre-orders through Holodope, just because I can just pay it all at once and then I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So they're at 100,000 of 120.
Okay,
1,000
they're
goal.
almost there. They got 18 days to go.
18 days to go, they'll definitely make it.
Nice.
I'll leave it up till Oz comes back. Then I'll bring up the
Yeah, I'm
beer.
thinking about getting the Sting Cobra, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it.
Those monsters look so good. We looked at them Tuesday night on my show, and man, they look so good.
Yeah, I think they'll go good with the Origins, because they'll be like bigger but around the scale.
Yeah, we pulled them up last night on Let's Go Off-World too, and they got like a whole commercial that's like something straight out of our childhoods.
So they're 20,000 short right now, Oz, with 18 days left to go. So
They'll make it. I think they'll make it. We'll see a big boost in the next week or so.
Well, they're up on Big Bad now too, so
yeah, that's where they're definitely, and those get like bulk drop. Bulk drop numbers when they hit.
Yeah, the beards I haven't heard anything about since like right before it launched. What was it called?
Go Native Toys.
Yeah, it was Go Native Toys, but it was Beards of the something. I don't remember.
Yeah, Dragon Kingdom or something. Yeah. I'll find it. Hold on. I'll go to Instagram and get the.
They look cool. They're just not really the scale that I usually get.
Sure.
Of course, I say that, and then I bought like a bunch of these guys who are totally out of scale. But
again, you could always use them as toys for your toys, right?
Yeah.
Like I love having those world's smallest action. Actually, I got the baggie of them. Like my bag of like random weird minifig stuff. Right here. I love having these because then I can just pop them into an actual toy's hand, and then it's like they've got a toy.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna open up Axe Woes first, just because he's gonna be the less spectacular for me. He's still a Mandalorian, so he's cool. And all about the villains dropping in the chat saying, yo, 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 what's up, guys?
Oh,
And guys, if you're enjoying the show tonight, you enjoy the conversations, you enjoy the clubhouse. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button.
doesn't look like the beards are going to make it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
They're at 10,000 with only 7 days left out of 100.
I really think it's just nobody's talking about them, and they haven't like.
That's it, right? Nobody's.
Like if they had been like, "Hey, let us come on your show," to like a few people and like got a conversation going. But they look cool. Like they look really cool.
Yeah.
How many days do they got left to go?
7 days, and they're like, well, yeah, they're nowhere in.
Yeah.
I don't think we
Their
got enough
goal's
time.
not that high, but their funding's not that high either.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot him a message, Ed. See if they want to come on tonight.
Trying to come out with a different scale of fantasy-based figures, though, it's going to be tough in this world because you got, Mythic Legions, which has a solid foothold, Savage Crucible, and now you got Brutal Realm coming out, and a few other ones like Frazetta Girls. And coming out in this scale is just not going to.
Well, I wonder if
scale though, like that, if they could get established, I'm sure they'd find an audience. People who want fantasy in that scale.
Yep.
Like honestly, I like that scale. It's just none of the stuff I like was coming out in that scale.
I know. That's the problem, right? Everything's coming out in 1/12 scale. It's not like I collect 1/12 scale because I absolutely love this scale. I collect it because what I like is coming out in this scale. Yeah. If it were coming out in 1/18, I'd do 1/18 because then you got more options for play sets and vehicles and things like that, right?
Or for just more.
Yeah.
Bonfire Studios is the only one I think making like 1/18 scale fantasy.
Yeah, for Chuvian hacks and stuff like that.
Some of that stuff looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Their sculpts look really good. I just have a problem with current leadership. Sorry for the plastic rumbling. So there's not really much going on with Axe Woves that we haven't seen before other than his particular head sculpt. Armor's still some of the basic Mandalorian armor that we've seen them reuse time and time again with a lot of this stuff. He's got the usual ab crunch, limited hip articulation due to the holster on the side leg there. Same knees, kind of as usual. I do like his boots, though. I'm not used to those boots.
Mm-hmm.
Those boots are a little bit different, more unique, which is nice because we're getting something different. But, like, honestly, his arms, they actually look like just like Boba Fett's arms without the hoses. He doesn't have the hoses. But, yeah, there's nothing, like, aside from the head sculpt, truly unique about this. The helmet's a separate piece this time, which is always nice because then you can just pop that on his head. And this is one of the ones where, he actually has the articulated targeting, which not all of them have. Sometimes this is a solid piece, so that is nice. And then he just comes again with that standard Mandalorian pistol that we've seen with just about every single one of these guys. Yeah. Again, I'm just really army building. They're different colors and different looks, although I do feel that I'm getting a little tired of all of them being so blue and gray.
There's been so many blue Mandalorians.
Right? Like all their newer ones have basically been blue. The Shriek Hawks that are coming out now, those are a little bit more colorful. The Judge is a little bit more colorful. That's what I like to see. But at the same point in time, I guess with most of them being blue, I can say, hey, this is a squad.
Well, the thing is like in the show, right? They had the Boba or the Mandalorian team that Axe Woves was on, and Bo-Katan was like the leader of or whatever. And then they had that whole, underground guys that Mando went was They had like all sorts of colors on their armor. Okay, why aren't you doing?
Yeah, the privateers.
Yeah,
And they did release a privateer, and guess what most of his colors are? Blue.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, you gave yourselves the ultimate in to start doing more of these colors, and you chose to go blue. And that is
Heard a better
Dino
bit,
shit.
but not.
wasn't great.
So,
Sound clip.
I was gonna put my extra swords in my accessory box, but this does not fit in my accessory box, and I have a pretty damn big one. So
Yeah,
Well, you heard it here, folks. Thanos has got a pretty damn big one.
his big sword doesn't fit in the box.
it does not.
That's what she said.
Woohoo!
I've been wanting to build like a armory set, just to like throw stuff. Maybe I'll put on the wall there.
We need to build like a sword rack for that. Just hanging out like one of those samurai sword racks they have.
Actually, I think our good friend Radnom has a couple.
Yep, he made a couple.
All right, so just to grab out my other
Go up here
Mandalorians
for
here.
now. I'll
Be
figure out
easy to make a couple of those out of popsicle sticks. Glue them together, carve a little slot in there for your with the Dremel. You're good to go.
Yeah. I
All right.
have a bunch of those over here because I was using them for something else, but when I built that gray skull wall, I
Oh yeah,
got a bunch of popsicle sticks and wood stained them. And
Okay, so I can't even remember what this one was called now. This might have been Death Watch.
blue
Yep.
guy,
Yeah.
Blue Mando.
So guess
Boba
what?
Fett.
He's
this
a total
figure-
reuse of that.
100% this figure, with the exception of this is an actual helmet that fits over a head sculpt. This is a head sculpt.
Yep.
But they are 100% the same exact sculpt and mold. And that's why I won't buy these guys at full price. Okay, the belt's different.
Chest looked slightly different, but
Got some different overlays, but the body itself is still
Yeah.
the same.
It's a little bit more, like this is a little bit bigger. But again, blue, a little bit darker blue.
Yep. There's
Guess
the
what?
punkster.
There's a punk.
Hey,
More blue.
Larry, what day am I on your show? Because you said one, and then you're like it conflicts with what Kenzo already had scheduled. And I've been meaning to ask you, but
it is.
Kenzo's on the 11th, 10th or the 11th.
Well, that's my secretary. He seems to know.
I'm just remembering us, harping on you about it.
The 17th of October.
Oh, okay.
okay.
This is way later than what I said. Don't listen to me. I don't know punk's schedule.
I just want to make sure that I don't get stuck with overtime that day. So I'll tell them if there's any late drives, somebody else is going to have to take care of it.
All right.
Kenzo's on the 10th. He seems to get mad when I kick him off.
Give it away to other people.
Yeah, live while he's in the stream.
Right? While he's with us.
It's kind of a dick move.
So they're all blue. And the Forge Master, we got some color. Mando, we get some color. Or Din Djarin. And then, of course, the OG Boba Fett. We got color. So out of the 7 Mandalorian figures that I have, 3 have something other than blue.
What color is the heavy machine gunner? What's his name there?
Blue.
Paz Vizsla
Paz Vizsla.
blue
Oh, he's blue. Yeah. Okay.
with yellow highlights.
Yeah.
But at least he's like bulkier and like he
He
looks
is.
different. He's distinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a whole different one. The only thing that I wish about that one was that I was able to get if I had been able to get the Comic-Con version, because the Comic-Con version has Jon Favreau's head, because that's who played him in the show.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's a hard head to get.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I just need to go out there and buy a Happy Hogan.
Exactly.
That guy got impaled, Thanos.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. You can just like run like weaponry through the rib cages.
I did a Conan picture with Conan shoving the spear into the rib cages like that.
So that's another thing that I liked,
These are
was that Trevor had one of those sitting in the backgrounds of the shots of the
Yeah.
Frankenstein creature. Great great freaking shots. You know, he really did make it look like a lab of some sick scientist that was doing this. There you go. Mattson saying he got Happy Hogan for that. And Christine Mendoza says, always love opening a Mandalorian. I agree. Like, I like them. They've always been my favorite characters in Star Wars, beyond Jedi, beyond Sith. The Mandalorians. I mean, I liked them when they were a little bit more mysterious before the more modern day. Like, especially around the time of the Clone Wars when we were getting a lot of the lore from the Republic Commando novels by Karen Travis. Those were great.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that's gone now. So, Punk, how you been today, brother?
Oh, you know, find out people are starting shit with my name again and just can't shut the fuck up. It's been great.
Yeah, JodoCast, definitely Matthew. You said big in the original Dark Horse comics. So,
you didn't really want to know.
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to highlight the chats before I lost track. What's going on now? What's the latest?
I don't know. I guess fucking Shark News is having issues again, and I'm already getting messages that those two assholes, Hal Jordan and I forget what the other fucker's name is, are already saying that me and Bobby B are fucking behind it. Like, dude, like, I haven't watched that guy's shit since fucking well before he fucking faked his copy. I don't give a shit. And this goes to anyone that wants to reach out to them. If you really want to know, he can fucking tell people exactly who put this copyright strike against him that he refuses to. Stop bringing my fucking name into it. Sorry, guys. Sorry to come in. Like, I see the shit. I know I'm supposed to fucking ignore it, but I don't give a fuck.
Well, dude, it's gonna bug you too, especially when it's like again, right? Like
again, I don't care. YouTube is a big fucking platform. I don't have to watch his shit. People can watch his, and they can watch mine, or they can watch his and not watch mine. Or I don't care. I don't care. Like, whatever he does, talking Joe News, it has no bearing on what I do. I think that's pretty clear. I mean, right? I go on Mondays. I go on Thursdays. I do my reviews. I don't care. And to sit there and try and insinuate that someone that's associated with me or B or what, like, there's a lot of people that I'm associated with. Right?
What does he mean by associated with? Is it like...
Well, that's a great question, because he refuses to ever tell who did these copyright strikes. And I
well, like, is this somebody that just watches your content? Or...
Again, no one has any idea.
You know? I mean, if you're going to throw these claims out there, at least kind of...
Mm-hmm. You know,
I know,
it's
people
like,
just got too much time on their hands, in my opinion.
And it gets sent to me by someone who's in the 3POA chat, because that's at least the screenshot show that it was in the 3POA chat that this is happening to Shark. I don't care. I don't care what he does. I don't care what the 3POA does. I don't care what Mike Zero does. I don't give a shit. I do my own fucking thing. But to sit there and say it's someone that someone that's associated with Punk and B, and well, dude, we're associated with a lot of people. They can go to the fact that
narrows it down.
Yeah, there could be shit happening in Motu or Four Horsemen News and be like, well, they're associated with Punk, because I fucking associate with a lot of you assholes.
Yeah.
Toy Network, brother.
Oh, asshole.
Write it down.
No one's emotion.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are all assholes.
I'm an asshole, okay?
Yeah. Again, I mean, I shouldn't say anything, but it's just, after a while, it's like, all right, this whole thing happened at Joe Fest, went on at Joe Fest. I have nothing to do with this. I don't care. Again, if it's not a witch hunt, then just fuck. If you really got a copyright strike, put the email out that you got from YouTube on who did it. Right?
I'm going to call it right now. He did it to himself so that he could farm some likes and get some people mad. I don't know. I don't even know who the guy is.
Well,
I should talk shit.
That's what I said about
the first time.
Yeah, That's what I said about the first time, but now it's happening again. And it's like, give me a break. And You
It
know,
was
like,
odd. Mystery
like-
solved.
There you go.
Like, the stuff that was
did it.
the stuff that was sent to me, and like stuff that he actually like wrote, like telling people to reach out to Lenny and Emily and let him know that he needs to talk to them. Like, yes, because that's what the Hasbro team really needs, is to fucking know about YouTube fucking drama. Because like that's what they give a shit about.
It's high up on their radar. I
Oh,
If
tell you.
anything, it's gonna make them not want to deal with YouTube. Like,
Thank you.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's what it is. They're just jealous because you actually had Lenny on Thursday with a friend, and
That's
they
where
can't
my-
even get Lenny to, read one of their emails.
Well, that's where a lot of this started, at least with
Oh.
me not liking him. I didn't make any bones about it. But again, if I want to get Lenny or Emily or Tony on or Dwight, Ryan, right? Explain to me how I put something out there and I tell everyone, hey, you need to message them and tell them that I need to talk to them. I'm like, really? Because that really works. How, in what adult world does that work?
Their schedule is just very open for okay.
Yeah.
Wow, my ears are burning. I heard somebody on YouTube mention my name. Let me go running. Fat Red Foo says, Larry, your toy associate. Let's see. And
it
Dave.
sounds like he's selling you toys.
Dave's telling like it is. Some people are just pathetic and have nothing better to do than to mess with people. They need good. They need good to take that energy and focus on their content. Be constructive, not butthurt. I agree. I say like we've only got so much time to invest. We've only got so much energy in it to invest. Once you expend that energy, and once you expend that time, you can't get it back. And what I mean by this is, if you spend your time making up scenarios or whatever is going on, you spend all that time and energy doing that when you could have put that and invested it in making some quality content for your channel.
I mean, not even that. You could have just been playing with your toys. I tell
Right?
people all the time, like, I'm gonna die someday. I don't have time for this. Like,
That's exactly it.
And
That's
I know a lot of people think like, why do you even bother bringing it up? Well, if you haven't figured out my personality, I'm gonna bring up shit. I don't have a problem saying people's names, all right? Because I don't care if they go and watch their content. I don't care. Like it makes no difference to me. My job, as I've said how many times can I say? My job is not to get other people to not watch your channel. My job is to make someone want to watch my channel, watch my videos, watch my live streams. It's not
That's
to
the
make
difference. You're putting the focus on you where it should be, and they're busy putting the focus on themselves, but trying to trash everybody else at the same time.
Right.
And we all know drama sells.
Right. Of
course.
course.
It's been a proven fact, but that's just not the kind of content that I want to put out there. And I don't like drama to begin with, and I certainly don't care to use it to obtain any kind of status or clout, like it, because it serves no purpose.
If you put out good content, people will come. That's just the way it is, right?
That's
You put
right.
out-
And Tatsi says, I do think someone is trolling him, but I don't think it's the people some of his followers are calling out, is my guess. You know what? They might be absolutely correct. Now, I've already told you what I think happened originally. I think this was all made up. But the point is, if someone is trolling him, and if someone is trying to send copyright strikes against him, while he's going behind the stages insinuating that it's us, all you have to do is show that email. Because as we've mentioned, YouTube is not Instagram. They make it difficult to put copyright strikes. And when they send you an email, they tell you who did it.
Yeah.
I can go any of us can go look at our YouTubes right now and see if there's any copyright strikes. And if there is,
Yep.
it tells us who put it again. So just do it and end it. Yes, Ray, that's his name. Ray Paz,
Paz.
is that it?
Rape has.
Yeah.
I used to, run into him at. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I used to run on Brick's chats and Adam's chats, and it's like you used to think he's a decent guy, but I don't understand why he's got to feed into drama stuff. Like, I don't know.
But again, how am I? When have I mean, you guys have watched me enough. When have I ever seen like the type that's gonna go behind someone's fucking back and do like? I think
No.
I'm pretty upfront
You'll say it
about
pretty out in the open on your show, or you'll say it out in the open on here. Because again, we run a similar style show where it's like, say what you're gonna say. You know, just it.
And again, if my name's not being brought up, then it doesn't fucking matter.
There you go. Look, Adam's putting it out there. He's telling you. He got a copyright strike from Mattel. Because, again, YouTube lets you know who done it. That looks really good on that skeleton, by the way.
And that's not shocking, because Mattel just loves to do that.
Yeah. There's
Mattel has an itchy trigger finger.
Mattel's is even itchier than Hasbro's, that's for sure. So, I did want to put out, like, I made this guy last night. I was showing him off earlier. While I was hanging out on Let's Go Off-World, I took a King Hiss torso, put it on a Lady Slither tail, added the extra Ratlore neck piece, and then put Camo Khan's hooded Cobra head on it. But I know Bud did this like last week, and it looked cool, so I'm going to do it here for everybody.
This was the cape that came with the rabbit. I just thought it looked kind of cool.
So what did I do? Oh,
about putting that on there and making just this really cool. There's so many good snake pieces like this that I could put together. The only head that I would not try to do this with is that stupid generic Ratlore head that only looks good on Ratlore and no other figure because he's just looking up.
I cannot wait to get the Turtles of Grayskull King Hiss with all those arms. And then imagine, like, I know 3D printer or people can like print these, but because I know Kenzo did one time. It's a snake head that splits off into two.
Yep.
It's a little like a connection piece.
So I gotta say, right now, already, hands down, I think Vipor is my favorite Snake Man.
I can see it. He looks good.
He's up there.
I like the armor piece. I like the chains on this guy. Again, he's got snake faces arms, which are good because it's something different. It's not just the same old Snable.
He's still the best right here.
Nah. Honestly, I like the wimpy looking
He has
snake.
articulation.
My guy's got articulation.
What about rabbits?
I mean, that's snake food. My Vipor's going to come eat you after you cut his head off, though. Don't let him bite you, though, because you can still get venom from a cut off snake head. I like that we get these type of arm guards again, which were more heavily used with the Masters of the WWE universe.
Yeah,
those are really cool. And again, like those Keldor boot tops, and then they gave him the Whiplash feet, the Whiplash and Buzz-Off feet, which I don't think we see a lot of them using this feet. So
whenever I tend to get them, more than 50% of the time, those kind of ankles are like really loose. Like I know on my clawful, like they're almost to the point where if I like lift up the figure, one of the feet will start to like dangle.
Yeah. So like Fangor, it's funny again. These are all newer Snake Men, not even like the original ones. Fangor and Vipor, with Lady Slither, are definitely my top 3 snakes. And Terror is going to be cool. But he again, just his reuse, like he's going to be cool, but I don't think he's going to be too special. Lord Grass,
I have a
he's going to be cool.
paint scheme I'm going to have for him. That's going to make him pop.
Yeah, I think he could definitely use some more pop. The Lord Grasp again, definitely kind of cool, but nothing real special. Reptilax is going to be that next one that's going to feel really special to me, but I think Viper just takes the cake.
I have a very like detailed plan of how I'm going to paint him.
Yeah, Reptilax, because again, he calls back to that original Masters of the Universe King Hiss mini comic, so it's always great to see him.
My favorite of my snake characters.
Snake Tila. It's a really good one.
Yeah, actually, I have my Snake Tail here on my desk. I wanted to get a second one because I wanted to swap out the arms and legs on Lady Slither for those like kind of skilled look. I don't trust my hand enough to try to paint that.
Right.
I wish I had
That
picked
makes
up an extra because I just made this like custom out of her pieces, and I don't have like the regular Snake Tila on display anymore. But,
Yeah, she looks better.
Yeah.
All right, Larry, did you see the Figura Obscura drop today?
I did.
What did you think, or what are your thoughts? I know you're not like all in on the Mythic Legions and Figura Obscura totally. I know you like what you've got from them.
I try and get all the Figure Obscura, but I try and get the retail version.
Yeah.
Now, will this come in a retail version?
Yes. Yeah. It'll be announced like the beginning of next year, just like they did this past year.
I mean, I have it sitting there to order, and I just don't have. I mean, I have the funds to get it, but then if the GI Joe stuff starts coming from like
Starts hitting.
Amazon, then I'm screwed because they just pushed it back on Pulse, and Pulse goes on to another charge. But I'm like, I gotta wait till I get paid, and some of these eBay stuff, even though they sold, they didn't sell.
You got to wait to get your money from eBay.
No. People haven't paid.
Oh, that's great. I won, but I'm not going to cough up the money yet.
I pay like
Yeah.
instantly whenever I win an auction. I'm like, yes, thank you. Like,
You've done me a service. Here you go. Here are your funds, as it should be.
And one is like over $90. So I'm like,
Jeez.
all right, and I sent the reminder. I know they have so many days, but it's like you sent the reminder. Just respond and say, dude, like, hey, I get paid on this date. I have this. I just want to like, okay, cool. Or hey, I'm having issues with pay, whatever. Like, just let me know because.
Right. What's up with people communicating about stuff, right?
Especially when there was a couple bids on it, which meant you overbid someone.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
I liked it.
Well, of course, for you did because that meant more money, but just communicate that.
Yeah. It looks like the articulation might be a little better. Was it just me, or was it just the shots they got?
Oh, the articulation on this, it's their. We were talking about it earlier tonight, and Bill Dork Lair does a wonderful breakdown of it. As he got the figure back on September the 11th, so he could start making the video to drop today because he's like, partnered with them as like he does their videos. They like his reviews. He does their videos. He was mentioning that it's a 1.0 body, so like their old school kind of style body system, but they've elongated the whole thing.
Okay.
Because he's 8-inch, so he is their brute scale size. The brute scale figures are 8-inch, ogre scale are like 10-inch, and trolls are 13. So he is that brute scale that we saw with like Tharnog and the Jin from the Poxus wave that just came out. He's taller than your standard figure, but he's not as bulky as one of those figures. He's thinner. We can hear you, Olivia.
Because they're literally talking to me. Okay, Olivia has something to tell everyone.
Okay.
And then, Oz, I hate to interrupt you, but she's 15. Could you please tell us what you were saying?
I thought you were watching, not talking.
So what? There were sirens.
Yeah, and then I was talking to someone, and they said that they thought someone died like right outside the house, and then there were sirens, and I was like, oh my god, what a coincidence! I heard sirens too. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Okay, since you've interrupted us, can you come over and say welcome to the creamery, just for the hell of it?
The fans want it.
Come on.
Is this on your account?
Actually, it's on Oz's right now.
So who's gonna know?
Everyone that's watching.
Don't let us down, Liv.
At least 25 people. Jeez.
I don't like this.
Well, I'm sorry. You came barging 26 people now. One person came in just to hear it live.
Yep.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So come over here and say welcome to the creamery. Live. Speak into the microphone.
You're right in front of the mic. I can't. I don't wanna. Welcome to the creamery.
Thank you. Thank you. You have appeased the people.
I think I appease my dad more.
Oh no, they enjoy it. Believe me. The 25 people
Whatever.
got to see it.
Todd's got a
You're right.
request for her to say that Punk listens to Good Charlotte.
No, she will be thrown out of this house and she'll have to live with her mother, and she does not want to do that. Not on a full-time basis, right?
Yeah, there you go. And you can let her know that
Don't make her
Matt
say that live on YouTube.
She'll never find this. She doesn't find my channel.
I do.
You do, not your mom.
Oh. That's because she doesn't even sign into YouTube. I think she thinks people are going to hack her.
I mean, that's
She
not
listens to
untrue, but
Do you want us to send you a link and then you can jump on here and talk?
No, that's okay.
I mean, we can do that.
That's okay. I usually save that for yours. Or before them.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. You were saying how he's elongated.
Actually,
Right. His limbs are longer, his torso's longer, so he's like more stretched out.
Yeah.
And because of that, it makes him look more lanky, right? Because like Tharnog and the Jinn, they're like big and burly like the rest of their figures.
What?
So they've elongated the 1.0 body style and made it look kind of like more like their more nimble 2.0 body style, right? And that's really cool.
Have
But
they
just
ever
like
said how long before they produce them that they have the idea for, like, they put these figure obscuras in production?
I mean, they
So-
probably have ideas banked for years.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, like, actually, physically, start the process.
So, from what I remember being said about, like, again, Headless Horseman was supposed to be the first figure obscura, right? That was planned like around the like second or third year in. And they started 2014 was the first Kickstarter. So that would have been like 2016. We didn't get him into figure form until 2021, 22, 21. No, 22. Because I can't remember. Honestly, like time's flying by too quick. It's crazy. We only got 3 months left in 2024.
Oh God.
Right? I know. It's going to be time for another one of those really long countdown New Year's live streams that Mega J might show up for and shut off.
The thing I dread is the 15,000 figure of the year videos. I fucking hate those countdown videos.
Hey, man,
I'm not looking forward to property taxes. So
that too.
There you go, Thanos. Keeping it real, brother. Appreciate you.
This is like the worst part of the end of the year. It's like, God damn it. All right.
Right.
But to answer your question, I'm looking at it right now, and I haven't looked at it on the computer. I've only looked at it on my phone, so I'm looking at the computer now. It looks great.
Right? Like the sculpt on this thing is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great. And here's the whole thing: if you've never ordered something from Four Horsemen, Mythic Legion, or whatever, what they show you is what you get. It's not Super 7. It's not Super Horseman. If you're Super Horseman 7, you don't know what you're going to get. Right?
I fucking hate those Super Horsemen 7.
No, hands down, this is the full production figure. Because, again, that's one of the things for these, right? Like, sometimes Trevor's got to go from, like, a prototype model that could easily break when he takes these pictures. This figure is... like he got the actual figure, right? Like they don't talk anything about this until they get it in hand. And then again, Bill was mentioning that he got his on September the 11th. So that was 10 days ago, right? It was two Wednesdays, right? Is when he got this figure. That's when he got it in the mail, which means the Four Horsemen had it at their studio probably the week before that. And like they've got the full production run at that time. That's what they have. And they send it out to their people. And Trevor took all these amazing photos, like these gnarly head sculpts, all the stitching, the grossness, the long hair. They did the extra mile to sculpt a table.
Hey, Trevor just showed up in the chat.
Yeah, that's always production figures, and because of that, you can actually really work with them and not have to be as gentle as you
Now
have to.
here's my thing. I think that the retailer exclusives have really been better. I think the Headless Horseman
Oh, yeah.
has. I think I'm looking at this and I'm like, how do you what do you do to make it look better? No glow in the dark for this, unless I don't know what you would glow in the
Well,
dark. I don't think that would work.
Here's the thing. I think that the retail exclusive colors might look a little bit more along these lines. The pin set, it's got like a greenish yellow kind of hue
I don't
to
know
it,
if I would like that more.
and then like a purple bluish hair. I mean, I would, just because I like
But
that color scheme.
That's
Green and
traditional
purple.
Frankenstein in the movies, is the green skin.
Right,
Yeah.
that green skin. And I think that would be the way to go for a alternate retail version.
I'll probably buy it again if they make it in green, just to have, like I said earlier, an undead orc, like put like an orc head on
Yeah.
it. That'd be cool.
But just all of this, like, look at how much they're giving you for $70. All these little extras.
And for me, being a Joe guy, I'm looking at this going, I have Dr. Mindbender.
Right? Dr. Mindbender's lab.
As much as I say I hate them, and I think that Nemesis Immortal looks amazing. It fits with this crazy kind of stuff. So you don't have to have this you can use this in the G.I. Joe lab, where you don't have to have him walking around. You just have Dr. Mindbender working on him. And he also has like skulls and shit to go with his setup.
Right? He's got a brain in a jar.
Yeah.
Look, and again, like pointing out, like this is a head that we've seen reused a couple times, right? This is the Hagnon head, that zombified head. We've seen it in translucent, like green. We've seen it in translucent blue. We've seen it in decaying gray with the undead army builder. And this is, Rick Jones is saying it in the chat right now, saying Hagnon looks gnarly. Yeah. This is the most gnarly this head has looked to date. And it is
the dead eyes and then the red around it. Just looks great.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it on the share screen here, but there's a clouded pupil in that eye socket. Like, that's nuts. And the amount of different looks, right? Like, here you go, your standard, he tried to join the Misfits look right here.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Right now you can't unsee it.
And here he is for Cobra Kai once you take the jacket off.
Right. Took the jacket off. But then you got this look too, right? Like the bald look, like the fresh off the table, stitched up. They got the wraps around. Again, same wraps as the Red Death, but these are slightly larger to fit this bigger body, this bigger scale.
And something like this looks like something like directly out of like Egypt.
Right? And again, you could tie that right in with Canopic jars and Gods of Egypt set that we just got. It's really, really good. And then you got Trevor's artwork on the box. Oh, man. Like, again, the box art again, top notch. I said Trevor. Nate Barch.
Yeah.
The rest of the bark, this as well. And again, all of Trevor's photos, like, gosh, these really help sell it. Like, the whole look here around the lab. You got the Mask of the Red Death clock in here, these bookshelves behind it. You see the little jars set up on top, like the tray table with all the stuff next to it. The fact that the shackles can attach to the table because they got those little rings on the side. Like, that's just a cool detail, right? Like, this dude's strapped in. And then using one of the new Skeleton 2.0 guys as like a model skeleton behind it. It's Hagnon's head in a jar. These are amazing shots. I messaged Trevor earlier today and I told him, I was like, I think this is some of your best work yet. I love this shot of him looking in the window, forlorn, from the outside looking in, trying to go home, can't. Like you get the straight feels right from the book, and it's glorious. And again, he just comes with a ton of stuff for $70. And oh, look. So earlier today, it was 16. They did mark it down to 12 sets per person. Sale drop at this time. So this morning you could do 16. I guess they sold enough that they had to limit it to 12 because they do have a certain amount of stock that they hold back for just for conventions, right? So that's kind of cool too. And again, all this extra stuff right here too, just like weird Victorian era lab shit. I don't know what this stuff does, but it's cool, right? Like it's an extra sculpted detail. It's great.
Yeah, the set pieces are just awesome. I like the picture of him kind of like sitting down with the book too. That was really good.
Right? Yeah.
And these will ship, like, people will have them in hand before the end of the week.
I'm going to have mine by next Saturday. And I'm going to wait for everybody else to get theirs before I even open it. I'm going to have them like a week and a half.
California.
It does. Yeah, I'm used to having a Figura Obscura sit here like a week and a half before I open it.
It's only
Sometimes they come in early though.
Only $83.23. I'm so tempted to hit
shipped. Yeah, because again, they're doing the $10 flat rate for the shipping too, which is also great news. Brick already bought 2. They said, I love this graveyard shot here because again, you get
that's cheaper than what I paid, Lawrence.
Shipping says it's only like $9.09.
Your taxes must be lower because mine was $6, but my shipping was only $8.65.
Yeah, taxes are $4.20.
Yeah.
Oh God, $4.20. Good Lord.
I smoke some pot. No. Okay.
Well, you know what? I'm just gonna
I have been all night, so
I guess I'm gonna have to beg for more super chats Monday because I'm ordering this stupid thing.
I'm just saying I could use some more tips, folks. Anybody wants to drop anything in the tip jar tonight, I appreciate it. And Trevor, don't think I missed this detail back here on the headstone. You know, it was one of the first things I called out that you got Shelley on the headstone in the background right here. And I'm sure that full date is an actual, date of birth, date of death on there too. I did catch that, which is great. And that's not all too. We got over here. Karloff is on this one.
Nice.
Yep. See, he's saying there's 2 of them actually. So you got Boris Karloff over here on the other headstone. And I'm not sure. What do we got right there, Trevor? Is that anything in particular, or is that just the way it's sitting? Because I can't make out what that one is. But again, your work is always amazing, but these shots I think are absolutely your best yet.
Now that Trevor you're talking about, it's Trevor Williams, right?
Yes, Trevor Williams, 1/6 shooter.
I'm actually literally just looking at a picture of his on the Cabal, and it's the Gaslight Light Batman checking out a crime scene, and there's the Frankenstein standing behind him. It looks really cool. I'll get you a copy of it.
There you go. Graveyard shots look fantastic. They always do, man. Like, honestly, the Horsemen definitely, you're the photographer for them because you just, you elevate everything they do, and everything they do is already so good. So, keep it up, brother. Honestly, you sell these toys with your pictures alone. And can't thank you enough for enabling us even more than we already are.
Yeah.
I sent you a DM of that photo.
Yep, pulling it up now, actually. Here we go.
Pretty cool shot.
Got a little Gotham by Gaslight here.
Oh, nice. Perfect for Batman
Amazing. Day. Amazing, right? Perfect bridge. We had Figura Obscura and Batman Day on the same day. It looks great. the freaking tattered jacket. Like, it's not even the same thing as Jacob Marley's. It's a completely different jacket piece.
Mhm.
Soft,
is
good
it-
pants.
What is that?
It's Gotham by Gaslight.
It's got
Yeah, but I mean,
Gaslight.
like whose pictures is that?
That's
that's
Trevor's.
Trevor's.
Oh,
This is from the Cabal. Bud snagged it off
Oh.
the Cabal real quick and sent me a copy so I could share it, show off.
that is
That
awesome.
Gotham by Gaslight figure is amazing.
It's a little hard to make out here, but there's his watermark 1/6 shoe. There you go. Dave's telling you already. This looks epic. Shot one today with Solomon Kane and Musashi. Nice.
Oh, nobody
Nice.
cares, Matthew, about all your pictures you take. Such good photography. Jeez.
And Nolan says, could
Dude, you better stop or
definitely
he's gonna
mistake
kick
that.
you.
I know he will. Take my teeth right out.
Luckily, he'll
laugh.
never show up to Joe Fest because it's too far
That's right.
from his house.
But if Ed ever gets a DFW, he's going to catch him hell.
Only the fact that Matthew was at Georgia a week before Joe
The week
Fest. So.
before. Couldn't even come over just one day. Just couldn't wait one extra day.
Nope. Had to roll.
So we found a fill-in.
Yep. Better looking fill-in, too, I might say.
Ooh.
Now
Not
he's
gonna
really going to
argue.
kick my ass.
So I gotta say,
Real
today has been a very exciting day. It was great to see. I know this one, it was a little bit more on the nose with the clue and everything as to what this could have been yesterday when they dropped the tease. I still find it weird. People were like Ben Franklin, but I kind of get it because the logo being a key and the lightning. But like they have yet to do one actual physical, like historical person yet. Like everything's been literary. People are like, Ben Franklin, he wasn't real. There you go. He's saying Carson is awesome. He would fill in. If he would fill in, that would be great.
Matthew's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with punk shit anyway. So all this drama
right.
he brings around.
And I know we were kind of looking at these a little bit earlier, but Bud's sending me in some stuff right now. So I'll pull them up and we'll share screen.
I don't know if you saw them earlier or not.
I watched the video.
I'm scrolling through it. Oh, okay. I thought you meant
yeah.
you showed them on here.
No, it was good. This is Dork Layers video, so you can see the original Headless Horseman and the Mask of the Red Death. So with the other Figure Obscura characters, you can see he's that
Wow, he is
higher
quite a
height.
bit taller. Yeah.
Yeah, taller than the regular figure. Here's just another really cool one showing off like the different accessories
I
in the
love
hand.
this pic.
Hey, Bud, did you see the one with him and the Jinn, the genie character? If you can find that in the Cabal real quick, I don't know if that was posted.
I'll figure.
But yeah, like you can see again, it's taller. The arms, like just look at these arms and then look at this arm. Definitely much longer. Which again, you're attaching some, people's parts to other people's parts. So yeah, that might be a little difficult to do.
Quickly, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling through Facebook. Can you enlarge me? I'm not sure how well you can see this, but
All right.
I'm hoping you can. So I see G.I. Joe Classified Community says, really glad Hasbro did well for this version of Storm Shadow. Right? And if
I can't even tell which Storm Shadow that is.
It's the new Storm Shadow, but anyway. So right there, the first fucking comment is, can't get over the swords being on the wrong side.
Was that Matthew?
Of course it's Matthew. Who else is concerned about it? Like, this is what I'm strolling through. I'm like, oh, I bet Matthew's gonna. I'm like, oh wait, he's already made a comment on it 14 hours ago.
But if it's a picture, isn't it mirrored?
No, it's
well, I know
no,
it's
it's
actually
on
on
the
the
wrong
wrong
side.
side on the figure.
Well, technically
Okay.
they're not on the wrong side because ninjas don't fucking exist anyway. They never have. So there's
That's
no
right.
technical side that their sword should be on.
Exactly. So
And what if they're left-handed?
We tried to say that, and he said that no swordsman is left-handed, even though they're not real. I see it, and it's like that's the comment. Probably because we're friends on Facebook, but I'm like,
Right. Yeah. Because you're friends, you're going to see his comment over other people's.
but it's just that it's like, I didn't mean to interrupt anything. It's just so damn.
No,
funny.
no, it's all fine, brother.
We
You know
make
that's
so
all right.
many damn jokes about it.
All right, here we go. So, yeah. So again, the Jin is a brute scale figure, so that's their 8-inch, and you can see he's actually taller than he is, except for the hair. The hair is what makes him slightly taller. The gray is definitely still taller, but again,
So
he's
is he
got an
eight-
even more elongated body.
Is he 8 inches or is he taller than 8? Like,
He's 8. He's 8 inches.
okay.
But like again,
I'm
it's a
not.
massive figure, and
I'm not 8 inches.
we know Lawrence.
That's what she said.
I want one of those grays so bad.
Benjamin
They're
Frankenstein.
really
There we
cool.
go.
That Jin was such a cool figure. I wish I would have gotten
It
him.
really is, and the colors are so bright and poppy. He should still be in stock in places, so don't
I think
rule
you
out
can
that
find
you
him in
can't.
certain places, but
Hella Dope doesn't have him. I don't think he
No.
sold out there pretty quick. Actually, no, they didn't get Poxus in, did they? Or did
Nope.
they? Yeah, yeah, because they weren't a retailer yet, so they weren't able to get Poxus. But gotta say now, after I said that first one, I definitely cannot stop seeing this guy singing Mother. Mother. It's one of the latest Misfits. Like, that's sticking out in my head now with that head sculpt. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually really cool.
Were you the
All
first
right.
one to say that, or did you hear someone else say it? Because I can't.
You know what? It didn't even occur to me until I pulled up that picture. Like, I don't know what it was about that exact picture. And I was like, and now I'm just seeing a Misfits music video. Holy crap. Like, that just happened. You know? And yeah, that's okay, though. I ain't mad. Like, I'm excited about those Misfits 5.5 figures. So Dave's mentioning, holy hell, these look insane. That's the kind of quality from Four Horsemen, Dave. You hang around me long enough, you're going to end up getting further and further into the line. It happens. You know, you'll thank me later.
yeah.
Rick says he needs the gray, but it might give him nightmares, especially if you go to Anchorage, Alaska.
The grays
Grays
are
will definitely
amazing.
give
Those
you
are my favorite cosmics.
Yeah,
Right?
like
That traditional.
those would be like. Well, there's two other cosmics I want, but like the grays are definitely like if they put out any more, I want them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're just great. Again, you guys know me. I'm all in on everything Four Horsemen. Figure Obscura is the line that I will be a completist on. And this is just another one in the books that there's like, they have not released a Figure Obscura yet that I haven't been like, you know, I can pass on this one. Each one has just been like, I want that one. I want that one. I want that one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to be completist on them, but I've picked up most of them.
There you go. If Danzig and Wolfgang von Frankenstein had a kid, that's exactly it. That was it. You know, they made a baby together, and this is what came out of it.
If only this came with a bag of cat litter.
Yeah.
Come on! You said Danzig. You have to know
I
what I'm
did say
talking
Dan.
about. All right.
He's got. I feel like Matthew Lillard in Scream. Peer pressure. Yeah, buddy. Peer pressure. Not in a bad way. You won't regret it. You will not have buyer's remorse. Even if you do, when you resell it, you'll make more, probably.
With this one, you will because there's a smaller quantity of these, right?
Right. Figure Obscuras do not get the same amount as like a mass retail does. It's going to be a bit.
But this one here, because it's where the retailer exclusive, there's more, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what those exact numbers look like.
Might be depending on how well it does, too.
Right?
I'm not really sure how that works.
Yeah, because a lot of the retailers' numbers are based off their pre-order, too. Like, they're going to send extra to the retailers, but a lot of it is still based off those pre-order numbers. So, hold that up there. Yeah.
This
There we go.
figure, I know some people don't like that she's a Marine sniper. The face sculpts are so amazing, especially this one.
That does look good.
You can swap it with this hat here. I know my camera sucks, guys,
Yeah, boonie hat.
but like it fits so perfect. And rather than making glasses and the headset that goes over it, it just slips right on. So this thing comes off.
So the hat actually comes off without the hair?
No, so
No, the hair comes off. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
still that kind of Lady J style system. Okay.
yeah. But if you want to drop this on it, forget how I put it on there. The
It
hat.
actually looks like it fits better than Lady J's.
Oh, it sticks on there. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for Lady J.
Well, they might have perfected the system because I got to say, the hair on my Lady J falls off all the time.
With all that creamery money you got, buy yourself a new damn camera.
Wait.
Jesus.
Was that?
I think I
was that
turned the
hair in hat
autofocus
supposed to
off.
come off?
Oh, that'd be why.
Yeah, I
it's
turned the
just not
autofocus off because it tries to focus on different things.
Right. But what was that you were saying?
The hair's supposed to.
I was just asking if the hair in the hat was supposed to come off.
Yeah. So you can swap it out. Like I said, they did the same thing with Lady J early
Yeah,
on, so that you
'cause
get her
there's
with her hair or with her cover. And
There's hair on the back here,
yeah,
like underneath
here
the
I'll
hat.
blow you up again so they can kind of see that.
So there's hair on the back.
Right.
And then the other head sculpt is, I believe she's supposed to be Native American. And this is the actual sniper head. Again, sorry, shitty camera.
Yeah, because the other one's a spotter, right?
Well, she doesn't have I mean, you'd have to buy two,
Yeah.
but there are other snipers you could use. And this looks awesome too. This is the one that actually has a camouflage on it, camouflage paint, and it looks great. But I don't think it's supposed to be someone who's black. I think it's supposed to be Native American, and I'm perfectly fine with it. I want to have multiple.
That's great.
Every head sculpt looks amazing.
And Dre, we shouted you out earlier, brother. I hope you heard it then. We'll shout you out again. Good to see you, brother. Glad you're in the chat. And hope you are feeling well this evening as well, sir. Hope you and the family are doing good.
And go over and watch this video because it's doing really well and it's paying me a lot.
There you
Right?
go. Making
I-
all the money off of that video.
I'm like, I was actually blown away at how much like this. Normally, I might make my money back on a figure over the longevity of it. 2 days, and I'm making money off this somehow.
Hey, that's great.
It's paying out like crazy for some reason. I mean, it's doing well, but so I'm just like, more people need to watch it.
No, that's good. That's really good.
I just bought a Figure Obscura, so someone
Right,
watch
you need
it.
that
I don't
money
even have
now.
to ask for super chats. Just go watch the video.
Wow, you've made it. You've made it. You're making money off of videos. You've made it.
Every now and then.
Right.
Every now and then.
Not all of them.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves and be crazy, all right? It makes you feel good though. Like when you're doing something, it's, not only you putting time and effort into it, but you're doing, people are watching it, but then when you are actually able to, you're making money off it by not begging companies to send you money and you're not shelling, you're just doing your thing. And for some odd reason, the algorithm and YouTube's like, hey,
like, I know it's the YouTube thing, and that's why I'll mention like the tip jar. Plus, right now I'm trying to get as much spare money as I can for Legion's Con. But like, I always feel awkward trying to say, "Oh yeah, if you want to do it," like I never like it. Like when you, because we all know, we've all seen those kind of guys where it's like they bring up the super chat or the tip jar like every 5 minutes, but it comes off beggy.
Yeah.
Right. And that's terrible. Most of the time, and especially like with yours, it's like one person will put in a super chat and then somebody else will just, kind of like off of the super chats themselves. Right.
Yeah. And that's
like,
that's what a lot of them do. So, I mean,
you're not asking people like, hey, send me super chats. It always feels awkward and icky to do that. Like, I don't like doing it. And yes, icky is a technical term that I will use.
I feel the same way, but you are right. There are some people, and this is something that came up in a conversation that we were having, that I was having with another group of people. And they were mentioning how, well, maybe we should just start reading super chats because we don't get any. And I'm like, hey, you can do that, but
Sure,
you become a snob channel. And if that's what you want to be,
Yep.
if it's all about making money for you, then awesome. But I'm going to tell you this, people notice. Now, when you become larger and you're getting a lot of super chats and you have 150, 200, 300, you're going to read every single one of the super chats because they spent the time, they spent the money to get it read. But if you only read that, good luck.
Yeah. Well, and then you've got the other thing too, right? Like, you know, when channels get to a certain volume and they've got like 400, 500 people in the chat, right? It is tough to sit here and do this and read each and every one of these messages.
Yeah.
From 400 people, all, you know, because everybody's saying stuff all at once and everything like that.
Well, and then
It's
by the
gonna be
time you
really
get to them, they're like an hour off topic.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
this person
You've already
talking about?
That's
You've
always
probably
been
already covered it, right?
Yeah, that's always been a complaint when there's people that feel they need to read every comment, and when they get to reading the comments, they're a half hour behind, and you're like, you've ruined the flow. And I think, like, you know, what works for me obviously is I try and read as many as possible. Well,
Yeah,
I can't even say I try and read some that I see that are important to asking a question or whatever. But as long as you're reading the comments that people send, most people are going to be happy. They know that they know they should know. I can't say they do. They should know you can't read every comment.
I mean, I try to do my best, and you know, again, on a clubhouse we'll average like 50 people a night most nights. So like, I will try to read as many as they are. If I notice you're having a conversation with just other people randomly in the chat, I'm not going to bring up those comments. I'm going to skip over those because you're having a conversation with somebody else. If it's directed towards us at the panel, I will try to make sure that we highlight everything that you're saying.
Yeah.
I do try to do that because that's directed towards us. That's the kind of things we want to interact with. Plus, I like engaging with you guys because you guys are fun. You're awesome. Heck, most of you in the chat have been on the show at some point in time or another because that's the kind of format we do here. How dare you ignore my comment? You know what? I'm ignoring your comment. I'm going to take it off screen because I can. All right, Fat Red Foo. How you like that?
Damn.
And don't judge me because I've been pimping out your work, brother. I was just telling everybody Thursday night on the Frenzy how they need to go watch Fat Red Foo make a magical cyberpunk 1/18th scale world out of garbage and other stuff that you bought. There you go, Nolan. I got you, buddy, because you make us officially ToyTube. I will always try to read your comments, my brother. I do. I really do try to, you know, do my best to make sure that I've hit everybody. I make sure that everybody feels recognized. And again, I love interacting with all you guys. That's why we have fun. You know, that's it. With that being said,
it's hard.
I did miss Jamie Benson earlier. I wanted to get back to this one because it says great for Mindbender making Serpentor when we were talking about all the accessories and the extras that are coming with the Frankenstein creature. 100% is like any kind of mad scientist lab. And you're right. Like with the stuff that you already got for Mindbender, this really helps fill out the rest of that. So look,
it's
honestly,
why I asked what tall he was. Because Mindbender, or not, Serpentor's tall. Like, he's really large.
He's a big guy.
He's over 7 inches, I think.
You're right, brother. I really did. I definitely pimped your work on Thursday. Go check out Skelevator's channel. We got into a little bit talking about, you know, making stuff out of, like, your recycling, and I definitely brought you up.
I did not pimp you out, just so you know. But I will when you come on my show.
Yeah, it can be. It 100% can be, Nolan. Again, fortunately, my show tends to stay small enough that I can make sure that I try to get to each and every one I get. But then there's other times too where it's getting on like 3 or 4 in the morning and I'm not even looking at the chat because I'm spending more time staring at whatever I'm looking at on my second screen here. And that's my bad, just because I'm tired at that point and I lose things.
But I mean, the one thing I try and do is anytime I see someone else pop in that hasn't made a comment, I try and highlight them and say hi to them every Monday.
That's right.
Thursdays are harder because you have a guest and, it's not a co-host, you have a guest. And so it's hard to always bring it up. But I almost always bring it up. And Matthew can tell you how many times I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen you before. Next thing I know, Matthew's texting me like, yeah, they've been here a lot. And I'm like, hey, well,
Oops.
shows where my mind has been because I have all, other stuff
Time
going.
at Lawrence is live, he says that, and then Matthew has to prove him wrong.
No, he even sends me a message when they haven't. Like they show me like
All right. You know what? I did mention
the dollar
earlier.
store.
I did mention earlier I was going to do a poll for
Nice.
getting the Figure Obscura. I think I'm going to drop that in the chat now, especially since we got 32 people watching. Let's do it.
Yeah, you can get a pack of these at I think it was Dollar Tree. So I think it was like $1.25 for 9 eyeballs. Or 12
I saw
eyeballs
those
or something.
when I was at the store last week.
Nice.
This is just a wood skewer. I mean, you can get a bunch of those super cheap. I was thinking about getting some of the cheap little dolls and having like a bunch of children impaled on
that'd
things
be
with
fun.
like them kind of like prancing through the forest.
Yeah.
Should be fun.
I like the way your mind thinks, Thanos.
Well, I'm getting in the spooky season. It's coming up, so I got to have a bunch of
It's
shots
here.
ready to go.
I know you've already been doing wonders with your pumpkins and your the pumpkins as well as the plunderlings. There we go. I almost wanted to call them pumpkin rings or something like that.
Yeah, I've got some more of those coming up too, and I'm just having a lot of fun with them. These are going to be like my seasonal guys. I think I'm just going to every season try to get
Just
them up
make
to
a
some
little
activities.
different. Mondo Flores joining us again, saying Nolan Totsi, highlighting everybody in the chat. Rolando is one of those guys where like he is everywhere. Everywhere. I'm always finding Rolando all over the place.
Orlando gets around.
he's a whore.
Yeah, but he's the kind we like because that means he's watching all of our
whores
content.
we don't like. The
He's-
whores we don't like.
I
That
mean,
one.
hey,
No,
hey,
Thanos likes
some
the
people
whores.
pay extra for that.
Overpriced horse. How's that?
There you go. The kind that, before you even get your rocks off, beat you up and steal your money with their pimp.
Those are the worst kind.
Worst.
There's a lot of news for this week.
A little bit.
All right, so I've gone ahead and I got everything set up for the poll here. I did add, we've got yes, no, and waiting for retail variant. So, guys, let us know in the chat if you have picked up the Figure Obscura tonight. Let us know. I'm going to let these roll for a bit and see how many people come in and answer. Man, real quick, no jumped up to 100% real fast and then dropped down real quick again.
Oh, it's the first one.
So, yeah, it was. It was the first one, so I saw it real quick. I was like, whoa, well, that was fast. Rolando, we love you for it, brother. We love you for it. We appreciate having you get passed around by all of us. And honestly, there are so many channels I've found from him sending me links to lives of channels I didn't even know. I'm like, how did you find these guys? But that's great though, because it widens my knowledge and I get to learn more stuff, which is one of the best things about this. Not just how much stuff that like I can get up here and talk about, but how much stuff I've learned since I've started this, because I already had a huge amount of knowledge to begin with. So it's even better that I've just learned more.
You know, it's nice to look at things that you don't collect just so you can see what other people are into and so you can see the designs of stuff. If you never buy a Mythic Legion or Four Horsemen, whatever you want to call it, just to be able to see what they look like, understand what they're really about and why people like them, it's great. You know, you don't collect classified. All right, cool. Man, those animals look really awesome. Wow, you know, those face sculpts, they really bring back what I had as a kid. Even turtles, although I don't know how anyone can keep up with turtles.
Well, and weird stuff like this too, right? Like random little things that, unless you've played World of Warcraft, you probably don't know what this is, you know, kind of thing. And just being able to, you know, Thanos is shown here and it looks cool. And like, I know there's people out there now that could see like a dozen ways to get this in their collection. And that's another awesome thing too, because we're always finding. I mean, it doesn't help this sickness, this addiction we all have to our plastic crack.
No, it doesn't.
I think, you know, my collecting habits of. I was just gonna get a He-Man and Skeletor.
That's how it started for me.
And now I've got
literally
Lords of Power 5-pack up here. I've got behind me right here, there's an Ecto 1, Frozen Empire new Ghostbuster wave. I've got the Fright Features Ghostbuster wave. There's a Count Chocula over here. There's the Mystery. Well, I had the Mystery Machine and Mystery Ink because those are actually Connors. I've got a Slimer over here. I've got all kinds of craziness all over the place. I got this box full of Mandos over here that I was just showing off earlier.
So, you know, I think the showing off and buying just one, I think the worst ones right now are the Jada Street Fighter because they're affordable. They're affordable and they are great. So you're like, oh, $25, I'll pick one up. And next thing you know, oh, well, you know what? I should probably get Chun-Li too. Oh, I should probably get Ken. Because you're like, if they're only
$25, certain points, like, oh, I got to get all of them.
Well, yeah, because I want to have the entire roster, right?
And what's better yet is they work together. There's not one figure that you go like, well, they never really interacted. You're just fighting. And you can do all kinds of fight scenes. And when I, you know, again, putting it against or putting Jinx in a photo with them, you're like, Jinx looks like a tiny little girl. She doesn't fit because Chun-Li is so amazing. So those are the ones that I think really, really hurt people. Well, because I don't think there were a lot of people that were like, I need to have Street Fighter figures. And then they came out and they're like, I need to have Street Fighter figures.
Right.
You have one. Like, they're so fucking good.
Yeah.
I would have never thought like Mega Man, but like as soon as I saw those, I was like, yeah, these look really good. And they're super fun once you get them in hand.
Like, I still want those Mega Man figures. Oh, I was just adding them.
I heard you clicking. I thought you were busy.
I was, and then I wasn't, and I was doing this. But, like, you know, we've all seen, and I literally just pulled this up because I wanted to bring it up here.
We got a super chat.
Oh, we did?
Punk got a super chat.
Oh, Punk got one. I was going to say.
I see a Punk.
I didn't even have that tab up. Got to get your Wii on, son.
I was trying to avoid it.
That's why I called it out, so you can't.
I'm trying to do my show for Monday. Jeez.
All right. So I'm going to share this here real quick. Like this is one of those iconic images from Street Fighter 2, right? Like showing like the full cast, everybody standing around kind of thing. Like I remember seeing this in like the booklet, the strategy guide showing off all the new characters as well as like the originals. Like this is kind of an iconic image. Like if I started to go down this route, I would need to buy all of them to
It's
do
only
this.
it's only 29. There's only 29 of them.
No, I would stick with just the ones from Street Fighter 2 Alpha. It's really what I would have to hold myself and not get like all the crazy variants from,
No.
the
I'm
later
just talking
ones
about
with, like,
if you stick to the main characters from the game, there's only 29. That's not the
not in
variant.
this one.
Only
This
29.
oh, well, not in 2. 2 didn't have 29. This was the whole cast because you had
Well,
the addition
So
of
so June was on an interview with ACBA at Comic-Con, and they did actually went into in depth about it a little bit. They're making all 29 from Street Fighter 2, whichever version of it that they're doing. It's like Street Fighter 2 Turbo, I think is what it is. There are 29 different characters, selectable characters, and they're making all of them.
Well, it's got to be Super because Cammy and DJ and T-Hawk.
Okay,
Well, I was
yeah.
gonna say Street Fighter 2 Turbo was
With
the
the
top
bosses
row.
split up.
Right. It was this. This was the top row, the second row, and Vega and M Bison. Then Street Fighter 2 Alpha, we had the additions of T-Hawk, Fei Long.
Well, Alpha was after because Alpha was the flashback. Super is when they added the other 4: Fei Long, Cammy, DJ,
Was it?
and T-Hawk.
Because I remember having Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the Super Nintendo, and it was only, again, these 2 rows. And
well,
then
there was
these guys.
there was Street Fighter, and then there was the Championship Edition, and then there was Super for Super Nintendo.
Right. Okay. And that's probably one I had because
Part 2 was like they're just never going to let it in. There was like a million different versions of it, and then instead of going to 3, they did Alpha, Alpha 2, Alpha 3.
Right. And they just kept adding more and more. And then we eventually did get like Street Fighter 3, and there wasn't anything to it. But then 4 came out like 20 years later on Xbox 360. And now we're up to like
at the time.
6.
I played a lot of it on Dreamcast.
By that time, I think I was just playing Marvel versus Capcom too much.
Played a lot of that too.
Yeah, Marvel versus Capcom 2 was like, oh my God, so good. But yes, Lawrence, your super chat here, since you needed it so bad, since you just bought the Figura Obscura. G'day, super friends. Spin.
Yeah, so much shit that can get knocked over now. Whee!
There we go.
And there it is.
We got him to knock something over. Feel my pain, Larry. Feel it.
No, I don't need all this shit going on. I already got too much stuff up here.
So we were making that commercial for you, Larry, with Pop and I, and we had to do the camera drop, and my headphones broke.
Oh no.
Every time the camera dropped, something always broke. There were 3 figures that broke and on different things.
Oh,
but for that commercial, the headphone, the piece that fits into the phone snapped off.
Oh man, that's rough. That's rough.
With as many times as you dropped your phone, it finally broke on you, huh?
I mean, I said it broke something every time.
As we are getting an influx of viewers here, I do want to make sure that we get everybody recognized again as they come in, as we were just saying before. And I know Punk can't do it because he's not actually hosting, it's just simulcasting. So I got
quickly, if you're on mine, I have no control over it. Only Oz does.
Well, Oz and Ed.
But still send in super chats. So
send in what you can. All right, so Frostbite G.I. Joe Repro is here. What is going on, brother? We've got Matt Lilly in the house saying, I was just going to get Beachhead, and now I'm back into G.I. Joe, right? Like, that's how it goes, man. That's what this is. Toyomic Displays. Did I pronounce that right? Toyomic Displays? Toyomic Displays?
How can I say something properly and you can't?
Yeah, I never claimed to be some kind of English major, all right? Okay. TJC is here, finally joining us because we know it's the early morning hours over there. What's going on, TJC? Good to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. And Dark Aeons is saying, Kesha said she woke up like P. Diddy. She's going to prison. Oh. Is there drama with
God.
Kesha going on right now that I've not been aware of? I haven't actually heard her name since that song was trending. So
I don't understand what that means.
the beginning of one of Kesha's songs is like, woke up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm guessing that's where that play comes from, but I don't understand what's going on here.
Yeah. I don't usually listen to music that's any newer than 1990, so
Good
Is
on
there
you.
music?
I was wrong about the June interview. It said 19. Sorry, 19 characters.
There you go. There you go. 19. Which,
Well,
yeah,
we've
that
already
makes
got, what,
sense.
6
That's
or 7,
basically
9,
that
9.
entire cast that we were just looking at.
Right. Yes.
So, yeah, that would be 100% them. And that's not bad because that's a quick line. You got everything in it.
The other thing I thought was funny is that the only Universal Monster character that they didn't get to do was the Mummy before the license was pulled away from them.
Yeah, because NECA started doing them.
Well, I mean, NECA, they decided to go all in on NECA. And so to subvert that sort of, when they got the Scooby-Doo license, the Mummy character was one of the first that they designed.
Good. Give it to us. All right. Again, we got some more people folding in here. We got Joe Fan 84, SCS Dog in the house joining us. And I'm trying to make sure I do not miss people as we flow in.
Where'd
Clint
everybody come
Jorgensen
from?
is here with us. Yeah, who just stopped streaming and why and everybody
I
jumping in?
started streaming late.
Well, I was going to say I know you just started simulcasting because you weren't doing it before. So we got Clint Jorgensen in the house as well, saying she's just referencing that line of a song. Got it. Thank you, Clint. I appreciate you. And spend 99 for the toy. Which one? I don't know. Then we got Gaz. Gaz joining us in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you here. Gaz, let me know if you want the link. Come join. Love to hear your thoughts because, again, I know you are not a collector of the Mythic Legions. I'd like to hear your thoughts as someone who doesn't collect these lines at all. How good you think this Frankenstein's creature look. And if you haven't seen it yet, I will gladly pull up this horrific looking monstrosity on the screen again because he's great.
Oh, yeah. No, he looks awesome.
All right. Spent $99 for the Stinger, then spend $200 on add-ons. More power to him.
Did you go with the all-in, Matthew, or just the figure itself?
For what now?
Did you go
for
all
Figure
in
Obscura?
For Frankenstein, or?
Oh no, I just did the figure. Yeah, that other stuff would sit around. I don't know. I mean, I got a whole stack of pins and stuff, and I don't need coffee mugs.
It's just more stuff I gotta find a place in my house for.
Right.
I'm already looking for space for figures, and you want me to figure out coffee mugs and pins and shit? Like,
well, the pins are easy. Just put them in a hat. But yeah, like you can only hold so many mugs, right?
I already have patches coming that I don't want.
You're gonna put them.
No, I'm not giving them away either. So that's my fucking dilemma.
All right, we got Plastic Skulls here with us as well, saying, "What's up, everyone?" Gas has not seen it, so we're gonna bring it up again here. And I've still got that poll going in the chat. Asking if you're in my chat, if you're in Punk's chat, you're not going to see the poll. I don't think it'll simulcast.
No, it does not send it over there.
But yeah, I'm just asking everybody if you picked up today the new Figure Obscura. Trying to keep track of that in the poll. So far, I've got 79% said no, but not everybody who's watching right now is a Mythic Legions guy, so I would believe that, or they probably just it's not cheap. It's $70.
So I saw a cool pop and swap on the Dork Lair video.
Yes,
and I mean he had a bunch of pop and swaps on there that were pretty cool, but throwing the pumpkin head from Headless Horseman on the skeleton.
Yeah.
I was
said somebody showed that to him.
Yeah.
Hold that up, Matthew.
Yeah. So what's really funny about that is that the yokai brawlers from the Foosh, the deluxe figure came with pumpkin heads. It was one of the other heads that it came with. So you could do your skeleton with pumpkin heads there.
And now you can do it here too. It looks so good.
So I'm going to have an army of skeletons with pumpkin heads.
That's awesome, man. It's awesome.
Matthew,
so
I actually
Yeah.
just took a shot with one of the plunderlings with the flaming pumpkin head from the
Nice.
Headless Horseman.
That's awesome.
very
Matthew,
cool.
tell us your experience about getting the Foosh skeletons. I haven't heard this yet.
You know, they kept coming out with different versions of the skeletons and saying, hey, you can pick this up at the convention. Hey, we have this to ship out to you now. And I'm like, what about all the people that pre-ordered the first skeleton that you ever showed, which was the Yokai Brawler Deluxe skeleton? And I had pre-ordered that, and they're releasing all this other stuff. They're all the skeletons that were the same skeleton, but just different accessories or glow in the dark or whatever. And so I just kept commenting on it every time I'd see a post about what the next thing was that the Foosh was dropping. I'm like, what about this thing that we pre-ordered forever ago that you haven't even released yet? Where's that?
Matthew is
Demon's done that with their demons. Like they've put like so many convention demons out, and it's like none of those figures are in people's hands other than the convention ones.
Well, and all of the other versions didn't have all the accessories that the deluxe one had, right? And they weren't whatever. And so I was just saying, hey, what about us? What about the people who gave you money up front, 2 years ago? Where's our stuff?
Mezco. I'm sorry, Mezco. I'm looking at Mezco right now. Matthew is the direct reason why Robo left. He's like, I can't fucking deal with this asshole anymore. All right?
Not true. But yeah, he
that.
never wanted to answer.
He
those
told me that at
questions.
PowerCon, actually.
I know.
You know that
Hey,
that
I told you I met him in Dallas, right? I mean, he's got to be as tall as Punk. I mean, he was short.
Absolutely.
It was weird when I was on my
Yeah,
power.
he ain't tall.
He's like, is Matthew your moderator? Holy shit!
Did he
Yeah,
ask
we,
you?
we had a
Matthew?
great conversation at the convention. I saw Matt. He was helping a buddy, and so he was racking up some T-shirts or whatever. And I said, I think I might know you. And I said, I don't know. And I said, yeah, Robo don't know, do we?
So what
I
happened to
talked
my
to him at
skeleton?
PowerCon for a couple hours. He's a great guy to talk to.
No, he's awesome to talk to. And I know he didn't have anything to do with the creation of the figures. And he had said that many times. He distances himself from the toys line. And so he was hesitant to even promote it on the official channel at the time because he didn't want to seem biased, but also he saw some of the weird stuff that was going on. And it's why he and Veebs, left, is because the rest of the company wasn't going in the right direction.
Right. Absolutely. So yeah, this guy right here is got to be probably the most stuff we've seen in a Figura Obscura yet. Plastic Skulls, I'm seeing that you got it. That's awesome because it's a great one to get. If you haven't gotten Figura Obscura before, this is a good one to get into.
I can't wait to see Skull's pictures.
Right? And we got Gaz is mentioning that he reminds him of the De Niro Frankenstein monster. Which,
Or
yeah,
I Frankenstein.
I think it's
I Frankenstein thing.
Yeah.
Definitely
That's a
big
really
influence. And alternate heads. So we've got heads with hair, which we have now determined this is definitively the Misfits head skull.
Yeah, I can't unsee that for sure.
I can't neither can I now. Ever since it popped into my head that it's funny because I did a whole stream this morning where I didn't think that once, and then it's like 2.5 hours in tonight, and I'm like, oh yeah, hey, look at that.
Now I got to change my intro music when I do the review on this.
Okay, hey,
Yes.
I ain't gonna be mad about that. That'll be fun.
That'll be
So-
awesome.
You get these two different alternate heads for a hairless look. Again, they've redid Hagnon's head. They've repainted it, put some dead looking eyes in there. And then technically, if you wanted to throw a skull in there, I guess you could too. So you're
Now,
actually getting
can
like
you guys
5
can you
heads.
tell which other skull that is? Is that the one skull or is that the two skull with the articulated jaw? Can you tell?
This is the one skull.
Okay.
It doesn't have that broken tooth. But you know what though? I don't know. With the way they've been doing the skulls lately, like because the 2.0 Legion builder doesn't have a missing tooth. So
Right.
like on the 1.0 body styles, like if it had the missing tooth, that was the one where it would move.
Yeah.
So this one, it may be. Maybe. I didn't see in any of the pictures it was open. We've got Wholesome Warlock, Jordan Fraser in the house. What's going on, brother? They must have just stopped doing the Purple Gang. Glad to have you here, brother. Hey, if you want the link, if you still got some gas in the tank, let me know. I'll shoot you the link. But this guy is just gorgeous. I've been talking about him pretty much all day, and I'm not going to stop.
I can't tell if it's the lighting or not, but the paint that they used on the table and the tray look awesome. I mean, the reflectiveness of it makes it look
right
that much better. And the leather straps, I mean, those look like real leather straps.
They do. They really do. And the other thing is like it's a stainless steel style table, right? But they've like, because this stuff can still oxidize. And they did put oxidization marks on it. Yep. Even the paint job on the bottom, they've scuffed it up and hit it with that. So it's not like this perfect thing. It's, it's been used. This is in a world that's been lived in.
The only thing I worried about or questioned or whatever you want to say is that the base for those tables in the tray look way too modern to me.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the technology looked like. I know they definitely used hand cranks for a lot of this stuff back then.
Oh yeah. So the hand cranks look good, but the base actually looks more modern than I was expecting it to look.
I see what you're saying.
I get it. I totally get it. Yeah,
and so I'm like, it'd be great for Mindbender for sure.
You know what? This is a problem. This is the problem with toy companies. I buy a toy. Every accessory should be brand new and only used for this one figure. All right? These people are just ripping us off.
They can't get the simplest of details, like a timeline down.
I was sold by the accessories. Like, I think the figure's rad, but I bought it because it's like I want
the accessories more.
The other stuff, the jars.
There's just so much stuff that we could do.
How much was the NECA table? That was like $70, right?
Yeah, the NECA one.
So the best value was the Jada one. If you found your way to find the Jada Deluxe Frankenstein's monster with set, it had the table on there, and that table actually rotates, so you can make it flat, you can tilt it up. Unlike the NECA one's in position; it's not moving.
Well, the NECA one was supposed to be an homage to the old Remco monsters, wasn't it?
But how much was it? It was like $70, and you had to order it from the site, so you're paying shipping and handling, right?
Yeah. No, there was a lot of cost.
The NECA one,
the NECA one for sure, and it was supposed to be a nod to the Remco previous releases too, and I bet you they probably had to pay some extra stuff for the licensing, kind of like for that, but they already had the licensing, so I'm not sure how much more they would have had to pay for that. But either way, though, like the accessory sets that NECA sells are like anywhere between like $40 to $70, depending on what you're getting with it. And this gives you a figure. Mind you, those don't even give you those accessories. Like they don't give you a lot with the Dracula set. They don't give you a whole lot with the Mummy set, and they cost you like $40. This you're getting a figure and all of these extras for $70, and then a $10 flat rate shipping on top of it,
or less.
Yeah, seriously. And in all honesty, if you just want this for the accessories, buy it for the accessories and turn around and sell the figure itself if you don't want to keep the figure for like background or whatever.
Yeah, no kidding.
And you'll get the $70 back.
Yeah. I mean, it's a heck of a deal.
Yeah, this is huge.
Like on the aftermarket, how much do the Figura Obscuras normally go for? Like over?
It depends, but most of the time they don't go much over initial price, just because everybody knows that they're going to release a retailer wave now.
Right. But this is a lot of new and unique tooling. And like we've been saying all night, people are talking about customs and stuff like that. Customizers will buy a torso because they don't need the arms or the heads. Right? Like people will part these out.
A figure Obscura, you can make your bank back probably double, but you got to piece it out.
Same time, Toys, this is where all the cool people hang out on Saturday nights. It's the Clubhouse. That's where we're at. And yes.
Oh my God. Sorry. I just saw this cover girl's face for the new O-ring from Super 7, and it is awful.
It does not look good. No, I mean it's almost a Lady J without paint, right? I mean it looks bad.
I'll take the original cover girl with the giant head. These do not look. I'm sorry. I'm so glad I saw them before they got shipped, or because they don't look that good.
Yeah, those Super 7 O-rings. I mean, I haven't seen one in person yet, but I have not been entirely impressed from what I've seen. The paint looks terrible.
And you know what? I've said this before. I think the reaction paint is usually pretty good.
I saw a bunch of reaction today that didn't look bad, but they're $25, so there's no way I'm touching them.
Well, yeah, but
Not
I'm just
only
saying,
that,
like,
though, when it comes to a reaction figure, you expect like a more basic paint application too, right? Because they kind of, again, they mirror those very basic paint apps that we had on the original Star Wars stuff.
Right.
And they kind of mimic that. Unless you're getting something more like they've got the Beast Wars Transformers reaction figures and stuff like that. Those I notice have a lot more paint detail than what I would expect on a reaction figure. But either way, I'm not paying that much for those. So,
no one is. That's a problem.
Trevor, if you are still in the chat, where did you get these bookcases from, man? I want to know, where did you get?
Those bookcases look awesome, and I wonder if it's from that set I keep seeing on Instagram that has all the books in it.
Maybe, yeah, it might be. Like he's got some of those little jars that you can get up top from like the craft stores and all like that. And then of course you got the jar with the skull over here. You got the jar with the Hagnon head. You're right here. The bell jar. Again, we see the Mask of the Red Death's grandfather clock. I was telling Emerald Knight when Mask of the Red Death was announced, I was like, just think of how many shots you're going to use that grandfather clock in. Something as simple as this clock adds a lot of depth to any shot.
Yeah.
But these bookcases look great. And again, like the Dio surrounding this, you got this skull back here with a candle on its head. I wonder where you got that from.
I think that you can get something similar to that, at least at Michael's right now with their Halloween stuff.
Michael's right now? That would make sense.
Something like that up. I don't know if it's the exact same one.
The Mezco Orlok came with a bunch of stuff too.
There you go.
I think the Elvira figure comes with one like that too.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. We need a good Elvira figure in the collection. NECA's doing those. Those are good. So, Same Time Toys mentioning he grabs all of his reaction figures at Ross because he refuses to pay more than $5.
I paid full price for my Oscar the Grouch and 100% still satisfied with that purchase.
And he is one of the best reaction figures because he's actually got a damn action.
He's got an action feature. He doubles as a prop. The sculpt and paint are really nice. Like it's a really good figure, honestly.
He's cut above 90% of that line.
Yeah.
You know what? I wish that Ultimates would spend their time on things that nobody will ever produce otherwise. Like the heavy metal figures, the rock and roll icons. And
stuff like that'd be great. I'm still trying to get a full band set.
I really want to pick up Lemmy and Cliff Burton, and I'm like, but it's an Ultimate. I can kind of see it because it's something that nobody else is ever going to make.
All right, so I'm probably going to get canceled after this. Could we get a Forever 27 line? Yeah, just take that whole club and let's do figures for them.
Yeah,
a lot of people in that, and it'll go for decades because there's just a lot of different age groups that would buy the figures in the Forever 27 club line.
I want them to do a Death Clock set with the full stage and like all
that would be great. Yeah, like from the intro of the show, that whole stage, like a full stage play set of that, the big demon and stuff. That would be great. Ultimates Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis News. Their Slayer figure is amazing. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get mad at seeing them put those Fiend figures out, even though they've got like. They did it smart. They went with one color style for every freaking album that they put out. That good call. Good call on their behalf. All right. Making sure I haven't missed too much, because I know sometimes I get people shooting me messages while we're live, and I got to try to keep up to it. I missed a couple while I was on my phone doing the mobile earlier.
Who
which
would shoot messages while you're live?
Me. I totally shoot you messages while you're
Am I
live,
looking
Larry.
at them properly? I can't look at. Am I looking at them up? Who would shoot you messages while you're live?
Well, who's going to call you when you're live?
Oh, that's just Tony, right?
That's your fucking guy. Goddamn travesty.
That I won't do. I'm not trying to call you while you're live. Unless it's to tell you that your mic's muted and we can't hear you. But that's a different
story. Well, yeah, okay. Well, then no one can hear you calling anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I need the phone to be buzzing so that you're paying attention to it, like so that you can see. That's a different story. That has happened. I've definitely called somebody who was like live streaming and they were like muted the whole time and like weren't getting it. I've not seen Huey Lewis with Weird Al.
Oh, that was pretty good.
I definitely need to check that out.
It's a parody of the what was that one with Christian Bale where he's a psycho guy? American Psycho.
American Psycho.
American Psycho. Yeah, it's a parody of that. So because Huey Lewis's song plays during that movie. During that scene where he chops up, what's his name there on the thing?
Yes.
So Weird Al plays the guy sitting on the couch, and Huey Lewis is the American Psycho, and he talks about his song.
Yeah, and the whole time he's also talking about the movie American Psycho.
Yeah.
I have seen that, and that's hysterical.
Why, yes, this is a raincoat.
And he's doing all the dance moves and everything too as it's happening, which is just great. All right, guys, I think my phone's charged up enough that I can go pop mobile for a while, and I'm going to do that. Ed, you know the deal. You're in charge.
I got it.
I'm actually going to pop out, so I will see you later, Oz.
All right, Thanos. Take care of
Thanos.
Take care of Thanos. Do something really nasty for the Wednesday.
It's actually a continuation of this week, which was like my least popular hump day shot of all time, so... It's already set. There is an absolute terrible one coming up next month where like I expect to lose a lot of people.
Oh man.
Can you do it since you're going on the 17th? Can you do it for the 16th so we can talk about it maybe?
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome.
You're probably not going to want to show it, but I can do it.
Oh, I didn't say I was going to show it.
Okay.
I'll let people go find it, all right?
Yeah,
I'm trying to make money off YouTube.
And not many people are brave. That brave.
All right. I am out of here, though. You guys have fun.
Take care, though.
Hey, Bud's back.
Holy
What's
shit.
up, Bud?
Whoa.
You got your cat ears on. Bud must have had a couple edibles. He's showing his face.
Right now, Bud, you
he's
look
vaping
like
it.
Bud with the ears and the big beard. You look like someone from Narnia.
Yeah. The satyr,
Yeah.
right?
Mr. Tomlin.
Bud's like, I'll take that.
Yeah. I get hooves. Look at little hooves.
Do any of you know who Jackson Galaxy is?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
He's the cat whisperer. He had a whole show on training cats and stuff. And for whatever reason, you know,
you can train a cat.
Oz reminds me of Jackson Galaxy sometimes.
Yeah, he kind of does. Yep.
But he's a big bald. He's a giant bald man with a beard and gauges in his ears and all kinds of stuff. But
yeah,
yes, he does train cats.
Yeah. He was the cat whisperer.
So I want to say for all the people that are watching on my channel, because they're probably more Joe fans than anything, there might be a few on Oz's. Matthew has been gracious enough that he is going to send me the ghillie suit from Gridiron. So I will be able to review all 3 of the ghillie suits that are made for 6-inch form. Now, hopefully by then, the Valaverse one will still have stuff on it because it keeps flaking off.
You
but
could
then
have
we
bought
can look
3
it
of
up.
them in their warehouse drop Friday. All 3 colors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for
3 colors.
$6.99.
I only saw 2 colors. They've got a 3rd color.
I thought there was only 2 too, but they said you could buy all 3 in a 3-pack.
Wait,
It was
so
2
wait.
greens.
So he
I didn't really
dropped
pay
that.
that much attention.
Wait,
Yeah.
he promoted that on Friday.
His warehouse sale went up on Friday, and one of the
Oh.
things you could buy was a set of ghillie suits.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
So Hasbro started shipping theirs, and then he had to.
No,
He should do that more often.
Well, on that one, he was promoting his warehouse drop, which was everything.
It's so damn convenient, though.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
time.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? I mean, that's a good businessman. He's competing for every dollar he can get, and he knows what his market is.
Yep.
I agree. It's just comical. It's just very comical because he doesn't do it when someone he does Figure Obscura. I didn't see nothing get dropped, right? I understand the different lines, but
I do agree with some people. I think he's really afraid of Monster Force because he's had all of his guys going out and attacking the creators of Monster Force and the guys that are working on it and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows. He's afraid of that line for sure.
Yeah.
There's no other reason for him to go out there and just start attacking them.
Yeah.
And no one has to pay for anything until it ships.
Right. And I mean, BBTS is fronting all the money for this. So, it's their decision whether they want to invest that much in Monster Force or not, but their Naughty or Nice line, I think, has done fairly well for them.
It has done really well, actually.
I mean, I enjoy the Santa Claus. That's the only one that I got from them. But but they look like they're good stuff. Low articulation, and so this is another higher end articulation stuff with Monster Force. But
their Eagle Force stuff is nice too. I mean, and BBTS done
That's
well
true.
with that too.
Yeah. Except for apparently Chad had an issue with that.
Well, of course, Chad had an issue with that.
But I have to say, was it Robo? Who? Someone did a review of just one, and they said they were going to do them all. I forget who.
Robo did 6.
Yeah, Robo did them all. Then who else got one?
War Chest. Real quick, they are releasing in October. They're already on the water.
Yeah.
The Monster Force.
Yeah. So who else did the review of it? That they were going to do all of them?
The Amazing.
The Amazing. Wait, was it? No, I don't think it was The Amazing.
MCU Collector.
I didn't watch it. Maybe it was The Amazing then.
I saw 3 people had different reviews of. Wade, Unparalleled Universe.
Yeah, Unparalleled
he got the
Universe,
whole way for sure.
Yeah.
Who was going to do? Who was going to do all of them individually? They had them.
That was Wade.
That was Wade.
Yeah, that was Wade.
Okay. All I know is the detail on the Van Helsing looked amazing.
Yeah.
Was it Van Helsing?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
the Van Helsing with the scar and everything. No, that
it
looked really good.
It looked so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the reviews I've seen have been very, very positive.
Yeah, everybody's been so positive about it, and I'm like, yeah, great, another line, great.
Is it Eagle Force that has the 2 figures that kind of look like Mario and Luigi, but they're in SWAT gear?
Yeah,
I want those figures.
Yeah, if you
they're cool.
I have a feeling if you started looking at what Eagle Force does, you'd probably find a lot of figures that you'd enjoy because they're just wacky characters where Mario.
Fresh Monkey Fiction does a lot of homages, obviously.
Yes, and the Crimson Moon is what I'm most excited about.
Yeah.
Well, luckily we got over a year for that. So
Well, yeah, and you know, supposedly the at least 1,000 of the Robo Skulls have hit the seas, so they'll be here soon.
Anthony's Custom did a great review on Van Helsing. I'd just like to get them in fucking hand eventually.
Yeah,
They'll be here.
right.
They'll
Yeah,
be
no
coming.
kidding.
You haven't put any money down, so don't be worried about it, man.
you just said it, man. You just said it. I know people are mad, but not one dime has left our pockets.
Yeah.
Right.
And we can't say that for every company. And I don't even. I'm not even mad when other companies do it. I'm not mad that Valiverse they take the money and then 6 to 9 months later the figures come. You know, they're a smaller company. The fact that BBTS has upfronted this so we didn't have to is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking though that they also held off because of October being Halloween.
Yep.
That makes
They're
sense.
supposed to be landing at the end of August, so why not just wait another month and put them out in October?
Well, and that's what I'm wondering. But I also know that I got an email about a loose collector piece that I had pre-ordered that had said, "Hey, I know this was supposed to be delivered in August, but we're doing quality control checks on the stuff that we have just to make sure." And I'm like, "Oh, that's not good."
Yeah.
But I mean, I like loose collector, but they're so niche that they're almost priced out for what everybody else is producing at this point.
Was that on the loose collector, one of the females, or was it on? They did the females, right?
Yeah, the La Muerta and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know it was the
or was it one of the wolves?
It was the wolf. It was the I forget which one, the black one.
North, east, south, or west, one of the four.
Yes. Yeah. But I mean, if it's designed anything like this, I'll be happy with it. But Brick was saying stuff earlier about gummy stuff, and I'm like, this guy doesn't have anything that's gummy. I mean, he's got flexible parts with his trench coat,
yeah,
and his collar pieces are a little more flexible, but everything else on this guy is awesome. But people are complaining about the white one being gummy, and I'm like, okay, gummy, and that bothers me.
So I like paying for all my pre-orders up front too, but if it's a pre-order I know is going to be a year and a half down the road, I tend not to pre-order until it gets closer.
So you don't buy from Mezco then?
Well, Mezco's my bad habit that most of the Mezcos I get though are definitely Rumble Society, so those come out pretty fast.
Yeah, those come pretty quick. If it's not Rumble Society,
I did pre-order the Indiana Jones, and it was supposed to be out in like July, and it's now September.
Now, did you get the SHF Figure Arts one?
No,
that one is.
I didn't order that one because I went to the Mezco one, and now I wish I would have gone to that one because I know that fucking jacket's just gonna turn to shit.
Well, and that's what I worry about because I've got this Logan Mezco that's got that leather jacket, and I try to keep that leather jacket protected as much as I can because I worry about that. But
the problem is like I had a bunch of those types of jackets in 1/6 scale for GI Joe that came out in like the late 90s, early 2000s, and a lot of them I kept actually in the box, never took out, never saw the daylight. They still disintegrated. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, and I got that Solomon Kane and the Crow, and I'm worried about the longevity of those because the Crow's trench coat is already, purposefully damaged, right? Because it was Tintin's jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that SHF one is awesome, and
I know. I saw you show yours off, and I looked at a couple other ones, and it looks so good.
I got it from overseas, and it was cheaper, and I got it. So I got it from a Japan store in Japan.
Yeah, I was thinking about canceling that order, but I'm like, damn, I think I'm just gonna get it, and then I'll just turn around and sell it and not worry about it.
Might be a good idea. I mean, there's certain things Mezco does pretty darn well, and there's certain things that I'm worried about between longevity and how it's going to
Leather
stand
suits,
up.
though, I mean, that pleather, it doesn't last, right? So it's
Yeah.
sad to keep making suits with that pleather on it because eventually it's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
Like their regular soft goods is great, right? But it's like,
So I had the Batman Sovereign Knight, and I like that figure a lot, but at the same time, I was always worried that at some point that rubbery suit that he had was gonna shred.
I think I got Supreme. I got Supreme Knight, not Sovereign Knight.
Yeah, maybe that was the one I had. I don't remember. But I sold
Oh,
it.
the Supreme Knight doesn't have the rubber suit. It's mostly like the nylon rayon.
Okay.
Stuff. Yeah.
So then it must have been Sovereign.
Yeah, Sovereign Knight had that.
It didn't have the replaceable chest plates, but it was the black and gray with the swappable old man head and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop yawning. That's contagious, Lawrence.
Man,
That was actually part of the reason why I like being out here in the dark, because when I do it, you can't see me anymore.
That's just so boring.
Yeah, but you guys love all the Mezcos. I mean, that
so
Commando
good.
Snake Eyes is awesome.
So
That Storm
good.
Shadow is awesome.
So good, Moss Man. It's so good.
Commando Snake Eyes is really good. I like Commando Snake Eyes.
I wish that had been their first release. I don't know.
I think a lot of people say the same thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people would have just bought that Snake Eyes and then never bought another one.
Yeah.
Right.
No, because people want version 2
Yeah.
is still by far the most liked.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. Granted. Yeah, I'll give it that.
I mean, more people have an affinity towards the version 2 than anything else.
More
so-
people like the never existed ninja version of Snake Eyes than the Commando version.
Yes. Frostbite, every time I yawn at this time, I'm like, I don't know how I'm making 36 hours.
Got to keep the training going, brother.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean get a total lack of sleep before that stream, because then you'll just be passed out the whole time.
I already have the pre-recording of Thursday with a friend set up.
Good call.
So I have that one. I just set up my Thanksgiving one. So it should all. I'm gonna take a nap.
Thanksgiving's on a Thursday this year.
Now you sound like my ex who would always ask that.
I did want to mention this to everybody too. We've talked about, because I see there was a comment here talking about rather pay upfront and consider the money spent than try to play roulette with NSF on my bank account, right? Like, we've all had that where you do the pre-order and then it doesn't hit until much later when you're not expecting it and you're kind of like, oh crap. So one of the things, like, especially with Mythic Legions, right? This is an off pay week for me. So I had to ask, buddy, if he could grab it. And then, next week when I get paid, I'll just shoot him the money, friends and family, something plenty of us have done. And I know, and I do that for Figura Obscura mostly because of the fact that it's limited in stock. Will there be a chance I'll get them on the table? More than likely. But after this week, I will not be able to pick up this figure again unless I see them in a convention format. It just won't happen.
Yeah, but aren't they raising their convention prices on everything?
Yes,
Yeah,
the table
they're more
price,
level with the retailers.
Right, the table price is going to now match the retailer price, where in previous years, the table price was a little bit more expensive than the store Horseman price. So that $70 figure is probably going to be like $90.
Yeah,
because I think that's what they generally retail at.
Yeah, because it was originally $37 for pre-order, and then Mythic Legions would have it for $40 on their table.
40
And
on
then
the table.
retailers had it for $45.
45. Right. For their base price figure.
Yeah.
Their Legion builders, of course, again, are like 26. They would be 30 on the table. So that kind of thing. Like that would just be how that would continue going. Now they've redone the pricing so that their table price matches the retailers, because before they didn't get to a lot of conventions.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't a big deal that their price undercut a lot of their own authorized retailers at shows who are hoping to make some money on this product. But now that they're getting more and more conventions, Like the retailers might as well not even bring their Mythic Legion stock, their
I-
inventory.
But,
or their
I
cosmetic.
talked to the Jeremy the one time at Joe Fest, and he was telling me about how like they had the latest wave of both Mythic and Cosmic, and when they originally started doing shows, that wasn't the plan. They were going to bring the old stuff that was overstock or leftover stock or whatever, and not sell the newest lines. And now they're carrying everything on the table because we were talking about the new Cosmics. I was like, "Damn,
Yeah.
got these on the table already." And he's like, "Yeah, we're carrying everything on the tables."
Well, and the
So
other thing is,
that's why they had to do it. Was because of all the new
yeah,
stuff.
and it's just a better deal around, and it makes me feel better that they're working with their retailers in that aspect, because that was the one thing I heard about retailers when dealing with the Horsemen, was that they kind of felt a little undercut. Like, it's great that they carry their product and their product always sells,
Yeah.
but it's as long as you got a fan base that's going there. I know Helidope, hopefully, with people watching this show and how much I try to plug buying your Legions and stuff from our friends at Helidope Toys, because it's the only place I know where you can save 10% on your Mythic, Cosmic, and Figure Obscura, 10% off the cost by using code APWT. Look, it's such a popular code. Mython put it in the chat for us.
That's right.
What's going on, Mython? Glad to have you here, brother. Thank you.
So, does anybody know the answer to this question from Nolan about loyal
Let me
subjects?
see. Has anything come out on when Loyal Subjects is going to be coming out with their newly acquired licenses? No idea. I've not been paying enough attention to Loyal Subjects. Although I will say their product is vastly getting better than what it used to be, and their price is nice.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
I
willing to
love-
disclose that.
I'll tell you, I
love
spend
their
anywhere from $200 to $500.
I love the Loyal Subjects IDW Turtles line. I think that line is awesome. I love that they're doing the comic book thing with it, and the figures. They're
They're pretty
good.
solid for the price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When you're spending $20 for a figure that's giving you the kind of options that we normally get on like a $40 to $50 figure, like what they're giving us for $20. Yeah, I don't expect the quality to be as great as buying a NECA, and that's why I'm not paying the NECA price.
And the articulation isn't bad either.
No, it's not. It's relatively good, again, for what you're getting. Some of their sculpts can leave stuff to be desired.
Well,
Like
and
those,
the paint,
the paint app's always a little wonky.
Yeah, I can fix the paint, but
Right. So Adam's mentioning Loyal Subjects will hopefully have more news at New York Comic Con. So that is pretty good. I mean, it's great to see them really getting better. And again, the more product they're putting out, the more we're getting. Again, they're doing well enough that they can put it in retail stores. So that's saying something about it right there. Period.
Yeah.
So some of these more smaller companies just don't get that kind of retail space, and they are.
Right. To answer that question, they ship everywhere in the world except for Russia right now. So, and China. Well, I mean, they could ship to China, but they just don't have any need to. So, and
right.
Mython, I'll be taking those pictures tomorrow. I have it figured out exactly what I'm going to do. So, look forward to tomorrow night, probably after Helidope.
Very cool. But one of the ways that Aaron had mentioned to me earlier in the year when I was looking at wave after wave of Mythic Legions, like, because the way they do their pricing, buy what you want to get at the cheapest price from them direct at Store Horsemen. They don't always have the $10 flat rate shipping. So, period. Then, sometimes the shipping ends up making it cost more than if you got it from a retailer. And that's with the retailer shipping in a lot of cases. Yeah.
And that's why, like, the guys from Canada go to
E-Collectibles.
E-Collectibles, yep.
Yep. Mike over at E-Collectibles. If you're getting Legions in Canada, that's the way to do it. It's the best way for you, because duties and taxes and fees and stuff like that, it's pretty much completely unreasonable to get them from the Store Horsemen at all. You know, Adam's told us about it several times in the past, and that opened my eyes up to it because I didn't often think about getting those toys just over the border, and what a pain in the butt that could be for our friends in Canada. So, E-Collectibles, Mike, he's great. He offers free shipping, which is also cool. Definitely check him out if you're in Canada trying to get Mythic Legions. But Aaron, Payne's Toy Samples, had mentioned, like, just pre-order once a month from whatever retailer it is. Pre-order one figure in the wave if you want the wave. And that was a really good idea. But then that doesn't help for things like Figura Obscura, right? Like the retailer versions of it that are going to come out, that's fine. But when they drop from the Four Horsemen, and I don't have the money to get that figure now. Curtis mentioned when we were talking about it the other day, because I was jokingly mentioning that if they did the drop this week, that would be terrible. I wish they would. I'm hoping they'll hold off until next week. And Curtis had mentioned, well, I'll send it up the food chain and let the guys at the top know to hold off till next week for you, Oz. Because we all had a feeling it was going to drop this weekend because that's like right on par with their schedule. But then he mentioned the Store Horsemen offer gift cards. Each paycheck, buy a Store Horseman gift card for like $25, whatever you can, right? Buy one of their gift cards, stock them up. So some of these retailers have gift cards. Buy their gift cards and stock up. If there's nothing coming out for a while and you're worried about that money hitting your account on BBTS, buy a couple gift cards from them. Have those gift cards sitting in in a little pile. And then when that stuff hits your pile of loot, you don't have to worry about it hitting your bank account too much. Just be like, okay, I'm paying with the gift cards.
It's a good way to budget for the Figure Obscura because you figure they come out.
They've got a pretty strict schedule. Three per year plus the retailer ones that normally hit. And
if you don't count the retailer ones, though, like you could buy a $30 gift card, let's just say, every month, and you have enough to buy pretty much every Figure Obscura that comes out.
Unless they do another 2-pack again, right?
2-pack.
Like you'll have it. So there are strategies you can take to try to ease that hit, right? Because we all got to be conscious about the money. We're all not rolling in the dough like Mr. 5K there.
Right.
So we got to come up with strategies to make smart spending. And I think that's a really, really good idea. But
you're saying smart spending with a bunch of people who are recklessly spending their disposable income. Or
how many of y'all that are talking to getting the Figure Obscura tonight? How many of y'all had the money in the bank account? So like Todd C says, I got hit with space issues, so I had to cut back a bit. I need to make room for Dragonfly and Rattler and Omega Prime. Yeah, that's unfortunately that's not.
Complaining about space is for losers, Todd. You make.
I mean, his name is Todd.
Just start putting all your collection inside. Do what Larry does and put all of it inside of his flag.
I saw a Tiger Force flag today. Somebody completely did their flag in Tiger Force. I was like, what?
That is wrong on so many levels.
Exactly.
And here you go. Yeah, like highly articulates it. You can kind of build up store credit with BBTS. And again, I don't buy as much from those guys anymore. But that's a good way because I was always running with the problem, like everything would start processing. And I was like, like, damn, I forgot I pre-ordered that. And now it's processing.
Patrick's got a good question there.
Yep. Any word on the Egyptian Obscura retail variant? So typically the way it works is they do one retail appreciation wave per year. The retail appreciation wave is something that they will not carry themselves. It will only be available through their retailers. And that's typically done right around New Year's. Like it'll be like January, February when they make the announcement, and there'll be a pre-order window from the retailers, and then the retailers will place their orders. It's definitely important to try to get those pre-orders in while they are available, because the amount that the retailers are going to order is going to be based off of that and then some. But there's no guarantee on how much extra they will get. Like it seems like right now they're, Helidope at least is really trying to push the Blue Hagnon and Jacob Marley. Well, no, not Jacob Marley, because he hasn't come in yet. But yeah, they were trying to push Blue Hagnon for a while. But so definitely make sure to pay attention in the upcoming months, because that's when we'll hear more about that retail appreciation wave. And it's always going to have whatever Figure Obscuras came out in the previous years. I mean, it's still a fairly new line. It's only like 3 years in that we've had Figure Obscura at this point. And the first time they released one, it was just Krampus. That was the only one. And then it was like, oh, here's the retail variant that's red. We had no idea what that was because we had never seen it before, kind of thing. Like, oh, okay, there's this new system coming. And then it kind of got cemented in with the next year, where we got the Headless Horseman and Father Christmas, because that's what came out the next year. And then this past year, they announced where we had Sun Wukong again. We had Jacob Marley, and then we also had the Mask of the Red Death with their variants. So it's like it's going to be a continuing trend that those variants will always come with the retailer wave, and that's normally announced after New Year's.
I was so happy when they did the retailer release for Krampus, because that retailer release, I think I love that one so much more than the original one. But Father Christmas and Headless Horseman, I think those are the best for the originals. But a lot of the retailer releases are so much, I don't know, they're different enough that it's like that's worth it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I like about it too, is that it's not just you're getting the same figure. Like it carries a different weight almost to it, because the paint apps are different enough. It's not like the third or fourth time we get the Din Djarin, the Mandalorian himself, right? Like you've got him in the full Beskar armor. Now you got him with parts of Beskar armor, parts of his old armor, and now it's parts of the old. Like, and mind you, that makes plenty of sense because that's how he evolved throughout the show, right? But I'm so sick of seeing that stupid sculpt with this, like.
Don't forget the one where he's all covered in mud.
That's the most original of them. But yeah, like, it's when with Figure Obscura, I don't feel like I'm getting just an unnecessary repaint. I felt a little like that, maybe not so much with Red Krampus, because I managed to grab the original Krampus off the table without even realizing that's what I was grabbing. At PowerCon, because I was still new to collecting Four Horsemen at the time. I didn't realize I was grabbing the black original release one, that they didn't carry the red one. And when I got back and I opened it up and I had this black one, because I'd seen the red one a lot because the retailer wave had been announced when around the time I'd started getting, the Headless Horseman and got into it. So I was like, oh, I didn't realize there was this black one. Okay, this is still cool. But like you said, Matt, like with the black one, I felt like the original, you don't get to see all the cool detail that you do when he's red.
Yeah.
And it took me over a year to get the red one. And honestly, I was just going to buy it off of BBTS because they still had it in stock. But Joe helped me out. Joe's like, hey, man, I want to help you complete your 100% on Figure Obscura. I got this coming to you. I was like, okay, cool.
Joe's the man. Joe's the man.
Joe is great. Terrence is great. Like anytime, especially, mostly with Joe, at least, it's going to be the Four Horsemen stuff. He loves to help people out within the community. He is a solid brother.
No, he's good.
So, I mean, that's the way it goes.
And
yeah, you're right. Shots fired at Marvel Legends. Shots fired. Well, Transformers, I don't bother.
Remember, Joe G is a future guest on Thursday with a Friend.
That's right. That's right. He's making the rounds. He's getting around more and more on the YouTubes. He's a permanent member of Let's Go Off World. I'm only a part-time member for their off weeks. And then he's been a regular staple here on Clubhouse almost every week. He just has fun talking shop with all of us. That's what we like. All right, so you have a work friend who was interested in the Egyptian ones, but very much missed the boat. Well, here's the thing. A lot of us within the community, they've still had these figures available at the conventions. And again, they are getting around to more and more conventions. So if they're coming, if like somebody says they're going to a convention that will have Mythic Legion, that the Four Horsemen will have a street team there or something like that, you can always ask one of us to grab it. And more often than not, we are more than willing to help because it is hard to get this stuff.
And don't hit a boss because I've already hit him up for that one.
We're going to take care of Matt for sure. I don't know how many they're going to limit me from buying off the table at Legion's Con. But even then, we've got Ziggy as a backup. So.
Well, Oz, all you have to do is go through one time with a bandana. Go through with bald.
I'll go through with the ramen toy hat, and they won't even notice it's me again.
Go through 3 times, and no one will know it was you.
Yep. Full bald, bandana, baseball cap. Done. 3 different runs. Of course, we got to figure if I could wait through that line 3 different times in one day.
It's true.
Not that it's a problem to actually wait through the line. It's just how quickly can the line move? Because anybody who's seen one of their tables at a con, that line gets long. It stays long.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, they've got one of the best systems I've ever seen for getting rid of their trash. Right? When they're setting up the table, they keep all the boxes that the figures come in right back there with them. And as people start making it up to the table and buying stuff, they're asking you, do you need a box? Do you need a box? And they give you the boxes so that you fill them back up with the figures they just unloaded from them, and you take their trash out for them.
Yep.
They have almost virtually no cleanup. We were watching the guys at McFarlane.
Jeez.
They were wheeling boxes
all day long, every day.
All day. Like, I was seeing them constantly going back and forth. Because first off, they were loading up new stock and bringing it out to the table because they were just giving the stuff away. Yeah. And then secondly, they're running all the boxes they just unloaded back out to the dumpster and loading the cart up again with new stuff. So that is one way that they can do that. The Four Horsemen know the people in this line are going to need something to handle everything that they're planning on buying at the table. So they will they will just ask you, do you need a box? Do you want a box? And as they're unloading them boxes, they're getting rid of them boxes too. They're just giving them right back to us and we're loading them right back up.
Since I don't think I'll get a Molaram, I might have to use him for the Kalima Chuck T-Day.
There you go. That'll work.
I just wish this guy came with a couple more hands. His legs and arms are great. I love the bangles and the earrings and everything, but I'm hoping
the player 2 variant at least comes with the fire effects.
Oh, did you see my fire effect one that I did? I took Torch's blowtorch thing and stuck it in his mouth.
Yep. It's one of the best ones yet, but what a miss on Dalsim to not do the fire effects.
Well,
but I get it though.
You got to get the legs and arms in there, right?
That's key to the character. But once you've got them for the one version, the player 2 version, the only thing that really changed was like maybe the color of the tattoos and the clothes. So, it's easy to just throw, okay, now we're going to throw in the flame effects with this one. And that'll make you want to buy the second one too.
Well, I mean, they got to throw something in there. It's the only reason why I bought the white variant of Ken from Hello Dope is because it had the actual uppercut effect.
And it had the angry face too.
Well, yeah. And they got that from the SDCC exclusive. So if I'd gotten that one, I would have gotten all that stuff in there. But I got the Chun-Li one instead. So, the Chun-Li
The
one I
cherry
thought was
blossom. Yeah.
I thought that was better. She had the smiling face and the peace sign, and I
Which
thought
we
that was,
have not seen on another Chun-Li yet. So
that's right. Well, but she came with the two heads with the smiling face, so you could put it on the version 1 with the blue outfit with the white buns in her hair, and so you could use that head on that figure, that one, or the red one if you got the Target exclusive one, because the buns match that one too.
exactly. It was just a great way to add in the extras with not having to give us all this crap. We can't include all that in this. And there we go.
Sea bison.
Sea bison. All right. So Plastic Skulls is asking, do you think they will come back out with that skeleton builder again anytime soon? I can't say that they will have it anytime soon.
But they will have it again.
Jeremy Gerard definitely implied that they will be doing that skeleton again. It may be in a different paint scheme that might match their other bone colors. So you probably won't see that same exact skeleton that we have with that bleached white color. Because it is different from their normal skeletons. If you want to get your hands on that particular skeleton, another good way to guarantee yourself if you're not going to be going to a convention with the Four Horsemen is you can still pre-order Necronominus from a couple different sites. The Maxilius the Harvester character comes with that same skeleton, but then it's also got an alternate head that makes him Maxilius, alternate soft goods, comes with a crazy scythe that is exclusive for Maxilius. Then it comes with a more normal scythe if you want to make him look like a Grim Reaper. And then again, he's underneath all the soft goods and everything else. He's just a plain naked skeleton, which is one
that
of the
Maxilius figure is
He's a
amazing.
must-have.
I cannot wait to get him.
I gotta have that one.
It was because of the two looks I ended up getting two of them to begin with. It was like one again. Belulith was the first one I pre-ordered from that wave. He was the second, and then the third because I got two of them. Well, because I wanted to have a plain skeleton, and then like now we have this guy, so it's like okay, cool. Well, I can have a Grim Reaper, Maxilius. I've got plain skeletons. I've even got glow in the dark skeletons that nobody else has, so that's great.
Woo.
Thank you, Pains.
Look at you.
There are ways we can definitely get you one of those skeleton builders if you want one. Again, they are commonly still popping up on their tables at cons. They go quick because everybody wants them, but you can totally do it.
Yeah, for $25, man, you can't beat a figure like that.
You can't. He's so classic and iconic.
Is awesome.
Yeah.
Ain't no
Like,
doubt.
and you just put him anywhere. He works. Like we just already saw him as background for freaking Frankenstein creature. Yeah. Pop Blender, you're here, man. You're working on a video. I pulled up your chat earlier, but giving you a shout out saying what's up, brother. And also, where's 3-Star at? Where's he at tonight? Why isn't he here? I wanted to hear how he was falling over head over heels for the Figura Obscura drop because he is also one who I've kind of turned into a monster getting these guys.
Well, so last conversation I had with him was, "Hey, what do you think the Figura Obscura is going to be?" I said, "It's going to be Frankenstein's monster," and he's like, "Oh man, I hope not because I don't really want that one." And I'm like, "Dude,
okay,
are you sure?"
Are you sure?
Even if you're not like really excited about the monster to begin with,
yeah.
After seeing it, it's really hard not to be excited. Again, even tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, he's all in on Figura Obscura, so I'm sure he's going to get it. But
he's going to. He just may not have wanted it. Yeah. Honestly, I think he'll be more inclined to want it once he sees all the extras, because there's a lot of people who are getting it that aren't.
Yeah.
All about that. So.
And I know with his G.I. Joe collection, he's going to make use of those accessories.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so your son's band had a competition all day today.
Yeah.
How did it go? Let us know. I want to hear that.
I
But
can tell
yeah.
you how Michigan's competition went today.
Woohoo! Michigan, they're not doing so good.
No, they won.
Well, finally.
I mean, finally, they're 3-1.
Cause see, that just means everybody else was that bad.
Yeah, who'd they lose to?
Probably the best team in the nation.
This one you wouldn't have heard of.
Ohio
maybe,
State.
maybe not. Who was it, Pun?
Texas.
That's right.
I don't care. I watched them win the national championship last year. You guys all watched it because I wasn't paying attention.
You were streaming at the time, right?
I
Mhm.
was trying. I don't think I get that distracted. I thought they were going to lose for sure today.
If it
Especially
ever
if I
happens again, Larry, shoot me an invite. I'll pop one just to be a talking head for you. And I'll
What about
occasionally
the-
get you to chime in with a yeah, whatever.
Yeah, if they make it to another national championship game on a Monday when I'm streaming, I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to call it and say, hey, I'm missing this Monday.
Well, just rerun a show.
Yeah, I'll play the best of. I'll play the best of it. It'll be me like flipping out on people or yelling and screaming, and when I'm on steroids.
The steroid one would be good. That was a good.
The
that went over
steroid
well.
one was good, man. It was good.
I tell you.
Think about how many people, like how many new subs and watchers I've gotten since that.
And just think of that one you lost because Tony roid raged on somebody. Oh wait. I'm bringing this up here and I'm holding it up here. So Pop Lender says clean sweep, 5 trophies, won their marching band class in every category. Well, I gotta say, from the clubhouse, dude, congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Make sure you let them know from all of us here. That is outstanding. Freaking phenomenal.
And Pop Blender will be this Thursday's guest on Thursday with a Friend as a cheap show for myself.
Hey, you're not doing it just by yourself. He's doing it too. I pulled it up and I'm plugging it too.
I'm so tired. I can barely
Looking forward
see
to Thursday.
I'm
Man,
so
come on
tired
now.
if you can't tell.
Look, if you don't promote your shows here on the clubhouse, that's your fault, man. You got to plug yourselves. I'm going to allow it. I'd rather you do it on live than in the chat. I'll just put that out there.
Hey,
But,
man, dude, just let me know. I'll let you upload our commercial and you can play that every now.
do it. Yeah, send it to me. I will. I'll play it. I'm all for it. I don't mind helping promote everybody else's channels. I feel like we've got a good enough ground base of people. Now, mind you, it might be people that are already subscribed, but either way, the more exposure we can all get and the more our community grows and builds itself together, the better off we all are. And that's what I like seeing. You know, you want to call it a brotherhood, you call it a community, whatever you want to call it. That's what we are, right? And we're all doing this thing together. We're along for the ride. We can all learn from one another and keep going. And Larry, you do an amazing job every Monday night. I can't tell you. You're the only channel I know that consistently, whether I'm in your chat or not, is plugging my channel every week. And thank you for that.
Well,
I mean, mind you, I catch it.
You know, Punk said it a bunch of times. It's like you're the guy that streams the most and does the most for the community, but why don't you have a larger subscriber base? Why don't you have this? You know, I don't understand it.
It's the short form content. If I did the short form content for casual views, I'd be a lot bigger than I am. And there will be a time when that will come. I got to keep working at it and I will get there.
Hey, there's a promotion tab you could go use. Others seem to use it and they shoot right by people and they're.
I spent all my money on toys. I spent all my money on toys. I don't have time to gain 6,000 subscribers from paying something.
No. Just remember, then you can promote it and let everyone know how popular you are, even though you've falsely inflated your numbers.
And then when you start losing subscribers, you can say, I've been hacked or somebody has struck my channel and blame someone else.
Like I said, it's a learning experience, and I'm learning all these techniques. Nolan is mentioning he just ordered Zendaya Amanthier. It was a tough choice between him and Arazak. Probably get him at another time. Huh?
So cool. I got to get that one.
Yeah, dude, those wizards are awesome. I had to get
Some
those
of
wizards.
the best.
Yeah, and I was pissed that the one broke his leg. I was like,
Aw.
freaking hell. It's the only Mythic Legions I've had break on me.
They are pretty solid figures, but nobody's 100% perfect, right?
No, I mean, it always happens.
You know.
And, you know, I need to just screw a little hole in there or drill a little hole in there and put a little peg in there and you'd be fine. But
did you get it from a retailer or did you get it from the Horseman?
I got it from BBTS, I believe. Yeah.
So what they told my sister, because she got the retailer version of Headless Horseman, and she got it winter, went out on the porch, was so excited, came in, it's all cold, immediately opened it and immediately broke. She didn't even think about like letting it sit inside and warm up. So she started reaching out, trying to figure out what she could do about getting it. Jeremy had reached back out to her and let her know, like, BBTS, because and this was even a retail exclusive figure, so they don't have any inventory to replace it. But when you order from a retailer, the bigger ones like BBTS, if you message them about it, they can send you a replacement for that. They might ask you to send back the broken one,
right?
But you can always see, and they normally have enough inventory to accommodate a replacement.
BBTS will almost always just credit you and say, keep the figure, unless if it's a higher price figure.
Like the Headless Horseman.
Yeah, well, so that's exactly what they did with my Ryu figure from the Street Fighter line, because he was great from Jada. I mean, except for one of the head sculpts had like warped. He looks like he's scarred, and I couldn't figure out exactly what happened, but it was a paint defect of some kind, and they just credited me back and said, "Hey, here's your money back," and I'm like, all right, because they didn't have another one to give me because that figure was just done, sold out because they didn't produce enough of the Ryu figures.
I didn't realize how popular it was going to be.
Well, yeah, they didn't realize
was like that first initial release.
Yeah, they didn't realize how many people are going to gravitate towards the line and say these are freaking awesome, and they're kicking the crap out of Storm Collectibles, and they're running scared now.
Storm Collectibles is like, yeah, we're done with that license because we're not going to sell another figure. Jada's kicking our ass, and we can't compete because we're not going to lower our prices.
Right, exactly.
It all comes down to price for that. Because Storm Collectibles figures look good; they're just overpriced.
Yeah,
Storm Collectibles they do look good. They're a larger scale, and they charge a whole lot more, but they have less articulation. I mean, they're like
which is insane.
The Marvel Legends old Bath figures.
Right.
Good night, Fatrid.
Take care, brother. Have yourself a good one.
Have a good one, Fatrid.
Pop Lender's mentioning, agreed, hard to grow a channel with just live streams, and I'm not a fan of the promotion tab. Hundreds of views with a couple of comments is obvious purchasing. The views, it's easy to say. It's not even just that for me. Like, the channel's growth, let it be organic, right? Like, let it just do as it will. Red Nom, what's going on, brother?
1 second, because I have too many windows open and too much audio.
Oh.
Yeah,
I still need to come out and hang out with you while you're making stuff sometime, as long as it's not styrofoam.
What's up, everyone?
So,
brother, it is good to have you here. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
How'd the painting go today?
Pretty good, actually. It wore me out, though, Ed. I wasn't used to it. Oh, I see a little Helidote box there. Very cool.
Yeah, I lost this backpack, and then I found it in this Helidote box today.
Nice. It's better than the carpet.
It's one of the best stories I've ever heard. I've lost this. I put it away
for a photo shoot that I did last week, and I was like, "Where's Firefly's backpack?" Couldn't find it anywhere. And then today, I'm using it as a light stand for a photo shoot that I was setting up. And I open up the box, and I go, "Well, there's the backpack."
Nice.
Concealed carry.
Yeah, and going up and down the ladder and then doing like baseboards and stuff. My legs were shaking. It's been a while since I've done that, so I was a little wore out. But it's good. I know if I do that for like a few days out of the week, I'll feel better actually. But until then,
you'll acclimate to it and
yeah,
get a little more active. So, Radnam, did you see the Figura Obscura drop today?
No, man, I have not.
Radnam does not collect action figures.
He doesn't. But he does buy the occasional one.
I usually do like the Figura Obscura stuff, though. I like the stuff they cover. It's pretty cool.
He does have a Father Christmas because it looks like him. That's why he's Father.
Right. Well, I will also say
the green version, right?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely the green version. But I will say that I also know it does help inspire some of your work. Ed, do you want to share screen on this one?
Yeah. Let me bring it up.
Dude, I Radnam, you're going to like this one.
This one is insane. Probably my favorite sculpt yet.
Okay.
And the amount of accessories they've packed in with this one is by far crazy. STS Dog says, really hoping Jada gets a Mortal Kombat license for 6-inch figures.
I need Jada to get the Tekken license because Storm Collectibles is the only one that's produced good Tekken figures. Bandai America's produced some, but I haven't liked them very much. But.
Nah.
Wow, that's almost a whole, basically a whole diorama just without the walls.
No, it is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they give you everything else you need.
So Radnob, all you got to do is create the basement interior for it, and then bam, you got it right there.
Yeah, I probably have about 3 of them already made that would work with that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
No, I knew it was going to be Frankenstein from the moment I saw the hint, but this just knocks it out of the park because this is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. This is Universal Monsters Frankenstein.
So you order that now, and when do you get it?
Next week.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, they normally take about 2 to 3 weeks to ship out all Figura Obscuras after they've been ordered. And then, of course, it'll be available on the table.
Because Figura Obscuras are not a pre-order. They are we've already produced these. They're in hand or soon to be, and then we're just going to ship them out as soon as we drop this stuff.
Yeah. Bill at Dorklayer, in his review, he stated that he got his last Wednesday, September the 11th.
Yep.
And I know that all of these shots from Trevor, they sent him the figure, and then he immediately started setting up the shots. And honestly, I think that's why we don't get them almost as soon as they get them, because they're literally at this point, they've got to ship them out to their partners that they work with.
Yep.
So Trevor, to get the shots for the site, got to send it out to Bill. He's the one that does all their in-hand reviews. And then they do the hint on Friday. The first drop happens 9 a.m. Eastern time that Saturday. And then by 9:30, Bill's got the review posted.
So I noticed with the Father Christmas, now I love the figure, and the accessories were amazing on that, I felt. But but I noticed it was definitely, obviously, a reused body in there. Did they not?
Yes.
This one does not look like that, or it is, or?
No, this is all new tooling.
Nice.
None of this has been. The only thing that's reuse is the skull.
Yep.
And the Hagnot head. Everything else is all brand new for this one.
Yeah.
So completely 100% new tooled figure. Oh, yeah, because even the feet, that's even just a slight retool because they had to make it bigger. That's
I was just
true.
saying because they had to make it bigger. It's a retool. So
it's hard to find little canisters, all that clear stuff over there. That's cool.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, and these heads fit in with the big one too. So
the heads in the hand fit inside the jars.
Abby normal.
And then
that's what I was waiting for. They didn't do a brain.
They didn't do a brain.
That is wild, actually. Yeah.
I've got my Mindbender brain and I've got my Super Action Stuff brain. So I've got brains to use, but
still, that would be the first. Did not come with one.
First
custom. I said. Abby normal.
Yeah.
What's that? What do you got there?
Solo.
I didn't realize it till you said it.
That's Radnom.
Radnom.
Well, I'm the skinnier version, a little taller probably.
And definitely not
I don't know,
this
I
bulky.
think when you're working on your dioramas on Friday night, your arms look like that. They're definitely buff right now.
Yeah.
Lifting all that heavy foam.
Camera distortion.
Now I just need that little foam thing that you use to cut, and then I can do pictures of it.
You need the
called the
wizard
wire
hat
cutter,
too.
Laura.
I don't have a wizard hat.
Oh, you got to get the wizard hat. Come on now.
Gotta have the wizard hat.
He doesn't have a wizard hat right now. I need glasses. Just need glasses for it.
That's true. Well, you got some 1/12 scale glass. Just go take them off your figure for a second.
So
They're
I've
glued
been
on
wondering
this figure.
how many of you guys want to do a little hot knife and cut out all these little slats in here and leave that an open window. I'm thinking about doing that.
I don't know. Does the AC work?
The AC works great,
Oh, then I'd leave the slats in. It's fine.
but you can't see anything in there.
Yeah,
It
the
sucks
arm- I like-
for photography because
Right.
I mean you can't see that there's somebody in there.
I like the way it looks though, but you can't do any storytelling inside of it.
Not
Right.
inside, no.
Yeah.
They really should have
Removable
used
window.
the tinted window on the vamp and not tinted that one. Because you're
You
right.
know, yes, I totally agree with that too, because the tinted window in this kind of screws it up too, because I want to pop it down for the same reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would not be
You
hard
can't see
to
it.
make a little clip-on piece that comes off, and it could just be open or clip it back on.
A
I mean,
hinge,
Why don't
guys.
you
A
use somebody with a
hinge.
3D printer, Matthew?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, I
Run
did
by-
a fairly decent shot with putting a light that I dropped inside there that Lawrence told me about forever ago. There's little incandescent little screw-in little lights that are about, an inch tall that you can just drop in there.
Hmm.
Look, all I'm gonna say, we said it was really weird that another vehicle didn't have a hatch. Why didn't they just put a little hinge in that? Come on. Would it cost that much more in tooling? Come on.
So after that video dropped and we talked about the hatch, I put on the Flash movie just so I could kind of watch Michael Keaton. But I like the Batman parts. And I'm watching the beginning of the Batman or the beginning of the movie with Batman chasing him through Gotham. And they have a vehicle and they open the hatch and I'm like, you gotta
No shit. There's hatches.
I'm like, that's a real thing. Hatches that flip open. Crazy.
You're just a hater, punk. You're just a hater.
I know. I buy stuff just so I can rip it apart.
You don't even buy it. People
don't
just
buy
send
stuff.
it
Greg
to
buys
you and you
stuff. I don't
review
even
it.
buy it.
I mean, you don't even own it, so you shouldn't be reviewing it.
I'm so amazed at how many people still think that I make it pretty clear what's not mine, right? I usually say it a couple times throughout the videos.
You're
Yeah,
just
you usually
gross.
thank the guy that sends it to you.
You're just gross.
My favorite of all your videos so far of reviewing something that's not yours is the Aces of Aviation. Because you were
Yeah.
in the middle of tearing the figure apart, and you're like, well, I won't have to put this back together because it's not mine. What an evil laugh.
Can we get Lawrence to just do evil reviews where he abuses other people's shit?
I bet you that guy likes having his figures in your video. Like he gets a kick out of it a little bit, right? For
Oh,
sure.
Greg? Dude, he drops the shit off before he even opens it.
Yeah.
Because for years, all the diorama pictures I took, I didn't own a single figure before some people sent me some. And my buddy would just bring me his new stuff. And he liked seeing it in there. Like, just kind of.
I've asked Greg so many times, I'm like, are you sure you're okay with it? He's like, if I wasn't, I wouldn't let you. I'm like, all right, thanks. He messaged me when the ramen racer came in. He's like, I'm not at home. I'm working 24 hours. He's a truck driver. But if you want to swing by, Jennifer's home and she can give it to you. I show up there and he got some new gridiron stuff. And she's like, oh, what do you want? She's like, do you want this? I'm like, no, I don't want to review that. Okay. He never saw the ramen racer, so I returned it to him. He never. He saw it on the video. He saw his ramen racer on my review before he got it.
You gave
And
it
that's
like
why
missing
people were like-
hubcaps. It was a wheel gone already.
Yeah.
Roman
Well,
chewed
that's
on the
when People
bumper.
were like worried. They're like, "Man, the way you handle stuff." I'm like,
Hey
"This is
guys,
like-
real quick, I wanted to ask this. Fat Red Food just sent me a message. He left the chat. He's trying to get to bed. Earlier tonight, we mentioned a show that had Numa City in it. Apparently, I don't remember, and it could just be because I'm really tired because it's the second stream we've done today.
Okay.
What
I don't remember.
did we mention a show with Numa City in it?
What's Duma City?
Thank you.
That's what I'm
you
trying
were
to
talking
remember.
About, I think you said it when you were talking about promoting his thing on the Offworld last night.
Did you talk about any kind of science fiction or cyberpunk TV shows? Or
That's what I'm trying to think. I don't think I mentioned anything like that.
Is it
I know
the-
I mentioned
Yeah.
watching Crank in theaters.
I
Is
think
the
he's talking
diorama
about
that he's
you
creating?
talking
Because-
about.
It is the
show.
diorama he's creating. That's what he calls it, Numa City.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oz, remember?
Yeah,
You
no,
said you
I totally
promoted
get
it
it now.
Offworld.
Now I got it. Yeah, no, I mentioned it on Toy Frenzy, Skelevator's channel.
Yeah, Skelevator.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I messed with him and call it Pneumonia City because of the way it's spelled. But yeah.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Did I say something about that?
I didn't hear anything about that, but
He's got figures for me and Ed in there. I know that much.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got a Larry 5K in there.
Oh, he's got the Larry 5K now too?
Yeah, with a Michigan hat on.
Nice.
I need to make him like now I'm thinking about a 3D printed gold pendant that says 5K. That would be kind of cool.
I'm gonna be up to 6K. I mean,
6K soon enough, yeah.
I'm already at 5,400. So,
but Chad's got 7.
There's other people that have blown right by me too. Again, that
Viper
promotion-
Island has 19.
Who?
Viper Island has 19,000.
And he went from 20 to 19, and he stayed under 20 for quite some time.
He was getting it towards 21. I think it was like 20 with 400 or 500.
Yeah.
When I
And then
Wasn't it like he'd posted like he just hit a certain milestone?
Yeah, just
and then it was like
the 20K,
4 hours later, he had to basically take that back.
I think one of the funniest things about Viper Island that I heard was Articulated Ninja was talking about when he was talking about everything that he was doing, and he's like, yeah, he hit 20,000, and now he's gone below. So you might be the first person to ever hit 20,000 twice. So there's something.
Yeah. Add that to your wall of accolades.
I did a 20,000 sub giveaway twice.
Yeah. Oh, you mean when'd you hit 40,000? No, I hit 20,000 twice.
I had 20,000 twice.
It's not like he was like 20,002 and went below. He was like 20,400, 500. He was.
It's like when I tell people when I was in 9th grade, not the first time, the second time.
I was just going to say, Oz, that reminds me of when I got left back for 2 weeks in the 4th grade. Then I decided to do work, and they put me forward again because I just wouldn't do anything.
No, I never got put forward again, but I definitely had to work my ass off to graduate on time. Had to do, like my first year in high school was just a normal 9th grade year, and I totally fucked that up. So then the next year I had to do the classes that I passed for 9th grade. I did the 10th grade classes of, and then I had to go repeat all the other 9th grade classes. So then the next year after that, I had to do some 10th grade classes and did a lot of 11th grade classes. And my senior year, I had to do a couple of 11th grade classes. You barely have any senior classes. And then I just filled up everything else with freaking advanced tech classes.
I know I mentioned it on Larry's stream, but I think it was 3 years worth of physical education in my senior year because I would cut it all the time. So I had to go take it to graduate. And it was
I had to
funny
climb
because
the rope 6 times in one day.
Yeah.
One day, one business day.
One business day.
Because I remember in like 10th grade, I was like, man, it's gym. I could go to gym or I could go walk through the woods and smoke a doob. And I generally.
I mean, it's still physical activity, right?
It was. It was.
And smoking
Why
pipe
isn't
weed.
that a gym class? Seriously, walking through
He
the
really
woods
is
high.
Gandalf.
Almost, I suppose.
You know, walking
Not
through
the
the
one
woods
from
high.
Rings of Power, but the one from the actual tokens.
There you go.
Look,
Have they
man, I'm
announced
just
him
saying.
that he's Gandalf yet in the Rings of Power? Did they come out and say it? Or?
They have not specifically said that, but he has quoted every line that Gandalf has pretty much said in the show. And even though he's in the second age and didn't actually come to fruition until the third age, I mean, you know,
he
whatever.
wasn't there. There were no wizards in Middle Earth at that time.
No, there were
Wizards
two
are mentioned in
blue.
Silmarillion.
The two blue wizards were there before. I thought they all came after the war.
They were there at the end of the second age.
Yeah,
Okay.
at the end. They're mentioned at the very end of Silmarillion at the
okay.
Whatever that
Yeah, but only the blue. Nobody else.
Right.
The blue that
They
nobody
did
knows
have
names
a
of.
white, a gray, a brown, not yet.
Right.
So that's what I remember. That the blue, I didn't remember when they showed up, but I remember the blues were first.
Yes.
So I wonder.
And it was at the very end of the second age, as far as I understood it. But
Right.
I wonder if he's going to be Gandalf in that new Hunt for Gollum that they're trying to make now.
I'll tell you what, man, that's going to be fun. I'm kind of excited to see that.
I worry about the War of the Rohirrim thing that's coming out.
Oh, that looked like it could be good if they did it right. It's supposed
I
to be
mean, I'm all about some more horse combat.
Right, but they're focused on a character that is not named or given any attention to in the Tolkien lore, so yeah, we'll see.
Well, I'm wondering if that's to help audiences relate.
Maybe, but I think that they're actually changing the story because they're diverting the attention from Helm.
Yeah,
and it should be about Helm, and it appears that it's not about Helm.
Okay, I mean, I can see where that might detract from it, but
it's so funny because before Jackson did Lord of the Rings, the Tolkien Foundation would not let anybody touch that hardly at all.
Yeah.
We're lucky we got the Rankin and Baskin, the Bakshi cartoons back in the 70s and 80s.
J.R.R. Tolkien and Christopher Tolkien did not like what Jackson did with the movies because he focused too much on combat.
Yeah.
But that's also part of like what made those movies so popular too, though, because the battle choreography was great. The way they were able to build those battles and not make them look overly CGI, even though they were heavily CGI. It's something that hadn't really been done yet.
The Battle of Helm's Deep is probably the greatest medieval combat scene that's ever been put on screen.
Yeah.
And now they're doing the War of the Rohirrim, where they're trying to tell Helm's story, and they may be butchering it. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I remember that opening scene where you had Sauron fighting the army. The mace. That was like the first time you ever saw anything like that with all the computer-controlled dudes falling over. And it still looks okay. I mean, it looks reasonable when you watch it.
It holds up.
Have you seen the 4K version?
No.
The 4K version on a 4K television with the surround sound and everything is freaking amazing. The how they brought that film to life in that 4K version of Lord of the Rings is awesome.
That's what's up. That is awesome.
Yeah, Pop Blender. I don't like the Rings of Power either. I love the scenery. I like seeing the world and the stuff they put in, but I just haven't been.
I only watch it for the visuals.
Yeah.
I got to get back to it. I had started to watch it, and then I got distracted watching something else, and I'm still chomping away through Suits, and I'm about to be wrapping that up soon. So I think I'm going to be moving to that next.
Suits is great. Tulsa King is awesome. I love Tulsa King.
I need to get the extra money to get back my Paramount Plus to do that. I know it's not much, but I just don't have the extra scratch at the moment.
I guess I just also like Galadriel being like this almost ethereal, larger than life, the Lady of Light, and she's just not in this. She's just like,
Yeah.
Well, what drives me nuts is that Galadriel in the books and in the movies is the essence of femininity, and she is the top of the food chain in terms of political capital, right? I mean,
Yeah.
she is controlling everything on a political level, on a higher level. She's intelligent, she's powerful, she's a strong woman, and she's completely feminine. And then you strip all those away from her and make her a dumb warrior woman and throw her into this show. And that's never who she was.
I also just have a soft spot for magic users. And I would have liked her to be, I guess it would have been more difficult to make the show with her as just a pure magic user, less action.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It definitely would have been less action.
Season 1, they had that scene where they went up the mountain and they go into that frozen castle, and the frost troll or whatever it was comes out, and her whole band of elves army is getting wiped out, and she just stands up and defeats them one-on-one. I'm like, come on, that's
Well, it's not just that; it's the fact that there were warrior women that they could have used.
Oh yeah, for sure.
In the lore. And they chose not to because Galadriel is a name that we know.
Right. Yep. So well known.
Right. So, not to detract too much from this conversation, but I've had this message up here for a while. Hey, Punk, is there any preview on what your Monday night video is about?
There's not that many people watching right now. I mean, you love the clickbait. No, basically, I mean, it's too hard to say. Topic is what do you like about the show? What would you like to see changed? I mean, suggestions, because obviously you can't stay the same the whole time with everything.
No, you gotta evolve.
Whether it be my reviews, Thursday with a friend, Monday nights. So it's just a town hall to pretty much just ask, like,
are you going to get to the topic before 11:55?
I was planning on doing something like that.
I don't want that many suggestions.
I was planning on doing something similar, like a little bit closer to the end of the year. Like, what do you want to see more out of the show coming up in the next year?
Yeah.
I mean, fortunately, everybody's a big fan of the format that we do. So we're plugging along fine.
That's exactly it. It's like for 2024. So this time, I'll be able to write down some things and kind of look at stuff. I know, Ed had talked about at the end talking about figure. I put him on the carousel, and I did that for a while, and then it just became exhausting to do. I really need to get back to it, but the carousel that I bought, it's felt, so it's harder to stand the figures. And since I refuse to use stand, it's I'm like and sometimes it just like the way I changed it up. But I just wanted to ask and see if there's anything that people what they like, obviously what they dislike. There's always stuff that you can do to create better content.
Something that goes along with that, Larry, is I don't know if you've ever done it, but if you go on your Instagram and do like a story post with ask your questions, I get a lot of good. I mean, some of it you won't want to post, but you'll get a lot of interesting questions. I think people feel more at their like leisure because they have a little time to think about it, and then they'll punch something in. And
I've never done that on Instagram. I've never like asked a question on Instagram.
Yeah, you just.
I've seen people do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I've thought about doing like more of that on like Instagram or utilizing the community tab.
Oh, it's great. You ask it, and then you get like a window of all the questions that are coming in, and then you can pick the ones you want to answer, and then it'll post those to your story, like another story post. So it actually generates a bunch of content, story content anyway. So
that's always cool because a lot of people seem to look at the stories more. I mean, I always post the stories because, the posts themselves, you can't post a link in, right? Like when you make the Instagram post, you can post the link in there, but you can't just like copy and paste it.
Highlight it. Like,
right.
You can even highlight it. So
yeah. When I found out about that,
I'm like, stop.
Yeah. I was like, okay, and that's why I've always included in the post now, links will be in the story, because it serves no purpose for me to put the link here. And you're not going to type out this URL.
Well, and the stories tend to go to your most engaged followers too.
Exactly. Well, I mean, most of those guys are here anyway, but still, for the ones that don't go, oh, Oz posted a story. Oh, it's more of his show. Crap. Why do I even watch this guy anymore? But honestly, I'm okay if they fall off.
I really do feel like I don't like promoting like multiple stories at once, because I swear, like when I do that, I look at it. Only the first one gets like the most views. It seems like people they'll scroll right by it.
Yep.
Well, I don't like to do like I don't like to put one out for like my Monday show, and then if I drop a review, I don't want them overlapping, because I swear it gets in the way. And then
for the way you do yours, yeah, it probably would. But for like me, like this weekend, right? Because normally it's only the one show and then the one post, unless we're doing the frenzy, and then I'll have that posted too during the week. But when it's the clubhouse, it's normally just the one clubhouse. But like yesterday, I was like, oh, I got to get after work, Curtis asked if anybody would post the Let's Go Off-World in the Cabal. So I was like, well, yeah, I was going to post it to my, IG and story. So I'll post it in the Cabal. When I went to go do everything for IG, I was like, shoot, I'm going to be, I make one post and then I normally just share that one post to the story. But if I had done that this time, I wouldn't have had a way to, because you can only add one link per story. So I wouldn't have been able to add the links for all 3 shows going this weekend to one story post. I had to make 3 separate ones. But what I did to try to keep the engagement, I used the same song across all 3 of them. And I made the song sync up so that as the one story ended, the song carried over to the next story.
So
right where it left off.
But you're posting all 3 of those pretty much at the same time, right? Within like a 5 or 10 minute window.
Yeah, and that's the one tragedy, because it's only running for the 24 hours.
Right. Well, the thing about that is, though, Oz, is you'll get better traffic on those stories, because if they're all 3 up at the first time, when the algorithm serves your first story, people will tend to click through all 3. But what Larry is saying is true, is if you space them out, like you put one up and then 6 hours up another one, then 6 hours another one, the algorithm will not show your second story to everyone it showed the first one to. It just doesn't align. So you will get diminishing returns as you go. But, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, so like if I do, especially like if I do Thursday with a friend, like if I have a Thursday with a friend and then or my Monday, unless I've been posting them in the morning rather than at 9 where it would end around that time. I feel like they've actually been doing better posting in the morning. The next morning, let's say I have a review coming out or something. Right. I'll like, instead of just waiting, I'll eliminate that story, because there's no
down. Wow.
Well, they only go for 24 hours, and if I do Thursday with a friend, it's to promote it for live. People will come and find out, if they want it. So there's no reason to keep it up there for another few hours. Just get rid of it, or my Monday show, because I want to now put up the review video and force people to go there.
Do you have do you ever take your stories and then make like the post where you can pin them all and make like a book of stories in your profile?
No.
Because you can do that. You can go through your old stories, and if you go look at my profile, you'll see like I don't keep up with them, but there's a couple of them underneath there where I have like work in progress, and there's like 5 or 6 stories. So it would be cool for you to take all your Thursday with a friend posts and put them together in your profile, and this way, when people go to your profile and they click through that, they could click the link to all your individual Thursday with a friends right from.
I didn't even know you could do that.
You can do that.
Yeah, neither did I. Man,
nice.
I might have to go back and make some posts about like this month in Clubhouse.
I was excited when Matthew told me that you can now schedule a picture, and you're like, oh, this is awesome.
it's funny when we can get excited about those little things like that. Just like I found out that doing the continuous studio is pretty much fucking useless for StreamYard's new. The one feature I thought, oh, this is kind of cool. I like this idea. And then it was not what I thought it was, apparently.
What do you mean by continuous studio?
Okay, so everybody knows StreamYard's gone through a bunch of updates, and we're all trying to figure out whether it's actually worth an extra $20 a month or not, right? And one of the updates is that you can do a continuous studio. So I was like, oh, cool. I can set this up, and it'll be great because then I don't have to set up additional links every week to everybody who normally comes up. I send you the one link and you just got to use that one because it's a continuous studio. Gotcha. So when I went to go schedule this morning's stream and tonight's stream, it was telling me that I couldn't schedule them using the continuous studio because it could only do a pre-record live stream, which that just doesn't even make sense to me. Like, how do you pre-record a live stream? It's either pre-recorded or it's fucking live. Okay, I don't even understand what this means. And I tried to select where it just said, like, because it gave me two options. It would say studio or pre-record. And I'm like, okay, that's grayed out. I can't even select a different option. And it's automatically selecting me to do a pre-record. So I don't get this. Like, what are you? Is this like trying to schedule a premiere? Because all you do is just schedule the damn premiere. Right. It's not a live. It has a live chat, but it's not a live.
Are they calling it live because you're chatting with other people live? Like you have 8 cameras and you talk to each other?
I guess. I got no idea. Yeah. Any case, basically, I couldn't use the continuous studio the way I thought I could, where it was like, I only have to worry about sending out the link to everybody once, and then everybody just goes back to that. Now, mind you, if we've messaged a bunch of times and you don't have the link again, I would send it to you so that way you don't have to scroll back through 1,000 messages to get the link to StreamYard, because that doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna be like, I already sent it to you. Go back and get it. You know, no, I'll send you another link just because. But the amount of effort it would really take to, like, again, have to plug, like, set up the studio every week and everything like that, which it's not a whole lot. But yeah, like
a month though, $20 extra, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy because, like, well, 25 is reasonable, right? Like, that's not bad for what they give you. Like, everything that I got, I think that's well fine for 25 a month. And now they want to go 45 a month, and basically the only real benefit that I see is the 1080p, because nothing else really makes a difference.
I think you start getting into where $25 a month, a lot of people don't make any money at all from their YouTube situation. And that's fine. You know, it's a hobby. It's a socializing thing. It's cool. And you can maybe do it eventually or not. But I think $25 a month feels like a bill you can kind of take on for something like that. You're getting a $45 a month, and it's kind of starting to get.
Well, with like no defined benefit is the other thing. Like, you're just raising the price to raise the price. If there were some kind of significant benefit outside of, oh, well, you can do it in 1080p. Again, 1080p to 720p doesn't matter for 90% of our audience because they're all watching it on a screen that is less than 37 inches. And to the human eye, 1080p cannot differentiate between 1080p and 720p on a screen size less than 37 inches.
They should have given it as a second option, right? They kept the $25 one and then did a $45 one with 1080p.
If you want to use the 1080p, right? Because, I mean, I'm sure for some people, maybe a higher frame rate would make sense. That could benefit all of us. But the 1080p quality itself overall isn't going to make a difference because most people are watching on their phones.
This is the inflation tax.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm thinking too, honestly.
That's literally all it is.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, we'll give you 1080p.
But here's the thing. You look at someone like Ed or Pop, you know, where they're not making any money. Now, I do I do 2 live streams,
Mhm.
a week. So I'm willing to say, yeah, you know what, 45. I think it's bullshit that they jump from 25 to 40. That's a huge jump to only give you 1080p. You don't even give me a couple extra seats where I can have a couple extra admins, right?
No shit. That's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. So I'm willing to say, okay, I don't want to learn another, application to bring people on, especially when I'm moving along pretty well and I'm making money where I can pay for this. But again, when it comes to Pop and Ed and
even me,
Oz, like it's just
I
like
set up.
Rednum said, like you're digging into something where it's like, is this even worth it, or should I just go to another platform?
Exactly.
Because once you go to another platform, you're gonna get people like me on that. I'm gonna come in here and maybe I'm like, hey, I actually kind of like this one better.
So the $25 option is still available, though, right?
No,
What?
it's not a thing.
No,
like
anymore.
whatever the anniversary of your start date is, basically it kicks up to $45 after.
Yep.
So
Well,
like at the
I actually went in and signed up for it, and I've been paying for it, but then I got COVID and I didn't actually start using it. But I'll probably just take it off and not even mess with it because
I am actively looking right now to see what's a better option. I just haven't had the time, well, really the money to pay for a new option to decide, but I've got like less than a month to figure it out at this point.
What is OBS doing these days? I mean, I
problems
know a
with
lot of
OBS is difficult.
you're not going to be able to do chat comment highlights easy at all. You'll have to like hack in some crazy stuff
and not even just that too. Like for the format that we do here,
guests, it would be very nightmarish.
I don't even think with the new laptop the processors could handle all that.
I don't know,
because that's a lot of processing. Because like with OBS, you've got like everybody's got their own individual like video audio settings that you've got to set and make sure like the drop in drop out format would not work.
There's no just simple like send these invite links. You have to like, set up a space for each person as the administrator. Each stream, I think, at least with Video Ninja, when I was looking at. I mean, I didn't master it, but it was a lot.
Yeah, it would be a logistical nightmare every Saturday night for us to do this. And then as people drop out and people want to jump in each week, or throughout the night, like with Radnom coming in here at the end, we'd have to get him all set.
Yeah.
And that's going to take like 20, 30 minutes of time. And look, we're already going 6 hours. So, it's just not feasible for me to use something like OBS for what we do here. That's not a bad option for other people.
You would need someone like Ed to take care of it. He'd have to sit in the back room half the time, not even on screen, just like
trying to set everybody up and get them configured before we could go live.
Well, that's okay. Oz is on here twice tonight. He's got two windows there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'd have to have individual settings for each one.
That's what Ed needs, to be another mod that he doesn't get paid for every fucking week.
So
every fucking day.
When I decided to start, so I first started doing the thumbnails for Toy Frenzy because when I was running a Facebook group, my partner with that Facebook group had Canva, and they set me up as a team member on that so I could get the premium benefits, and they were already paying for it, and you get so many seats or whatever. So I was utilizing that for Toy Frenzy, but I wasn't really active in the Facebook group anymore, and they eventually dropped me off of their Canva. So I had to start making decisions like, okay, well, in order for me to continue doing what I'm doing for the show in this respect, I need to start paying for Canva. And then I was like, we had done, when Eternia was announced, we wanted to do a live like panel show like this with a lot of people and talk about how everybody felt about Eternia and what they liked, what they didn't like, is the price reasonable, all that kind of stuff. We had people that wanted to jump on, but we didn't have enough space because the free basic version of StreamYard, you can only have up to 6 guests.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the pricing and it was like, well, for $25, you can get like additional partners. You can, have up to 10 people on screen at time and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I don't even know that we'll ever get up to needing 10 people on screen. And then, like if we'd ever utilize that, but at least we would have it as an option.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, let's go ahead. I'm going to start paying for this. And I told the other co-host of Toy Frenzy, I was like, look, I'm set up a Patreon so that I can help, because I'm going to pay for this out of my pocket. So I'm going to set up Patreon so that I can get members to help, basically offset this cost.
Frostbite Joe said something interesting there. I don't know if you saw it, but he said if you, you can cancel it and they'll offer it to you for 31. So that's something.
Well, yeah, if you pay for the full $12. Because they always give you the discount if you pay for the full 12 months up at once. But that's not bad. Like, it's really not too much bad. $6 I could be like, okay, but like they're charging you a whole extra $20 for basically nothing new.
Yeah. If they would have went up to $31 a month, everyone would have been like, it sucks, but you know what?
Yeah, I'll take the hit.
Everything going up.
I think they sat in a room.
$5 is fine, right?
They sat in a room and had a meeting and said, okay, look, we can raise it $5 this year, $5 next year, $5 the following year, and have to keep hearing everyone complain, or we just do it all at once and take it on the chin. And they just like, screw it. Some people are going to leave. That's my guess is what.
I mean, look at Hasbro. It's like, lobsters in the boiling pot, right? You put them in and you slowly crank it up and nobody notices until it's too late. And Hasbro's doing the same thing,
But everyone complains about Hasbro, dude.
They're $10 figures, they're $12 figures, they're $15,
$30
they're $20,
Boba
they're $25, now they're $35.
Yeah. With no accessories.
No accessories. Marvel Legends, man, they kill me.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest things. Like you get basically, like you get a Spider-Man in a box and it's just a Spider-Man. At least most of the time with Iron Man, there's some kind of like repulsor blast or something. But like Spider-Man, a lot of times you'll just get a Spider-Man. You won't even get a web.
Well, yeah, because they got to pay Sony and they got to pay Marvel.
That's true. That's true. That's true. With that, you got to double dip because you got to pay Sony and for the cinematic Spider-Man.
Yep.
And then you still got to pay Marvel on top of that. Yep. And then you got to pay Marvel period for any of them.
Right.
But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And I did say I would start pushing my Patreon a little bit more to try and help offset that cost. So guys, if you aren't aware, I have a Patreon. Basic membership is $3 and you get access to a group chat. There's a Discord that I set up over a couple years ago that nobody uses.
Discord's rough, man.
I hate
part
Discord.
of it is because I didn't promote it enough and I didn't really utilize it as well as I could. Spent over like 3 weeks building out like the different little channels and everything like that, and basically realized I've just made it too complex.
I think a lot of it is most of these guys are just too old for Discord. Also, like Discord is for gamer. I mean, if you're a gamer or if you're like 20. In your 20s.
Yeah.
Well, what I've seen the best use of Discord is that when people do members live streams or whatever, and they do it through Discord. I don't know how that works, but it seems to work pretty well in terms of getting on and interacting with the people to have special access to that Discord. But for the most part, Discord is annoying as hell to me, and I don't blame people for not using it. And I understand why people do use it.
It's great for gaming. So when I was playing
gaming,
it was awesome. I mean, you can talk, you can have raid party chats and stuff through there. You can watch movies with no worry about copyright or anything like that in a room.
That was one of the reasons that we did originally set it up, because I wanted to do cartoon watch parties for a lot of the Saturday morning cartoons we got because of the website that I can use and do that.
Right.
But then the problem was, like, we tried to set it up a couple of times and my internet is just so garbage. Like it couldn't handle it. The new laptop, the processors could probably handle it just fine, but the bandwidth from I get Comcast here is just awful for something.
Have you tried Amazon live watch parties?
I have not. I might need to try that because I do have Amazon.
But it seems cool, and I think most people probably have Amazon Prime. So,
Also,
all right, guys.
Oz.
Mobile's about to drop out here. Hold that thought, Matt. I'll be right
Okay.
back in on the laptop.
Okay.
all right. See you later, Cricket.
Hey, man, the cricket was adding that ambiance to the.
So speaking of things that cost money, for a little while I was also simulcasting on Twitter, and then I stopped because it was messing with the numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I really want to grow out this brand more, so I need to simulcast on multiple places. So I'm like, I'm going to go back to X, and it kept failing. And then I finally read the message: you have to pay for a premium X now to broadcast.
Yes. No, that's relatively new.
I know it is because it was working.
Yeah. Initially, they didn't have that issue, but that just became a thing within the last couple months.
I mean, to be fair, though, how long have you been able to broadcast on Twitter? Because video's got to be, that's pretty new to Twitter, streaming, right?
It is. And initially, it jumped on and people were super excited about it and it was working well. And then they said, hey, we can make money off of this. And they said, hey, you can only stream on this because of the bandwidth issues and all this other stuff that you have to pay for it. Yeah.
They probably planned it. Like the drug dealer. They're giving you the free taste to get you hooked, and then...
I mean, a plastic crack.
Yeah.
Buy your first Mythic Legions and see what happens.
Yep.
All right, so quickly, I am going to bow out because I'm going to...
You're about ready to collapse. Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just like... thank you guys very much. I'm glad I forgot to find out that I do have Radnom that has been sitting here. So now when I need some things made, I can just have him do it and work him to the bone.
There you go. We got to
Is
get
that
him.
on the figure that was the Spartan body?
Yeah.
Is it? I don't
Yeah,
even...
it's one of their gladiator guys.
Yeah, it was the first Mythic Legion that I got. And I liked the head so much. And he just had the regular knight head.
Yeah.
I was just like,
I should make a mini 1/12 scale hot wire foam cutter. That would be cool.
You already did the 3D printer, right?
Yeah, I did the 3D printer.
Yeah, and you got the table saw.
Oh, that's
So the table saw and the...
Look at that half shirt that fucking Radnom wears.
Did that come up? Yeah.
There you go.
It was a normal shirt at one point, but things happen.
We know how that works. So, Larry, the one you were describing, the one with the knight head, you should look up the price of him if you were ever looking to get rid of him. I think he is one of those ones that is kind of on the more valuable side. Just saying, if you're ever looking to part ways, think he's one of the ones, and people will pay open, loose. Like if you kept the card and the plastic.
I have issues, so I have no.
Yeah. So you could repack him up and let people know he's been open, but he's got all of his parts and everything like that. I would look into that if you're looking to just be like, hey, because we all know some of those older Mythic Legions figures can go for a couple $100.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick before Lawrence jumps off, Radnom, do you got your G.I. Joe headquarters for Cobra right there? Or is it not together? If it's not together, don't worry about it.
I mean, sort of.
Lawrence appreciate this.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Oh,
I've
I've seen your videos. Yeah, that is.
I've been watching those really intently.
That's so awesome, man. I love it.
Yeah, we're gonna have the tile floor inside, and I want to design a little mini walk so the figures can look out of there easy. And there's another wall on this side. We're gonna do maybe some lockers or something, and then some control consoles in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah,
God,
that's awesome.
Looks great.
Yep.
That is cool.
Thank you.
You and your stuff.
Doesn't have any figures to go with it, but the stuff is awesome.
All I got is one crappy Mandalorian that keeps falling over, and I can't stand that figure.
The 1/18 scale guy?
Yeah. He's hard.
I heard about this amazing toy line called Delta 17 that you could probably get a couple of the Thunder Battalion to get in there.
Probably. Yeah, that would actually the
colors. Yeah.
The colors go
Colors
perfect.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna bolt, and a child just came in to talk to me. So
Again.
All right.
see you guys. This is a different child.
Oh, different
Different
child.
job.
Yeah. So I'll see you guys on Monday.
Take
All
care.
right, later,
Larry.
Paul.
All
All
right.
right, man.
Give Roman belly robes.
I was going to tell you earlier. Do not be ashamed to say, "Hey, I've got a Patreon. If you guys want more content or whatever, throw it out there. Don't be ashamed to do it. You're not the kind of guy to overdo it, but just tell people
Right.
that it exists. You just got to tell people that it actually exists, and people will come."
True.
You know what you actually need to do, Oz, because you're not going to want to keep saying it over and over again. And I understand. I have the same problem, honestly. I don't like plugging my stuff. It irritates me. I don't
Yeah.
know. But
Radon doesn't like plugging any of his stuff, even the stuff he's trying to sell.
right. But I think you should make a video roll. If you
Get
made
your
yourself-
Hellodope crates at hellodopetoys.com. Use promotion code APWT.
One of the things that I really need to get back to doing, I keep meaning to do it for this show, and I haven't done it in a while, is end credits. Like, people says who stick around for end credits. Well, I gotta tell you, the ones that I made for the Frenzy, the original ones and the newer ones, I'm trying to see if I can find that video. I'll upload it and play it real quick because it's like a minute.
Do you have some Patreon members right now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So this is easy for you then. You'll love it. Make a thank you screen for them and play at the beginning of every single one of these clubhouses. Just make a little thank you video, 15 seconds. We're saying, hey, a special thanks to our Patreon members. Because of these guys, we can afford to pay for StreamYards. Boom. You're
That's
giving
all
thanks.
you got to do.
Because you'll like that, saying thank you, and you get the little...
And then
plug
you don't
for it.
even have to mention it ever again, because there it is. Because people will see that you have a Patreon and that these are the people that are involved in your Patreon, and it builds, and then you just keep updating it. And nice idea. I like it.
It's definitely true. I'm trying to find those credits because we have. Well, actually, let me see. Here it is. What is that? Okay. I think this is the older one. I don't think it's the newer one. Let me upload this real quick, and I'll play it. I'm pretty sure this is an older version, but
cool.
Once it uploads, it's processing. We all know how long this can take anytime you're trying to upload while streaming.
Did you and Ed ever do that other thing at all you guys were working on?
We did, and then I fell down on the, like I always do. I fell down on the editing portion of it and never got it posted, but we did.
Did you actually publish anything, or?
No, not published. All right, guys, here it is. That screen right there at the end, the Frenzied.
Yeah.
That is my Patreon subscribers, Skelly's Patreon subscribers, Bobby's Patreon subscribers. And again, that's an older version of it. We've had some people drop off, some people,
Yeah, dude, that looks cool and the music and everything is cool, but I think like you want to be specific that thank you to our Patreon subscribers so people know what it is. And people want their name on there. They want to show that they're supporting you sometimes, and so it makes them feel good too.
Well, and again, that was the idea there. When it changed over and said the Frenzied, they know like those are our those are our Patreons, the Frenzied. Because they show again, it's called Toy Frenzy, so all of our Patreons. They get that. Bud's one of those. He was like my
Sleep.
first one, and he's definitely asleep by now. He hasn't said anything or moved. I'll come into the studio tomorrow, and he'll still be here.
It's like passed out with his head in a bowl of cookies.
Well, he looked about half passed out when I went outside, and his face was on cam. But that's why we love Bud. He lives up to his name.
All right,
But yeah.
guys. I think I'm going to tap out too. Check us out on Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central for Pop Blenders show on pop culture, and you'll see me in the chats everywhere else. So
Definitely send me over that commercial, dude. I will play it.
All right, man.
Good night, Matt.
See you, man. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay up, to be honest with you, because we did that early one this morning.
2 o'clock, guys, is what I was thinking.
2 o'clock? Yeah. 14 more minutes. I'd be down for that. Oh, I forgot to do that.
Oh, he froze. Well, alrighty then.
No, he froze.
Yeah, he's froze.
Yep. That video killed his computer.
That was like all the bandwidth he's allotted for this hour was that video.
Yeah.
There you go, Oz. You're there, but you're muted.
Yeah. Still muted, brother. His
Yeah.
computer said, nope, 2 o'clock is not going to make it. We're 1:45. We're done.
We just got a thunderstorm that rolled in.
Yeah.
And
We had one earlier, too.
My line is out, but my Wi-Fi is still here.
That's weird.
I don't get that. But that's also why I was trying to use my mouse to unmute my mic, and it wouldn't work. Because the mouse is like the hub just died again. I just did replace this thing not too long ago. No idea what I touched that set everything off, but suddenly the USB hub.
Yeah, your microphone is coming through your computer, too, not your actual mic.
You know what? Yeah, because all this stuff's wired. Yeah. This is useless. I'm talking to you guys through here.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll kill it now. I guess there's no point waiting.
So you're saying that the lightning strike might have fried your...
You know what? That's a good idea. If I unplug that, let it dissipate any power surge. This is where I sit here and silently count to about, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yeah.
All right, now I plug it back in, and then maybe we'll get lucky. You got to dissipate that power surge that just went through, and a lot of times that'll fix the issue.
Yeah. You saw this the other night, right, Ed?
Yeah, that looks good, man. I love it.
Coming out pretty good.
No, it doesn't look like I'm going to get it back tonight.
No.
Again, it's weird because the Wi-Fi's fine. It's just my...
that is weird. The Wi-Fi still working.
It's got to be like a power surge went through.
Yeah.
That's got to be what happened. It kind of like fried the... It wasn't that cheap.
Do you have everything plugged into a surge protector or nah?
I think you cut out again.
Mute. You're muted now.
Okay. Speak again real quick.
Now you sound like you're
underwater.
Your microphone is like 30 feet away from you.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, now.
Much better.
Okay, so it switched the audio to this microphone, not this microphone. I don't know what's going on, but my hard line's connected again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yay, weather.
Nice.
There's weather outside, so my computer's going to have problems. Oh, what kind of weather? No, there's just weather.
Yeah, weather. The wind blew.
We've had 2 quick thunderstorms. They were pretty bad roll through. One earlier today, and then one probably about 11 o'clock tonight.
Nice. Well, guys, if we're going to be cutting it off in next couple minutes here, because now I'm having tech issues as well, so it doesn't make sense to continue the stream too much longer. Ed, what you got going on?
Sorry.
Tomorrow night, hella dope at 9 o'clock Eastern on the Hello Dope Toys YouTube channel. I'll be in the chat moderating, and then on Monday I'll be moderating for Punk. And Tuesday, Travis and I hopefully will be live again. If not, I will be doing it with whoever decides to join me if he's still working his ass off. But 9 o'clock, we're supposed to be talking about collectible, the metal lunch boxes, but we'll see if that happens. And then I'll be on modding for Punk on Thursday and modding for Radnom on Friday. And then back here on Saturday.
One of the busiest men in YouTube and doesn't even get enough credit for it.
I'm telling you.
All right, Radnom, what you got coming up next, brother?
Well, I have been doing those short form videos on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. So I'm going to be doing a few more this week on that G.I. Joe base as I make some parts for the interior of that. And as always, I do have my Friday night live stream, usually around 10:30 Central Time, somewhere around there. And Ed's normally popping in at some point. But
just going to jump in. Last night after I got off of Let's Go Off-Road, and I was like, shit, I need to get to sleep. I got to be up early and do this again.
That it is what it is, man.
I just enjoy coming for the chill vibes because sometimes I'll have you on and I won't even join the chat. I'll just have you on because I'm listening to the music and falling asleep. Friday night, I'm done.
I logged on to your chat or your stream last night, Radnom. Something was up on my phone. Every time I went to chat, it kept like flipping up the chat that it killed my keyboard. And I reset my phone, all this stuff, right? So son of a bitch. So then I was like, I just switched to my other phone. And
yeah, yesterday we went in a weird direction. We were just talking about like 80s candy and stuff that we were eating in the 80s. Like, and that was actually kind of just chilled out and fun. So
it started with cereal, then somehow or other we ended up on the candy.
Yeah, Holivar and Pop Rocks and Pixie Sticks. Yep.
I was, I'm not much for like. It's funny. My favorite holiday is Halloween, and I'm not much for like candies and stuff. My aunt had recently went on a little vacation to Virginia Beach, and she came back with some saltwater taffy. And Connor, who was here earlier, he had brought some saltwater taffy because him and his mom and everybody, they had gone down to Daytona Beach. And so I was like, oh, that's cool. Let's try something. We decided to have a little taste test, see which one tastes better, which one was better quality. And I will say 100%, the Virginia Beach saltwater taffy, although a little bit chewier, tasted better.
I do like the saltwater taffy.
Oh, yeah, man. And apparently, depending on where the saltwater's from, it will make a difference in the overall candy experience.
Good to know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't aware. This is also the first time I've had like saltwater taffy from multiple beaches at once.
Right, for comparison.
Because normally it's like you only go to one beach.
Yeah.
So, and by the time you're going to another beach, you probably finished all the candy from the last ones.
I remember there was some place on Long Island that did saltwater taffy, and it was a big duck. Like the whole building was just
wow.
It was like a giant walk-in duck. You just walk in the front of the duck, and they would be making the taffy there. Yeah,
you walk in the front, the duck's ass with the taffy.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was a door out the duck's ass in the back, but I didn't go that way.
It was just a large leftover prop from the Penguin's duck tank thing from Batman Returns, and they just didn't know what else to do with it.
I'm positive if you looked it up on the internet, you would find pictures of this giant duck on Long Island. I'm quite sure of it. So,
for sure.
Well, alrighty.
Yeah, that's about it. So, for me, guys, honestly, I have no idea where I'm going to show up on YouTube this week. I mean, this past week I did Tuesday night with Ed, doing Toy League Takeover. And then Thursday we had the Frenzy. Then last night I was on Let's Go Off-Road. And then today I was like, hey, let's stream twice because that's a genius idea all the time. It was Figure Obscura Drop. It was a special occasion. And this, hands down, is one of the best by far.
That it, Radnom?
That's it, dude.
That's it. Look at that fuck. What the hell?
In existence. It says New York's cherished roadside attraction.
Do they still sell the taffy in there?
I don't know because I didn't get that far. But
okay, yeah,
still exists anyway.
Big ass duck.
Oh man, insane. Just insane. So yeah, I never know where I'll be, but you guys, if you're following me on IG, you'll definitely catch the post whenever I'm about to go live somewhere, because I always try to share it and let people know where they can find me. And as we were saying earlier, guys, there's a Patreon for Ostradamus Toys. Definitely go check it out. The Frenzied is a great group chat. It's a fun little community. It is Patreon member only, but there's a lot of people that you see that normally share screen with me that are a part of it. Yeah, that about wraps it up. I would say I'll go play the Toy Frenzy credits again, but I already deleted it off of this profile because it's not the Toy Frenzy show. I'm gonna make something like that, like I said, for this one, because again, I do like to promote people. Also, going to include all the Toy Network folks in there too, because those are some awesome people. Toy Network's fun, fantastic community, if not busy. But since I don't have end credits, we'll just we'll hit.
He's out of control.